Timothy was sure that this world hated him. The streets of the cozy mountain town were filled with residents going about their business. People, seeing acquaintances, greeted each other and asked how they were doing, and a small conversation would start between the interlocutors. A little girl was running down the street, trying to catch up with her mother, who turned around and asked her not to run, fearing that she might fall. But all the conversations immediately disappeared when Timothy passed by. The women hugged their children, and the adults moved some distance away. And now all the passers-by tried not to look in the direction of the guy in the torn cloak, who was carrying a bag in his hands. Timothy heard everyone around him discussing that he was the corpse collector. The guy didn't react to the voices around him and the people staring at him. His path led straight to one of the stores. The store owner was not alone and immediately asked why a corpse collector had visited him this time. Other customers were in a hurry to leave the shop because they didn't want to be in the same room with the guy, but Timothy wanted to sell something. He poured the collected jewelry from the bag onto the table, but the store owner was unhappy, calling the finds trash. The man contemptuously threw a few bronze coins on the table and said that Timothy had had enough. He should go away. But the guy was shocked by this estimate. He was only offered 20% of the regular price. He wondered why. But the store owner was not going to answer the guy. He was indignant, saying that the collector of corpses had no right to say anything to him. In this world, there is danger lurking at every turn. People could encounter monsters at any moment. However, at the same time, there are also those who hunted these monsters. Such people were called adventurers. High-ranking adventurers mined expensive materials and fought monsters every day, increasing their level. A slight difference in levels gave a huge difference in strength. Level was the foundation of this world. And it was in such a cruel world that Timothy's adventurer level was 1. After the boy received his reward at the store, he headed to the market and asked his familiar grandfather for bread, as usual. Grandpa greeted Timothy and handed him a package, saying that he had prepared some bread for him that he couldn't sell. This story wasn't the first time it happened, but the guy didn't feel like complaining. He paid for the offered goods. Grandpa said that perhaps the boy needed to find another calling and leave the job of an adventurer. But Timothy replied that he could not do this because he had already established the reputation of the infamous corpse collector. No one would agree to hire him. He had long wanted to become an adventurer, but after his dream came true, he learned about his curse, 0 experience. He turned out to have a rather unusual skill, or rather, a real curse that was impossible to fight. No matter how hard he tried to fight, he couldn't gain experience. His level didn't increase. It seemed that Timothy, thanks to this skill, could not become stronger, but nevertheless, he did not give up. The boy believed with all his heart that someday he would be able to improve his level, but the system was relentless. After some time, the guy finally lost faith in his abilities and then began to collect materials from the corpses of monsters. He had nothing to do with killing monsters. Adventurers killed them, which is how Timothy became a corpse collector. The materials for first-level monsters were quite cheap. The guy needed to look for monsters better. Collecting small items in the footsteps of the adventurers, Timothy could not last long. In his thoughts, the guy didn't notice that he had crossed the path of a group of young people, which caused him to lose his balance. Timothy couldn't hold on to anything and, dropping a piece of bread, fell to the ground. The leader of the adventurers stepped on a piece of bread that was Timothy's last meal and said that this freak was a collector of corpses. The adventurers crowded around the leader and Timothy with condescending smiles. Everyone in this town knew him as the corpse collector. Because of this repulsive nickname, the guy couldn't find another job. He couldn't understand why this was happening to him. But no matter how much he was despised, he couldn't stop searching the corpses, otherwise he would simply die of hunger. As he made his way through the goblin cave, the boy hoped that he would find something worth noting here. Suddenly, Timothy smelled a strong, unpleasant odor and saw the giant corpse of a dragon, which had already begun to decompose. As he got closer, the boy realized that this monster was about level 200. But now was not the time to think about it. He needed to gather materials. Probably Timothy would be able to make good money. The boy, having examined the body, realized that many of the expensive parts were gone, and at least he was left with a rotting bag. This is an organ that was in the corresponding category of monsters. It is usually not touched because there is a very strong, unpleasant odor inside. But Timothy didn't care. He made a living by digging through corpses, and after cutting open the bag, the guy realized there was something inside. The guy made a larger incision, and to his surprise, the armor was revealed inside. As soon as the armor was freed from the tissues of the dragon's corpse, the cave was suddenly filled with red lightning. The guy understood that something bad was coming. He wouldn't be able to handle it, The voice that arose in his head ordered him to put on his armor. Timothy realized that this voice was from the armor. It indicated that the object was dangerous, and he needed to get away as quickly as possible. But, heading towards the exit of the cave, the boy suddenly saw a bunch of goblins preparing to attack. Timothy couldn't figure out where they came from. It turned out that the corpse collector was quite inattentive. While preparing for the fight, the guy realized that his opponents were at the same level as him, but he didn't have good equipment. The goblins, meanwhile, rushed to attack. Some of them were armed, and Timothy realized that he was about to be killed. The corpse collector could not believe that he would actually die in such a place, having achieved nothing in life. The boy didn't understand how, but he was pushed back against the armor and the voice began to echo in his head again. The voice insisted on putting them on, and Timothy decided that, in any case, he would not live any longer, so he had nothing to lose. He shouted that he agreed to put on the armor. It was better, in his opinion, than being killed by goblins. The system confirmed the wearer's consent and performed the registration and activation of quick donning. Surprised, Timothy looked back in the direction of the armor, which began to emit lightning bolts in his direction. A few seconds later, before the eyes of the astonished goblins, the dressing in the armor of the abyss was completed. The boy was ready for a fight. Timothy wondered, examining his new armor, if the armor of the abyss was on his side. The armor replied that they would unconditionally carry out the boy's orders, and he, preparing to repel the goblin attack, believed it. Unlike his old sword that had been knocked out of his hands, the blade he held now was much better. The guy understood that the goblins were at the same level as him, but with such a blade, the corpse collector had a chance of survival. After cutting down a couple of enemies, the guy suddenly felt a surge of energy in his armor. He didn't understand what was happening. Timothy felt like with each kill, his body became much lighter. He became stronger, as if it wasn't his body at all. Finally, believing that he could survive and win, the boy shouted that all his opponents would now come to an end. After the fight ended, a strange light from the enemy corpses began to penetrate Timothy's armor. The guy didn't understand what was happening until the system announced his level increase. Surprised, Timothy stared at the ad before his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. The system notified that the Lord's level had been confirmed and, at the moment, had risen to 6th. Timothy didn't know how to react to this news because he was already used to not being able to gain experience points. What this news could mean to him up until this point, he looked back at the remains of the monsters that surrounded him. The system notified him that thanks to the abyss armor, he had the opportunity to use the skill of absorbing levels. It turns out that Timothy was actually able to raise his level without gaining experience. In fact, this strange armor allowed him to absorb the levels of his enemies. It turns out that he didn't think so. All this time he was really getting stronger and faster. At this moment, Timothy has already gained 5 levels. In addition to his first, now he can really become stronger. The boy was filled with joy. This incredible news was a blessing for him. His dream was coming true right now. The smell in the cave was simply awful, but it didn't matter. Thanks to this dragon, Timothy was able to raise his level. Suddenly, the boy realized that if he defeated all the enemies in this cave, he would be able to become even stronger. Putting his hands to his chest, Timothy thought that, most likely, his opponents would not be able to hurt him thanks to this armor. If you use all the advantages of this ammunition to its full potential and kill all the goblins, you can easily achieve your goal. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling of someone's presence. He didn't even realize that there was an enemy behind him. Looking back, he saw a giant goblin, but he knew that there shouldn't be any strong monsters in this cave. But the boy's eyes could not deceive him. Before him was the Goblin Lord himself, surrounded by his subordinate goblins. Timothy didn't understand where the tallest goblin, level 35, the protector of this cave, could have come from. The boy understood that he urgently needed to escape to the exit from the cave, but behind him, small goblins had already begun to eat the dragon's corpse. The guy realized that the goblins were attracted by the smell of meat. The system notification recommended an immediate retreat. Timothy understood this perfectly well, but he was unable to do it. All the exits were blocked, and the Goblin Lord had struck his first blow. The guy had to accept the fight. He tried with both hands to restrain the heavy onslaught of the opponent. But resistance was futile, for the Goblin Lord was extremely strong, and he easily threw the boy deep into the cave. Timothy found it difficult to get to his feet, but he had no choice. His opponent had terrible and frightening power, and although he managed to raise his level, he was still too weak. The boy burst into tears from powerlessness. Timothy decided to take the opportunity and escape. He was still unlucky, but he did manage to escape. All the time he was running towards the exit of the cave, but it was carefully guarded by the army of the Goblin Lord. The boy considered himself still too weak and considered waiting in a safe place until they left. But one of the goblins was already flying at him with an attack, and it was then that the boy realized that he was only level 1. The guy grabbed his opponent by the head and pushed him into the ceiling. The first-level goblin had no chance against him. Having destroyed the enemy, Timothy realized that in this world, everything was decided by level. Even this worthless goblin should understand the difference between them, just as the boy understood the difference with the Goblin Lord. The system notified that the level had been absorbed. The current level of the Lord had increased to 7th. If Timothy continues to absorb levels, he will be able to defeat the boss. Now he is forced to kill to survive. A fierce fight began, and the first-level goblins were destroyed one by one, unable to withstand the boy's strength. A few minutes later, it was all over. In this world, only the strongest won. Heading deeper into the cave, the boy reasoned that only those with a high level would be able to survive here. The weak will always obey the strong, and the boy knew this from his own experience. After destroying the first-level goblins, Timothy absorbed their powers and rose to the 15th level. Suddenly, after walking a little way, the guy saw illuminated side caves. The system recommended exploring them. After following the recommendations, within a few minutes, Timothy found entire mountains of treasure hidden in the dungeon. Amazed, the boy, wandering among the mountains of gold, realized that all these treasures had been stolen from people by goblins. Ordinary people couldn't handle first-level goblins. Maybe there's something useful here for Timothy. After walking a little further, the boy found a box and became curious about what was inside. When he opened it, the system notified him that it was probably a recovery potion. Taking out one of the vials, the boy was convinced that it was indeed true and decided to take them for battle. As soon as he thought about it, the system notified him that there was a special place in his armor to store potions. A second later, all the vials were concentrated on the boy's belt. Now they were stored there. This find turned out to be very useful for Timothy. He thanked the higher power that had brought him here. The boy really wanted to take at least some gold with him, but he understood that it would hinder him in the battle with the boss. The main goal is to return to the city alive. If this is successful, Timothy will be able to get rich selling materials from monsters. Having finally gathered his thoughts, the guy decided not to waste any more time and set off towards new adventures and challenges. Suddenly, almost leaving the cave, the boy heard someone's voice and headed towards the sound. Behind one of the boxes, the boy was shocked to see a bound girl. It was she who was begging for help, so the goblins were also stealing children. The girl, seeing a person for the first time in a long time, began to cry, continuing to beg for help. Timothy hurried to untie her. He noted that she was very lucky to be noticed by him. Untying the gag on her mouth, the girl introduced herself as Lindsay and said that she was from a nearby village, sincerely thanking her for her rescue. The girl folded her arms across her chest and stammered, asking what her rescuer's name was. When Timothy said his name, Lindsay was shocked. The guy asked if she knew the nickname Corpse Collector. The girl barely audibly apologized, saying that, of course, she had heard various gossip about the guy, and although the rumors were not at all positive, the guy was completely different from all this gossip. Lindsay approached the guy closer and, looking him in the eyes, said that he was different because he saved her life. In her opinion, the guy was not at all like a corpse collector. Such words really struck the guy to the heart. Not letting Timothy come to his senses, the girl shouted in delight that for her the guy was a hero. Timothy always dreamed of becoming an adventurer who saves people from danger, and finally, he had such an opportunity. The boy told the girl to get up and come with him. He promised to take her to the village. Lindsay didn't immediately understand what he said. At that moment, even if only for a little while, the guy was happy someone needed him. A few minutes later, he turned to Lindsay and asked her to hide behind the rocks for a while. Thanks to his amazing armor, Timothy could sense the approach of the goblins, and a few seconds later he was convinced that there were quite a few of them. They had also seen their target. By eye, Timothy was able to calculate that there were about 20 opponents and they were all level 1, compared to his 15th. He said that his opponents had better prepare themselves because very soon they would be on his level. A fight broke out again between the boy and a squad of first-level goblins, which was quite bloody. Timothy's level systematically increased, directly proportional to the destruction of his enemies. Thanks to the level absorption, the boy could attack faster and faster. He became stronger with every second. 4 goblins rushed the boy's back while he dealt with the others. They decided to take advantage of the numbers and surprise. But for Timothy, the opponents were too slow. Before they even reached the ground, he jumped into the air. And a second later, it came down on them from above, like an avalanche, destroying them one by one, leaving them with nothing to oppose. Soon, only he and some of the enemies remained in the tunnel, the system confirming the level of the Lord. It took a few seconds to count the number of enemies destroyed, and finally, the system reported that he had risen to level 35. Lindsay emerged from the side tunnel and asked if she could come out now, but Timothy told her to stay in hiding. The guy shed a lot of blood of the Goblin Lord's relatives, and now, finally, he found his way here. The Goblin Lord was very angry and radiated powerful energy. The Goblin Lord raised his fist, releasing smoke from his mouth. Timothy prepared for a fight. They were on equal terms. The boy shouted that he was no longer as weak as when they first met, and the Goblin Lord raised a giant cleaver above his head. But Timothy shouted at him not to consider him easy prey and delivered a swift blow to his opponent's ribs with his sword. The Goblin Lord screamed in pain, and all his minions, who emerged from different sides of the tunnel, hissed furiously at Timothy. The guy quickly counted the opponents, and there were 10 of them. While the Lord was alive, Timothy would not want to be distracted by trifles. The boy found Lindsay with his eyes and shouted for the girl to throw the knives at him. The girl threw the knives along with the belt towards Timothy, and they flew rapidly into the air. In flight, the knives broke free from their holsters and began to fly in a chaotic manner directly at Timothy and the goblins who surrounded him. Lindsay, seeing this, scaredly shouted her apology to the guy. She realized too late that she shouldn't have done that. But to her surprise, Timothy calmly replied that she shouldn't worry because everything was absolutely fine. He picked up a pair of knives in the air and with lightning speed dealt a single blow to all the goblins surrounding him. He moved with lightning speed, picking up each knife before it fell to the ground. Each batch of weapons found its next victim. No one but Timothy could track his intention and avoid his defeat. The boy's speed increased to almost lightning speed. First-level goblins couldn't navigate space that quickly. Finally, clutching 6 daggers between his fingers, Timothy said that his opponents were very unlucky. There was no point in interfering with him. It was their desire to help that only reduced the harm to their master. A second later, all 6 knives simultaneously hit every first-level goblin that was still alive. When only Timothy and the Goblin Lord were left standing, the system announced that the boy's level had been raised to 45. The Goblin Lord attacked the boy from behind, but Timothy's level was higher now, so he was now much stronger than the boss. But the boy's plans were shattered when the Goblin Lord began to actively attack. Delivering blow after blow, he was still stronger. Timothy, barely holding back his opponent's blow, could not understand where such furious pressure could come from. The armor warned that this monster had a bracelet that increased its combat performance. Timothy was surprised. Usually it wasn't that easy to raise a player's level. That's why, in order to become even stronger, adventurers equipped themselves with items that increased their characteristics. However, until that very moment, the guy hadn't even thought that monsters could be equipped with items. But there was nothing to do, in which case Timothy's goal was perfectly clear. It was necessary to destroy the bracelet that made the boss's life easier, and this had to be done before he killed Timothy. The guy understood that it wouldn't be easy. It seemed like he would have to give it his all this time. Preparing for counterattacks, Timothy decided that he would use all his strength and the strength of his armor for this throw. A moment later, the former corpse collector rushed at the Goblin Lord. He decided to play a little trick. But the counterattack failed. The Goblin boss easily miscalculated the boy's maneuver and threw him deep into the cave. But for Timothy, this was not the end. He noticed that he was near the goblins he had killed earlier, from which his daggers were still sticking out. A second later, 2 daggers were already in the boy's hands and he ran towards the Goblin Lord. Halfway through, Timothy threw both daggers towards the Goblin boss, distracting him. While the man, with a haughty grin, was deflecting the daggers flying towards him, the boy thought of something interesting. Timothy ran as fast as he could towards the Goblin Lord, preparing to leap. Unraveling the bracelet on the boss's hand, the boy shouted that he had said this from the beginning. His goal was the bracelet. The effect of the object was leveling off, and the Goblin Lord could not yet understand what had just happened. The boy noticed that the first time the Goblin Lord saw the old weak Timothy was at the entrance to the dungeon. But now, he is many times stronger than him. Now it is the Goblin Lord who should flee in terror. Finally, he looked carefully at the giant and said that he could try to do it if he could. While the monster was considering what to do, the boy brought his sword up to strike, deciding to attack first. The Goblin Lord was able to repel the boy's first attack, and at first it seemed to him that it wouldn't cost much effort. But, a moment later, Timothy threw the Goblin boss a long distance into the cave, causing him to get stuck in the wall. The guy wasn't going to give the enemy a break. He asked if he was scared, because it wasn't surprising. Now his life was at stake. With his next blow, Timothy knocked this unspeakably huge cleaver out of his opponent's hands. The boy understood that if he defeated the Goblin Lord now, Timothy would forever get rid of his weakness. But the main boss of this cave, The Lord of the Goblins was not going to grant such an easy victory over himself. He raised his fist for another blow. For Timothy, these efforts of the enemy were worthless. He dealt him a fatal blow to the neck. This was the end. Thanks to this duel with the boss of the Goblin Cave, the boy would become even stronger from now on. He thanked him for that. A few seconds later, the system announced the increase in the Lord's level. Timothy's level had been increased to 80. The guy turned to Lindsay's hiding place and called her. The girl was now free to come out. Lindsay cautiously approached Timothy. Looking at the corpse of the Goblin Lord, she couldn't believe that the boy was able to defeat him. Having finally made sure that she was safe, Lindsay said that from now on the boy was the strongest adventurer in this place. As per the now familiar ritual, Timothy began extracting treasures from the corpse of the Goblin Lord, cutting off his large fang. The boy never dared to think that the day would come when he would obtain such a rare material. Lindsay assured Timothy that he didn't have to worry. She agreed to take all the things he needed to where they needed to be. Gradually, the corpse collector's bag filled up, and the Goblin Lord's blade and a cursed bone appeared there. Timothy sincerely thanked the girl for her help with the materials. No one had ever offered him help. Lindsay replied that the guy didn't need to worry. She wanted to thank him for saving her life, and it was easy to do. The only thing that worried the girl was what they would now do with the body of the Goblin Lord. Timothy understood that he had already collected good materials. He no longer needed to hide. He could simply return to the village. But if they leave the goblins as they are, living in this cave, they will be able to kidnap girls from the village again. Something had to be done about this, and the guy asked Lindsay if she could stay with him a little longer, and she asked where they were going. The boy replied that he would no longer allow the goblins to kidnap people, let alone his fellow villagers, and all the monsters in the cave would be destroyed. When the enemies were finished, the boy took the girl to the village. It was time for them to return home. Timothy was now level 100. Although he had left the village with the first, he had risen quite well during this time. In addition, at level 100, Timothy will be able to defeat most of the monsters around him. Filled with pride for his achievements, the boy said out loud that he had finally become a true adventurer. Lindsay, who had been walking a little behind him the whole time, asked what the guy had just said. The girl ran across the boy's path and shouted into his eyes that she had never heard of adventurers with a 3-digit level. Lindsay was sure that Timothy could no longer be considered a newcomer, but the strongest adventurer in the village. The boy agreed with the girl's statement, although her words made him think a little. No matter how much he tried to remember, he was sure that he had also never seen adventurers with a level as high as his now. He could absorb the levels of defeated enemies. The girl could not worry about him. He was also surprised when he first saw it. This news only inspired Lindsay even more. It turns out that Timothy, thanks to this ability, will be able to become even stronger. Smiling broadly and pressing her hands to her chest, she said she would keep her fingers crossed for him. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by a group of adventurers, the leader of which addressed the corpse collector. The guy's name was Michael, and he was curious about where Timothy got such armor from. Is it because the corpse collector couldn't raise his level that he decided to rely on equipment? Timothy, in his eyes, will still remain trash, even if he wears good equipment and armor. Michael said that the guy would remain a first-level weakling. No amount of equipment would help him with such a difference in levels. In his mockery, the leader of the adventurer squad lost his vigilance, and Timothy immediately took advantage of it. Threatening the boy with a dagger, Timothy said that he was fed up and asked him to shut up immediately. This unexpected turn of events caught Michael by surprise, and his first thought was to run away, which he successfully did. But it turned out that this was a deceptive move, and a moment later the head of the adventurer squad, shouting that Timothy should not dare to boast, ran to the attack. But his attack was a failed idea, because within seconds he found himself on the ground, unarmed, not understanding how this could have happened. The members of his group were also surprised by this spectacle and did not know whether to stand up for their leader. Seeing their hesitation, Timothy asked if they wanted to be next and try to fight him. Michael, sitting on the ground, looked at his hands and couldn't understand how he could lose to a level 1. He was a level 20. Timothy laughed in response, saying that Michael at level 20 was several times weaker than him. Hearing this, Michael's team members began to check Timothy's level and were amazed by what they saw. Michael joined them and suddenly fell silent when he saw the 100th level. It must have been some kind of joke. If this was really true, the boy couldn't even imagine what monster he had just faced. Timothy noted that at first he was a corpse collector to his opponent, but now he is simply a monster. In fact, he was just an ordinary adventurer. And as he explained this, the boy suddenly realized that he didn't see anyone next to him. Looking around in one of the alleys, he saw a trio of adventurers running away from him at full speed. Lindsay, who approached Timothy, noticed that something had really changed. Now people were running away from him. The girl was very happy for her savior, but it was time for them to go, so she called him to come with her. She was sure that she needed to tell everyone in the village about his new abilities. Sometime later, the boy and girl opened the doors of the same store. The store owner looked at the guy unfriendly and said that he was listening to him carefully, not expecting anything supernatural. Timothy, ignoring the interlocutor's reaction, said that he would like to sell the materials. The seller said that the corpse collector shouldn't waste his time. The guy must have brought some garbage again. Timothy smiled and silently took out some of his treasures. After he was done, he asked if it was really trash. The shocked owner could not believe what he was seeing. The corpse collector was holding the large fang of the goblin lord in his hand. The man snatched the fang from the boy's hands and they began to look at it. He asked where he had found such an object. Timothy paused for a moment and announced that he had defeated the goblin lord single-handedly. But, as expected, the store owner couldn't take him at his word. It was too unbelievable for the former Timothy. To confirm his words, the guy asked Lindsay to tell him how everything happened, and the girl confirmed his story. Without waiting for the store clerk's reaction, the boy poured the rest of his treasures onto the counter. Realizing that the man was simply frozen in place, Timothy asked if he would buy these goods, or if he should go to someone else. If necessary, the guy can easily find another buyer for such rare treasures. The seller recovered and said he could buy it all. He couldn't refuse such rare materials. Timothy could only hope that the store owner would appreciate these things. Sometime later, the boy and girl had already visited the market for supplies. They were both hungry. Timothy showed his familiar grandfather a bag of gold. The boy was indescribably happy about his enrichment. Grandpa asked where the boy suddenly had so much money. It was incredible. The boy happily replied that he had finally managed to defeat a strong monster, and this was his reward for his work. Grandfather, after listening to Timothy's explanation, sincerely congratulated him on such a desired achievement. But a second later, something happened that the boy never expected. His grandfather ran up to him and hugged him tightly. At that moment, Timothy was the happiest person on the planet. He was truly supported. Seeing that something was happening at the exit from the market, he asked his grandfather and Lindsay to wait at the counter. And it was a good decision, because werewolves had burst into the village, putting all the inhabitants in danger. One of the monsters had already spotted its first target, and the girl was trying to escape from danger with all her might. Timothy arrived in time to help her. He dealt the monster a fatal blow, saving the potential victim. When it was all over, the guy looked back at the girl lying on the ground and asked if she was okay, and received a positive answer. Calming down, he looked at the werewolves that remained and asked what they were. But Timothy didn't really expect an answer. It didn't matter. They shouldn't have come to the village today. Behind the first few werewolves, a whole pack climbed over the fence and lined up opposite Timothy, preparing to attack. The guy understood that they couldn't be allowed into the village, but in the meantime, the locals began looking for Michael and his group of adventurers. But Timothy understood that these acknowledged defenders of the village had fled here because of him, so saving their lives fell entirely on his shoulders. He didn't mind, especially since the werewolves rushed into the attack. Each of them was level 8, and they posed no threat to him. Of course, one guy wouldn't be enough for the whole pack, so part of it ran straight to the village to attack the locals while he was busy. Hearing the screams of people, Timothy saw that there were too many of them on the street. He should not forget about them under any circumstances. If nothing is done about this invasion, the werewolves will simply kill all the local residents. When one of the werewolves rushed at another victim, Timothy repelled the attack and hit the predator on the nose. He beat the werewolf until it stopped moving. Finally, one less enemy. When it was all over, Timothy asked if the guy who had almost died was okay, and he replied that he wasn't hurt. To the guy's remark that Timothy was a collector of corpses, he replied that he had more important things to do right now. Although the locals considered him a corpse collector and called him names, he still had clear moral principles. He couldn't throw people to their certain death, so he needed to finish off the huge pack of monsters as quickly as possible. The boy moved at great speed past the local people, who could not understand where he got such strength from. One by one, he struck down the werewolves, who had nothing to oppose a level 100 human. With each kill, the guy's level increased. Absorption continued, and eventually his level increased to 172. In a very short time, Timothy rose to level 72, but there were 10 werewolves. If the boy defeated all the monsters, he should have reached level 80. So everything suggests that Timothy lost a werewolf somewhere, and that he is now among the people in the village. The boy was right. One of the werewolves was sitting on the roof of a house and watching the girl who was standing alone on the street, confused. Timothy, one might say, found the victim in time and got to her before the werewolf landed on the ground. The guy understood perfectly well that, even with such high abilities and level as his, he would not physically be able to save everyone. Meanwhile, the werewolf was getting closer and closer to his victim, who froze in place in fear, unable to move. The guy understood that he did not accept what was happening now. He had to save the girl. Maybe he should throw a sword at the beast. The guy had only one chance, however. It was better to take a risk than to regret it later. So he no longer hesitated and threw his weapon towards the monster. The sword flew in a straight trajectory ahead, with only a few seconds left before hitting the target. From the strong blow of the werewolf's sword, he flew into the nearest wall of the house. He was wounded in the chest. Timothy approached the girl who was sitting with her head in her hands. She was very scared. When the girl realized that she was no longer in danger, she looked up at the boy and was surprised, calling him a corpse collector. She asked the guy if he really came to save them. Timothy was glad that the girl was okay. The guy realized that he didn't have time to chat, so he hurried to say goodbye, glad that he had managed to save the child. But Timothy didn't have time to go far. He was surrounded by locals. The guy thought that nothing good was waiting for him. One of the locals said that they all have a conversation with the corpse collector. The guy understood that this was to be expected. People would be unhappy that they had been saved by a corpse collector. He didn't want to listen to more insults against him and hurried to say goodbye, saying that they wouldn't want to see his face. But he didn't have time to leave. He was stopped again, and people wanted to thank him for their salvation. It was thanks to his protection that no one in the village was hurt. Timothy risked his life to save them. After these words, the mother of the girl he had saved approached the boy, and the boy did not know how to react to such behavior from others. The woman asked him to listen carefully to her words and thanked him for her child, bowing low to the ground. Timothy, seeing this, quickly rushed to the woman, telling her to immediately raise her head. He just wanted to help people, that's all. The guy used to collect loot from corpses, and that will never change. However, now Timothy has the strength to help others. The guy declared that from now on he would become an adventurer who would help people in need. He asked the locals to watch him, for which he would be infinitely grateful, turned around and walked away. That day, from a miserable corpse collector, he became an adventurer who saved the village from destruction. But the next day came. Lindsay ran after the boy as fast as she could, calling his name. But the boy didn't immediately hear her because he was lost in his thoughts. Timothy looked around and the girl stopped in shock. She asked where his armor was. The guy laughed and asked if the conversation was about his abyss armor. If so, then he had it on. This morning he suddenly realized that he could put them on and take them off whenever he wanted. Thanks to this armor, the boy was finally able to become a real adventurer. He was happy about this find in that strange cave. But the boy was still tormented by thoughts about why that strange dragon corpse was in the goblin cave. Although, at the moment, it doesn't really matter. In the end, everything worked out for him for the best. Meanwhile, in the goblin furnace, not far from the dragon's corpse, something was happening. Michael and his friends tried to break away from the enemy who was chasing them. The boy and girl, with tears in their eyes, tried to keep up with their leader, begging Michael for help. Michael didn't understand what such a monster was doing here. In these caves, he tried to break away from the pursuit. But no matter how hard he tried to escape, it was all in vain. The monster was already in front of him. The boy sat down on the ground, realizing that his end had come. Timothy, who was far from the goblin cave, still felt something strange. Before that, a group of adventurers led by Michael chased the cyclops near the village, and they badly wounded him. Michael was a little angry. He didn't like that the monster was able to escape. They almost finished him off. The boy ordered his friends to run faster because the cyclops had already reached the entrance to one of the caves. As the monster disappeared inside, the trio stopped at the entrance, looking like the cyclops would try to hide in the tunnels. Michael understood that because they were not there when the werewolves attacked the village, the group was fined a large sum. That is why, under no circumstances could they lose their prey. The cyclops must be killed as soon as possible. While they were talking at the entrance, the cyclops was attracted by the smell of the dead dragon, and the monster began to devour its flesh. The trio of adventurers resolutely set off after the monster. They were in the heat of the chase. They didn't even want to conduct reconnaissance. Two boys and a girl were moving through the tunnels. They increasingly felt the unpleasant stench of corpses. Probably someone had recently died in this cave. When the adventurers reached the same cave, they were shocked by what they saw, one monster devouring another. The cyclops greedily devoured the corpse of a giant dragon. Looking at this picture, the squad members were sure that something was wrong. And so, Timothy stood in the forest trying once again to immerse himself in his feelings. He understood that it wasn't just a strange feeling. Someone incredibly unusual was present right next to him. His feet themselves led the boy to the goblin cave. It seems that he had some connection with this place. Like all the people who were here, Timothy followed the scent, which became stronger with each step. Ahead was the corpse of a dragon, but what appeared before his eyes made the boy shudder. A huge cyclops was holding a dead man in his arms. With one sharp movement, the monster threw the adventurer's body away, and he fell to the ground, sending up sprays of blood around him. After the cyclops dealt with the last member of Michael's team, his eye found Timothy's silhouette in the darkness of the cave. The guy looked at the monster. He had never encountered such demons, but he was confident in his abilities. Nothing threatened him. Timothy decided that he needed to attack first, to get ahead of the game, before the cyclops could make his move. But, unexpectedly, the system stopped the guy, reporting that the difference in levels was too great, and Timothy was advised to avoid a fight. The boy was so shocked that he didn't notice the monster running up to him and delivering its first blow. Timothy even choked from such pressure he lost his balance and flew into the depths of the cave. The system reported that the guy was advised to check the enemy's status. Timothy couldn't believe his eyes. This giant cyclops of the abyss, it turns out, was level 200, which caused great surprise. The guy still hasn't decided what to do. The system reported a powerful accumulation of energy in the area of the opponent's head. Timothy, still lying on the ground, was advised to retreat immediately, but the boy did not have enough strength to do so. The cyclops began to approach the boy, intending to make him another victim. The system kept screaming for immediate retreat. Timothy tried to force himself to get up. He understood that if he didn't do something right now, his end would come right here. The system reported that there were 8 seconds left until the attack began. The countdown continued. Timothy leaned on his sword, and, at the same second as the countdown ended, the cyclops pushed the boy away from him, emitting a powerful beam of energy from his eye. Timothy, unable to do anything to oppose the powerful opponent, screamed loudly from such a blow. The boy was injured. Having fallen to the ground in the depths of the furnace, the corpse collector felt that he was losing consciousness, but the cyclops was not going to stop. The guy didn't understand how much time had passed, but something had definitely changed. The system reported that the enemy had left the cave. Perhaps the adversary took Timothy for dead, but he was mistaken, although he was close to the truth. The armorers reported that the boy had serious injuries and recommended that he use a potion to heal his wounds. Timothy was delighted. He had completely forgotten that he had found such potions in the goblin lair. After drinking 1 bottle of potion, the boy felt that now, at least, it was easier for him to move. He should thank the goblins for their medicine. The guy looked at the exit from the cave. He urgently needed to catch up with the cyclops. He was definitely trying to get to the village. Timothy headed for the exit, when suddenly someone called out to him, calling him a corpse collector. The voice was very familiar to the boy. Looking back and peering into the darkness of the cave, he saw Michael near one of the walls. The boy was still alive. Overcoming the incredible pain, Michael said that he saw healing potions in Timothy. The boy had to give them to him. The leader of the adventurer squad still believed that it was too valuable an item for someone like Timothy. The boy hoped to heal his wounds and escape while the monster headed for the village, so he had a chance to survive. That's why he began to demand, shouting, that Timothy give him the healing potion immediately. But this enthusiasm quickly passed. Because the boy choked on a bloody cough, he began to beg Timothy to do it, because the pain was extreme. The corpse collector asked the system that controlled his armor if the healing potions could heal Michael's wounds. The system replied that this was impossible. The guy had too many fatal wounds, and the chances of survival were 0. According to calculations, it was concluded that the boy would have died in a few minutes from blood loss. This news, of course, made Timothy very sad. But he was also curious whether the level absorption skill worked on humans. The system answered in the affirmative, and the guy turned to Michael, saying that he could no longer help him, who replied that this was understandable. Michael cursed. He wanted this pain to finally end, but maybe he wanted too much. Timothy offered him one option. He could put the boy out of his misery immediately. Michael replied that he was not stupid at all and understood everything himself. He asked Timothy to do it. With his last strength, he raised his head to the corpse collector and told him to kill him immediately. Timothy admitted that, to be honest, he hated the guy all this time. However, now, at this second, the boy realized that he would miss Michael. He fulfilled the request and achieved level 200. Meanwhile, the Cyclops had already reached the edge of the village, watching the inhabitants through the branches of the trees. The monster felt the accumulation of energy, to which it was so drawn, it could not restrain a roar of joy and delight. The victims had been found, but the monster didn't take into account that it had left one of the witnesses alive. Timothy, unexpectedly, ran up from behind and struck the Cyclops on the nose. The Cyclops growled in pain. One of his arms was wounded, blood spurting in different directions. The boy shouted that the monster should forgive him, but the Cyclops would die at his hands, and Timothy rushed into a second attack. The former corpse collector, who was now level 200, said that a Cyclops should finish off his enemies. It is precisely because the one-eyed monster did not do this that they are both at the same level now. The guy couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to deal with the monster as soon as possible so that it couldn't kill the residents. Finally, the guy added that he had to kill his friend with this hand, so now he was beside himself with rage. The Cyclops didn't need to be asked twice. At that very moment, the monster rushed into the attack, angered by the audacity of some boy. The boy took advantage of his opponent's blind rage and jumped on his shoulder, trying to fool his vigilance. Once behind the monster, the boy immediately struck him. But the effect of the attack was weaker than Timothy expected. The Cyclops' wings turned out to be stronger than it seemed at first glance. Cyclops began to generate energy again to strike, but Timothy couldn't give him a chance to fire again. The boy realized too late that the accumulation of energy was only for the purpose of inflicting a physical blow, and the Cyclops kicked the boy. Not letting Timothy come to his senses, the Cyclops uprooted one of the trees growing nearby and swung it at the boy. The blow was so strong that the boy, falling to the ground, broke several tree branches that were in the way with his body. Timothy fell to the ground exhausted. He could barely breathe. His injuries were significant, but he had no use for stubbornness. The lives of innocent people were at stake, even though they were equal and identical. For some reason, the Cyclops was still stronger. The boy took out another bottle of healing potion and drank it. This monster even used the trick against him. After the potion, his condition improved significantly, and, wiping his lips, the boy said that this was not the end. The Cyclops began generating energy again, and the system informed the boy that an immediate retreat was recommended. Timothy tried to orient himself in space as quickly as possible. The Cyclops did not want to calm down. A second later, the boy was already dodging the monster's energy beam attack. The corpse collector, as if in a fever, was trying to figure out a way out. There wasn't much of a choice. Timothy knew it was better for him to attack the enemy than to constantly avoid his attacks. The boy flew into the air and with a lightning strike hit one of the wings with which the Cyclops was trying to protect his eye. Timothy let out a cry of pain, but he managed to cut the monster's wing, although it was quite a difficult task. This small victory was very appropriate for the boy to believe in his abilities with new strength. But what happened next made even the boy surprised. The Cyclops pushed off the ground. It turned out that the monster no longer wanted to fight. He decided to run away, and Timothy could not stop it. The boy quickly realized that the Cyclops wanted to kill all the locals to restore his monstrous powers. Timothy ran after the monster as fast as he could. He had to get back to the village as quickly as possible because it was in danger. The locals, meanwhile, had no idea until they saw the monster's giant shadow above their heads. It was a good thing that they all managed to run away from the Cyclops landing site because it caused a real explosion. The first thing the Cyclops did after landing was destroy the houses around him. The villagers began to scream in fear and run in all directions, begging for help. This is what attracted the monster's attention, and it began to use an energy beam against the locals and everything around it. Timothy could not stand such vandalism. He dealt the Cyclops a surprise blow and shouted for him to stop. Just as the monster prepared to counterattack, the boy disappeared from its horizon, as if dissolving into thin air. The monster looked up and saw his opponent in the air preparing for another strike. And a moment later, when Timothy reached his target, the Cyclops easily repelled his attack, a smile visible on his face. Timothy was not going to stop. He beat the Cyclops again and again. The guy's goal was to save the village. The Cyclops responded to such restlessness by concentrating energy in the eye area. He was not going to die so easily. In the heat of emotion, Timothy almost forgot about his own safety, and the monster tried to take advantage of this. The guy managed to avoid injury at the last second. When the opponent saw that he had missed the target, he swung his huge fist to reinforce the attack. This blow became inevitable for Timothy. It was so strong that the boy sank into the ground, raising a huge amount of dust and stones around him. The Cyclops, meanwhile, turned around and headed towards the center of the village, jumping from one rooftop to another. When the dust and smoke cleared, the people's eyes were opened to the picture of Timothy lying in the pit. A few seconds later, the boy was already trying to get up. He said that he hadn't finished his mission yet. Timothy understood that only he could overcome such a strong demon, so he could never give up on him. The Cyclops reached the central market and stood before the grandfather, who was the boy's food supplier, who calmly called him a thug. Grandpa looked around and realized that even if he ran, they would still catch up with him. In that case, there was no point in him doing this. All that remained was to buy time for the hero. And the hero didn't have to wait long. After a couple of seconds, Timothy appeared in front of the monster's face. The boy looked back at his grandfather and shouted that a ragged man like him could not be a hero. But the grandfather was adamant. He said that the boy was truly a hero. Otherwise, why did he come to his aid? The boy may have agreed with his grandfather, but still, he didn't know how to overcome this stocky and powerful enemy. The old man remained silent and replied that it didn't matter that he and the monster were of the same level. Rummaging in the box, he told the boy not to keep so many unimportant thoughts in his head. A second later, having found what he was looking for, he threw a piece of bread towards Timothy. The boy automatically grabbed it. Only after the piece was in his hands did Timothy realize that it was the same bread that the corpse collector ate every day. The old man asked if anything was different now from the days when the guy was a corpse collector. Timothy said the bread still tasted terrible, but thanks to his grandfather, he was able to gather his thoughts. Timothy thanked his grandfather and apologized to the monster for making him wait. Now they could continue their duel. As soon as he finished his opening remarks, he immediately started running towards the monster. Timothy, like a madman, flew around the Cyclops, striking him and avoiding a response. At some point, he lost control and the opponent grabbed his arm, the monster waving it around like a rag. Having spun the boy around enough, the Cyclops threw him in the direction of one of the houses that stood on the street. Soon part of the street turned into complete ruins. But Timothy was not going to give up. He was the only outpost protecting the people. Despite all the boy's efforts, he could not find the path he needed to take to defeat this monster. Suddenly, Timothy heard a child's cry, and looking around saw a boy trembling in fear near the wall of a destroyed house. The corpse collector ran to the boy, trying to protect him from the Cyclops and yelling at him to run away immediately. The boy muttered through his tears that he was very scared. He couldn't move because his legs wouldn't obey his head. In the end, all of Timothy's persuasions were in vain. The Cyclops' eye had spotted the little boy and had already made him its target. The giant monster instantly jumped from its spot and landed right next to the frightened child, its mouth wide open. The boy froze in fear, expecting death, but Timothy covered him with himself, shouting that he would not allow this to happen. With all his desperation, the corpse collector resisted the giant fist of the Cyclops, which tried with great pressure to push through his block. Eventually, the monster retreated, and Timothy had a few seconds to catch his breath. He asked the boy to run away as quickly as possible. The boy replied that he still couldn't move, and the Cyclops began to generate an energy beam in the head area. Timothy, realizing that there wasn't much time left, began to persuade the boy, saying that he was brave and would succeed. Inspired by such warm words, the boy rose to his feet and shouted that from now on he would not be afraid. While the child ran as fast as he could from that street to safety, Timothy prepared for another round of battle. The system notified of the accumulation of energy and the need to retreat. But Timothy did not have the strength to do so. It seemed that this time he would not be able to escape. The Cyclops' eye released an energy beam towards the opponent, and this time the energy was quite powerful. Timothy's body rammed into the building opposite and shattered the house into pieces. After flying through the building, the boy ended up on a nearby street, still breathing but almost powerless. Despite the fact that they were at the same level with the monster, the difference in strength was very large. The Cyclops was too powerful an opponent. The system notified that the boy needed immediate treatment. Timothy reached into the potion compartment. But, within a second, Timothy realized that the compartment was empty. There was not a single bottle inside. It seems the healing potions were lost during the monster's final strike, leaving no hope of salvation. The guy understood that he needed to heal urgently, but gradually his consciousness left him. It turns out that the village was destroyed. If he could recover, he could save all these people. Timothy desperately wanted someone to help him. And his request was heard. The bottle of potion was already emptying, providing the desired healing. Timothy gradually opened his eyes. He saw a stranger in front of him who was helping him. Seeing that the boy had opened his eyes, the girl shouted happily that he had regained consciousness. Timothy stood up and asked who she was. The stranger introduced herself as Melissa. Melissa said that she was born and raised in the village, so she also wants to protect him. She is an ordinary village girl. The Cyclops couldn't wait long. He was destroying everything around him, so Timothy had to get back into the fight as soon as possible. The girl shyly reported that she had seen the boy fighting the monster to protect their village. All the people also want to protect this village despite everything that happened before. They are very grateful to him for such self-sacrifice. She got to her feet and offered Timothy her hand, suggesting they get out of here. But the boy replied that he could not do that, because he was the only one in the village who could defeat this monster. The boy leaned on his sword trying to get up. He needed to come up with some kind of plan to save people, with the condition he was in now. But Melissa replied that if Timothy loses to the Cyclops now, then the village will not be able to save anything. The boy saw the village burning and smoking behind the girl, the scale of the destruction increasing with every second. Melissa believed that precisely because Timothy was the only defender, the boy needed to avoid meeting the monster right now. He can only continue his duties when his wounds are fully healed. The guy's whole body really hurt. It looked like he needed to rest a little more before fighting again at full strength. But Timothy and Melissa's plans were not destined to come true. The Cyclops landed in front of them a few seconds later, ready for a new round. Melissa once again extended her hand to the boy, who had to decide as quickly as possible whether to run away or not. This time the boy wasn't going to argue. He grabbed Melissa's hand and ran as far away from the monster as he could. The girl ran into an alley and Timothy, without stopping, asked how she knew his name. Running around another corner, Melissa replied that the boy was extremely popular in this village. Timothy asked if this popularity was somehow connected with the corpse collector. The girl replied that of course, but there were some nuances. Stopping abruptly and turning to the boy, she said with a smile that she considered him a hero. When the werewolves attacked the village, she was also present on the street and saw everything with her own eyes. Suddenly blushing and closing her eyes, Melissa said that was exactly what she believed. The girl believed that Timothy would be able to save this village, and these words incredibly inspired the boy. He, with respect in his voice, promised that he would definitely kill this monster and save their village. The conversation between the boy and the girl was interrupted by shouts from around the corner. Looking out, they saw some people dragging the villagers to carts. In the middle of a small square stood 2 carts, already filled with residents. All that remained was to pull in the last girl. The bandit leader ordered his men to hurry up, because the monster would soon reach here. Even if they all openly kidnap people, no one will be able to stop them now. The leader of the robbers and looters laughed out loud. It was finally their time to make money. Timothy didn't understand why he had to come across these ugly creatures right now, who couldn't even be called human. During such destruction, these creatures were going to take everything they could carry from civilians. Melissa was also very outraged by the actions of these people. Their actions were completely inhumane. Absorbed in everything that was happening on the square, the guy didn't notice that the girl was no longer with him. Looking around, he saw one of the looters, who was quite burly, holding Melissa in his arms and threatening to kill her. The giant marauder said that if the boy did not want this girl to get hurt, he should drop his weapon. Timothy barely restrained himself from killing the attacker on the spot. Only the girl in the stranger's arms stopped him. Finally, agreeing to the giant's terms, the 3 of them came out from around the corner and appeared before the leader of the robbers. The marauder scratched his head thoughtfully, as if he had announced in advance that they didn't need men. But within a second, all the attention of the gang members was focused on the girl, and she was indeed very beautiful. One of the marauding bandits said that he was absolutely sure that they would be able to sell it for a high price. Timothy asked how these people had the audacity to do such things while the village was in danger. The leader of the robbers' marauders replied that he didn't care what happened to this village. They originally came to this village to rob it, and the invasion of this monster came in handy. Suddenly running up to Timothy, the leader of the marauders said that he was lucky that they hadn't killed everyone. These words made the boy's blood boil. Were these people really complete freaks? Timothy's reaction did not impress the leader at all. He laughed and asked if he was really an adventurer. Leaning into the boy's ear, the robber said that he was very sorry. The boy was in the wrong place and at the wrong time. Even with so much power, the adventurer could do nothing in this situation. The leader of the robbers no longer paid any attention to Timothy. He turned to his men and informed them that it was time for them to set off. Looking at Melissa, who was still in the giant's arms, the man ordered them to watch her more closely. The robbers didn't want the boy to interfere in their affairs. Timothy only needed a second. As soon as the right opportunity arose, he would save Melissa, and unexpectedly such a moment came. It was Lindsay. The girl rushed at the stocky man with such speed that she didn't have time to stop in time when he jumped to the side. She tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, still holding the knife in front of her. The burly bandit said that she had never beaten him. He was in a different weight category. But Lindsay replied with a smile that she didn't have such a goal. The plan was a little different. She screamed that she was just bait, and a second later Timothy took his chance. The adventurer moved with such speed and had such strength that the robber had no chance. He simply flew into the air. The robber dropped Melissa from his hands, and Timothy managed to catch her in time. The girl flew straight into his arms. The boy ordered the girl to hide now because the robbers were already preparing to attack. A fight was inevitable. The marauding thugs drew their weapons and surrounded the boy from all sides. The guy looked at this pitiful sight and didn't understand whether the people were really sure of what they were doing. He wasn't going to hold back. The leader of the robbers shouted with laughter that they were not afraid of him. He was a fool pretending to be a hero. Timothy turned to him and said that he was giving them a final warning that it was not too late to stop. They had too much of a difference in levels, it was all over soon. The still-alive leader asked what Timothy was up to. Adventurers weren't that fast. Timothy approached the robber and said that, unfortunately, he was no ordinary adventurer. Their marauding party was unlucky enough to encounter a level 200 adventurer. The leader cursed and jumped up, rushing at the boy with the sword. He could not bear such humiliation. When it was all over, the system announced that Timothy's level had increased and reached the maximum mark for human. The guy was amazed. This meant that a person above level 250th could not raise it. He had never thought that there could be a level limit, but he had also never heard of adventurers with a level as high as his current one. The boy was brought out of his thoughts by Melissa, who threw herself on his neck with a scream. The boy could barely stay on his feet. She thanked him for saving her, but Timothy replied that he would never leave her for anything. He couldn't do that, because it was this girl who saved him when she gave him the recovery potion to drink. If it weren't for her, that cyclops monster would have killed him long ago, so Timothy's whole being screamed that he had to protect this girl. Melissa took the boy's face in her hands and said that after everything that had happened, he had become a real hero to her. The guy was confused. He didn't think he deserved such words in his direction. He had never been praised. If he left these robbers alive, they could rob other villages. These thoughts constantly swirled in the boy's head. He understood very well that there was no other choice. They had to take their lives, otherwise they wouldn't have stopped. Melissa said that it wasn't his fault at all. He wasn't guilty of anything at all. There was no need to blame himself. The guy had to take all these lives in order to save the villagers, who were now able to hug each other. That's why the girl believed that she shouldn't blame herself for this act. Timothy had done the right thing. She put her hand to her chest and, looking wide-eyed into Timothy's face, said that he was her hero. These words were real honey for the boy, who had been deprived of kind words all his life. Now he felt much better. Lindsay, who ran up to them, reported that all the people who had been caught had already returned to their homes. The boy put his hand on the girl's head and said that she was a great young lady, which made her laugh. Dancing in place, Lindsay said she was very glad she could help and be useful. While Timothy thought she could only watch, but she was unable to help, although she really wanted to. Therefore, next time she would really like to fight with him. She wanted to be next to her savior and be useful to him. Timothy replied that he did not agree with this and said that it was okay, the girl should live her childhood. Suddenly, a cyclops appeared on the horizon again. It seemed he was looking for an adventurer. Timothy turned to the girls and said that they both had better hide as soon as possible. The system reported that upon reaching level 250th, the boy would finally be able to deal with this monster. Timothy looked towards the cyclops, finally. Now he had the opportunity to overcome this monster. A few minutes later, the cyclops reached the square where the girls and the boy were. Timothy was even glad for their next meeting. This time, it would be the last. The cyclops would lose his life. But the presence of the girls still prevented the start of the fight. The guy once again told them to hide immediately. While the girls were running away, Timothy apologized to the monster for his escape during their last meeting. But now he's not going to run away anywhere. The guy suggested putting an end to all their disagreements in this square. Watching the cyclops destroy everything around him, Timothy remembered that he had never even been able to wield a sword before. And then, one day, he swung his sword for the first time to save his life. Then, Timothy had to fight to protect his home. And at this very moment, he will have to use his sword to justify the hopes of his friends. The boy shouted that the monster had better get ready. The confrontation had begun. And now the cyclops will feel on his own skin the blow of a man who has surpassed human capabilities. Such a passionate speech completely deprived the monster of patience, and breaking down the houses, he rushed straight at Timothy. But the boy, without even moving, responded to this fury with a clear blow of his sword. Timothy said that the monster's attacks were useless because he was no longer the same guy he was last time. Timothy's counterattack caused the cyclops to fly a long distance and fall to the ground. The boy remained standing there, looking at the huge pile of dust that rose into the sky. A second later, the cyclops appeared again through the dust, generating a stream of energy and aiming at Timothy. The system reported that an incredible accumulation of energy had been recorded, but Timothy replied that the armor should not worry. The guy raised his sword and said that there would be no problem with that. In this world, level decided everything. And now, the Cyclops of the Abyss, no matter how gigantic he is, has less strength than Timothy, who is level 250th. The Cyclops made his move and, directing a stream of energy, struck Timothy in the direction. The boy said that it didn't matter to him at all. The monster had no chance of winning if the difference in their levels was so great, and that's exactly what happened. The Cyclops growled at the boy in rage, the monster unable to understand how his opponent had become so strong in the time they had not seen each other. Timothy, looking at him, asked what was the matter. Was the monster really scared? This was quite strange, considering that the Cyclops felt strong when he killed the villagers. But karma exists, and now it's the monster's turn to be crushed, which the boy agreed to provide for him. The monster shouldn't be so surprised. The boy finally moved and ran towards the Cyclops at high speed. In this world, everything was decided by level, and the boy proved it by hitting the monster with his sword. The blow was so strong that the Cyclops could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground. The monster was very angry when he got to his feet, immediately firing an energy beam towards Timothy. The boy said that the Cyclops never understood, but it was his duty to show the monster what true despair was. The boy put his hand forward, which, in this case, acted as a protective shield and absorbed the energy of the monster's attack. Cyclops bowed his head in despair. Timothy asked if he understood the difference between them. The monster, which considered itself omnipotent, could not accept such a defeat and, after a couple of minutes, launched another attack. The blow with the giant fist was a miss. The guy was not only stronger than last time, but also faster. He managed to bounce back. Immediately after the physical attack, the Cyclops used an energy beam, hoping to take advantage of the surprise effect. Timothy realized that he couldn't wait any longer. He jumped into the air, intending to end this fight. Cyclops tried to follow his trajectory, but it was all in vain. The boy was approaching him. He had to defend himself. With one lightning strike, Timothy cut off the hand the Cyclops was using to cover his eye. This loss proved to be very significant for the monster. He screamed in pain, holding the wounded one with his surviving hand. Timothy wanted to end the monster as soon as possible, because this story had dragged on for too long. The boy demanded that Cyclops kneel before him, but the Cyclops went completely mad and began to emit energy beams in all directions. Saying that it was useless to resist, the boy ran up to the Cyclops and punched him in the face. The Cyclops fell to the ground. He saw his opponent running towards him to finish what he had started. The guy said that the monster had harmed many people. Saying that it was time to pay his bills, the boy poked out one eye of the giant monster. The next day, a large construction project began in the village, with all the locals helping each other. Leaders immediately emerged among them, telling others what to do and where to best use their strength. One of the guys carrying the wood tripped over something and started to fall. Suddenly, like a shadow, Timothy appeared from behind and picked up the boy along with the heavy burden. The guy looked around and saw the corpse collector in front of him. He thanked him for the help, and Timothy said that he should be more careful. Sometime later, Timothy stood under a tree at a distance from the village and pondered what level transformation meant. The system explained that with the level transformation skill, by absorbing levels, the boy could transform them into new, unique skills. Unique skills have various useful effects, such as speed boost or fire resistance. This was a nice bonus for adventurers. They gained experience points and increased their level. They can be obtained with a very low probability, and Timothy for now has received such an ability. At first, he couldn't gain experience points, and therefore, unique skills were unavailable to him. This means that in exchange for leveling up, Timothy could now gain very rare unique skills, which made me think. The main question for the boy now was, what exactly were the armor of the abyss? The system recommended that the guy, for starters, get the limit break skill, which allowed him to gain an unlimited number of levels. The price of this rare skill was 240 levels. That was the price to pay for it. If Timothy buys this skill now, he will immediately lose almost all of his 250 levels. But if you look at it from another perspective, this skill was simply necessary for Timothy. When the boy grasped this thought, he no longer hesitated, but resolutely paid the necessary price for the new opportunities. The system said that to purchase a skill, you need to name the code phrase and the name of the desired skill. The phrase is purchase request, which the guy did. After the conditions were met, the system announced that it was performing a level transformation. The guy didn't understand what was happening to him right now, but a second later, a powerful energy beam shot into the sky. At the same time, an element on Timothy's armor was activated. This skill was quite painful. As if from the heart, from the boy's talisman, 240 levels began to fly out at the same time. After a few minutes, the system announced that the transformation was complete. The limit breakthrough skill had been obtained. The boy suddenly had a new feeling, as if his consciousness had expanded. The system reported that the human level limit had been exceeded. In other words, the guy was now a being that exceeded human. It had been a long journey. Meanwhile, a new traveler came to the village. He was unhappy that he had overcome such a path. Despite all the adventures along the way, it turned out that the monster had already been destroyed, so the time had been wasted. In addition, the man was interested in the adventurer who defeated this demon and his current location. The system notified that the maximum level had been exceeded. 200 levels were awaiting absorption and were granted to the owner. The guy had completely forgotten that last time he couldn't absorb the cyclops level. After a few seconds, Timothy watched as his level scale changed. Active absorption was taking place. Although the boy had spent almost all of his levels on transformation before, now he can be calm and fight monsters. Timothy decided that he needed to gain as many unique skills as possible. All of these unique skills were very valuable if a guy could get a large number of them. Then he could most likely become the strongest adventurer in the world. The guy understood that, to begin with, he needed to clearly think through his plan of action. Timothy's thoughts were interrupted by Melissa, who pounced on the adventurer from behind. The boy fell to the ground in surprise. The girl said that she was looking for him. After yesterday's victory over the monster, chaos began in the village. She could not find him anywhere. Timothy apologized and explained that he had been helping the villagers put out the fires yesterday. Lindsay, who also unexpectedly appeared on the lawn, said that Melissa was very worried about the boy. As the boy and girl looked around, Lindsay added with a smile that of course she was worried too. Timothy said that he was very happy that the girls were okay. He was actually very worried about them. Melissa smiled and replied that it was all thanks to the guy and she was very grateful to him for it. Saying that it was just a thank you, Melissa approached Timothy and kissed him on the cheek. Both the boy and the girl felt uncomfortable after that. And in the end, Melissa, lowering her eyes, announced that she had fallen in love with Timothy. The boy didn't have time to recover from the news, and the girl, blushing, was already running away. Only Lindsay and Timothy remained on the lawn, silently looking at each other, unable to fully comprehend what had happened. Grandpa suddenly appeared behind the boy and announced with a laugh that it seemed that spring had finally come to him too. Unable to bear the mockery of the girl and the old man any longer, Timothy began to shout and chase them away, who ran away laughing. Left alone, the guy could no longer hide his joy. Someone had fallen in love with him, something he had never even dreamed of before. Timothy didn't know what to do about it, but the system responded that the guy should behave like a man. A few days later, a large group of adventurers appeared near the village. It seemed they had reached their destination. It looked like a wasteland. Were they really late? One of the squad members said that this was probably not the case, and suggested that perhaps another monster had attacked the village. If it were the work of the fire dragon, there would be absolutely nothing left of the village. The squad leader replied that, in any case, they needed to ask the locals about the attack. Whatever happens before their arrival, the adventurers must prevent this dragon from attacking. Listening to the squad leader's commands, the adventurers set off for the village in a determined mood. Meanwhile, something was happening in the infamous Goblin Cave, and that something was quite dangerous. In the depths of darkness, a black dragon awakened and poured flames all around. Timothy decided to practice some of his new skills and make fun of some monsters. All the daggers the boy fired at his targets reached their targets. The guy was level 1 again, and in recent days he had gained many unique skills. Running past various forest dwellers, the boy recalled that the first was the poisonous coating skill. Although it cost 200 levels, this skill allowed you to apply deadly poison to any weapon. With this tuning, Timothy could deal with small monsters, which is what he was doing now. The second skill was knife throwing. With these two acquisitions, the guy lost all his levels. But thanks to them, Timothy can now defeat monsters while avoiding direct confrontations with them. The only drawback of poison is that it takes some time before the monster dies. And even with the first level, Timothy could now regain his former strength with great speed. The boy stood in the clearing and saw the rays of the new levels he had achieved rising above the forest. The system reported that Timothy's level had increased to 41, and the guy decided that he would spend the earnings on new skills. Timothy sent a purchase request and announced that he wanted to trade levels for poison boosts. After a few seconds, the system fulfilled the request. From now on, monsters should die faster. The guy decided that was enough for today. About 20 monsters were poisoned now. In a couple of hours, he would be level 200 again. After doing everything he had planned, Timothy decided to return when suddenly he saw a large group of people on the road. Catching up with the last of the crowd, the guy asked what was going on. The leader of the adventurer squad was interested in the unexpected encounter and asked if the boy was also an adventurer. His name was Abe, and he was level 120th. The representative of the Adventurers Guild wanted to invite the boy to join their group, but looked at Timothy's data on the monitor. The guy's data indicated his current level, which was 1, which was not enough. All the adventurers gathered around them were discussing that Timothy must have been a newcomer. For the boy, this was an expected reaction. Abe said that the boy probably wanted to become an adventurer, but Timothy replied that he had been one for a long time. This answer stunned the representative of the Adventurers Guild. He didn't even know what to say. One of the squad members hugged Timothy by the shoulders and, laughing, asked why, in that case, the guy still had the first level. This was probably some kind of joke. Taking a closer look at Timothy's face, the man recoiled. He couldn't believe it. He was hearing rumors about this weirdo. The boy was called the weakest adventurer in the history of the universe. He is the same collector of corpses. Timothy replied that it was and asked what problems the man might have with this. Abe, realizing that the situation was escalating, announced that they had received a hunting assignment from the guild. Recently, eyewitnesses have seen many special demons in these lands. They are here for one reason. A black dragon is hiding here. A powerful monster of level 150th. Abe knew perfectly well that defeating this monster alone would be an impossible task. That's why the guy gathered a group of adventurers with unique skills. His squad will defeat this dragon and the locals shouldn't worry. Realizing that with all these explanations he hadn't even had time to officially introduce himself, the guy decided to officially introduce himself. Timothy, shaking hands with his interlocutor, made calculations according to which he could handle the dragon himself. Although one thought haunted him. Was it really the same black dragon that had given him the armor? The boy's conversation was interrupted by a member of the squad, who was running towards Abe with some news. The squad leader intercepted the boy and anxiously asked what was the matter. The boy couldn't catch his breath, so he took long pauses. He said that their scouts had found a dragon. The scouts had no doubts at all. It was definitely the same black dragon. After listening to the scouts' report, Abe said that the squad should immediately head to the cave. So that each member of the squad could hear, the leader announced once again that the scouts had found the target of their mission. Everyone had to get ready. Such words greatly encouraged everyone present. But Timothy understood that the group's level was approximately 120. And, although some of the players had unique skills, they would have a very hard time against a dragon that was level 150th. The guy perfectly understood that he couldn't just leave these people to their fate. He decided to join Abe's group and asked him to do so. The guy was counting on the monsters he poisoned to die soon, so he would be able to rise to level 200. With his level, there shouldn't be any problems, but Abe said no. Looking back at Timothy, Abe said that it was too dangerous for the boy. He didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. The guy tried to argue with the group leader, but all he heard around him was the condemnation of the other adventurers, who said that the weak among them had no place. Suddenly, one of the adventurers approached him and said that the leader had been too gentle with Timothy. He would say directly, "That weakling." With that, the conversation between the adventurer group and Timothy was over, and all the adventurers followed Abe. The guy was in despair. He understood that at this rate, all these people would die, but with the first level, Timothy really couldn't help them. There was nothing to do, and the boy decided to wait until his equals came to him and then catch up with these stubborn adventurers. Sometime later, Abe looked at the horrific scene before him, something they had not been warned about at all. It was a level 150th black dragon. It was probably just some kind of joke. It couldn't be a black dragon because it was a disaster rank monster. A dragon that ruled over all black dragons. It was level 300. The destroyer of worlds killed all the scouts and greeted the newcomers with flames, ready to attack. Abe, seeing this terrible picture, shouted to his men to retreat immediately because none of them could cope with such an enemy. Help was needed. The boy tried to give the order to contact the guild, but the dragon knocked him off his feet with its giant tail. Timothy, at that moment, felt that the battle had begun. He needed to immediately run to the cave. He saw the dragon from afar and immediately recognized it as the same monster from the goblin cave. Timothy couldn't understand how it had happened. Was he really just pretending to be in the oven? But the boy immediately stopped himself on this thought. Now was not the time to think about it. The destroyer of worlds raised its head and began generating flames, preparing to strike. Timothy sped up when he saw flames burst out and begin to kill the adventurers. When asked how long it would take him to absorb monster levels, the system replied in 30 seconds. The guy said that the process should go faster because the dragon didn't wait. There weren't many survivors left. Finally, the system notified the guy about the confirmation of the monster's death from poison. He was almost there. The level was absorbed and raised to 201. The guy immediately shouted that he wanted to make a purchase request. A few seconds later, the dragon released flames towards Timothy, but he used flame resistance against it. Abe, who was lying on the ground behind Timothy, was shocked. The boy asked the squad leader who else was alive. Abe couldn't put two words together. The only thing the boy said was surprise at the stopping of the World Destroyer's attack. The same impudent adventurer asked why they were barely standing, and the corpse collector wasn't even injured. Timothy looked in his direction and replied that it was all because he was much stronger than them. But even with such power, he couldn't save everyone, so he apologized, but it was too late. The boy was lying on the ground, dead. Timothy knew that no matter how strong he became now, he still couldn't save people. But for the sake of the adventurers who died here, he must be decisive. The boy shouted in the dragon's face that he would defeat him here and now, and the dragon growled loudly in response. A second later, a black flame flew towards Timothy, and Abe called out the boy's name in fear. Timothy half looked back at Abe and told him not to worry. With one hand, he captured all the dragon's flames and destroyed them. The boy looked at his opponent and said that such a weak flame would never hurt him. Along with Abe's surprise, Timothy was also awaited by the redoubled wrath of the Destroyer of Worlds. The boy remained as calm as he had been during the monster's first attack. To get flame resistance, Timothy had to spend most of the levels, and now he has slipped to 21. The guy was invulnerable to the enemy's attacks, but he didn't know how to win now. He needed to somehow raise his level. The dragon was also not blind and saw that the flame could not hit the boy and decided to use physical force against him. Timothy did not appreciate such a decision. He barely had the dexterity to avoid such attacks. The boy understood that he would not be able to withstand the attacks of the Destroyer of Worlds at this level. But in a moment, the dragon's head separated from its body. Timothy looked in amazement at this incredible sight. The adventurer who did it said that the boy disappointed him. Amazed by the rapid development of events and the fact that the dragon was destroyed with one blow, Timothy asked who the stranger was. The adventurer introduced himself as Tyler and said he was the only one of his kind on the entire continent. Exuding infinite self-confidence, the boy added that he was the only disaster adventurer on the entire continent. Timothy's jaw dropped, which meant this rank was a catastrophe. He had never heard of such a thing. Abe, who got up from the ground and approached the boy, noted that he was also seeing this boy for the first time. But the boy knew that this was an adventurer who had extraordinary strength, the stuff of legends. This boy stood above all people. Rumor has it that no one will ever reach the same level. This warrior is the one who is head and shoulders above all adventurers. Four eyes stared at Tyler, examining a man with the rank of catastrophe and understanding what that meant. Tyler laughed out loud and turned to Abe, flattered that the guy was well educated on the subject. Timothy, looking at the stranger's data, said that he was undoubtedly above all people. Tyler was level 300. The system notified that the target had the limit break skill from birth, and the boy realized that Tyler's skill was the complete opposite of his own. Finally, beginning to exude true feelings of hatred, Tyler replied that the adventurer in black armor had ruined all of his plans. Timothy looked at his interlocutor in surprise and asked what exactly he meant. Tyler asked if Timothy had heard what the village was saying about him. He is described as a hero in black armor who defeated a demon one-on-one. With all the praise, Tyler wondered if the rumors were true, but the guy simply disappointed him. Suddenly, the Destroyer of Worlds opened his eyes and growled. The adventurer didn't even flinch from this, even though he was sitting on his back. A second later, the boy thrust his sword into the dragon's head and ordered it to shut up. He noted that they were having an important conversation here, and therefore the dragon didn't need to interrupt it. Tyler asked if the boys knew that the Destroyer of Worlds would regenerate until its magic core was destroyed. The guy, looking ominously at his interlocutors, said that he had once killed a dragon in some cave with goblins. Timothy, although he guessed deep down that this was the same dragon, was surprised because his guesses turned out to be true. Tyler, meanwhile, said that he didn't destroy the core that time and just left the dragon to die in that cave. He watched as the monster, eating a piece of dragon flesh, evolved very quickly, becoming more ferocious. The Destroyer of Worlds is too strong a dragon and would not leave even a shred of the village. That's why Tyler needed a monster weaker than him, and that one-eyed one was perfect for this mission. The adventurer said that the guys were probably wondering why he did that. He needed to lure the monster into the village and become a hero. The second step would be to kill that dead lizard again and become even stronger. As a result, Tyler would gain unlimited power and would also become famous throughout the world. However, this wretch in black armor ruined everything. The guy could no longer contain his emotions and just screamed. Timothy asked if all this was planned to achieve such petty goals. Tyler laughed and called him a fool. He noted that an adventurer like him needed power, fame, money, and women. The guy sincerely believed that with such power, you could live however you wanted. Timothy called Tyler stupid, a real idiot. The guy was very angry. Many residents and good adventurers died because of the opponent's foolish desires. Staring at Tyler, Timothy asked if he had thought about it for even a second. Without waiting for an answer, the boy turned to his armor and asked them to lend him their power. He really wanted to bring down an arrogant bastard from heaven to earth. And now was the time to do so. Tyler laughed condescendingly. He asked if the guy really wanted to teach him a lesson. With a shout that Timothy shouldn't overestimate himself because he was worthless, the boy activated the power of his armor. Timothy looked sadly at his opponent's actions, trying to think of an alternative to level 300. Also, the boy understood that if they started the battle now, he wouldn't have a chance with his 21st level. However, there was one detail that could help him, and that was the dragon core. If the boy destroyed it now, the armor would be able to absorb the dragon's level, and the monster was level 300. Timothy asked the armorers if they had a skill for ranged attacks that he could get right now. The system began searching. It took a few seconds, but Tyler wasn't going to wait. He had already rushed into the attack. With a cry that it was too late to beg for mercy, he struck straight into the boys who were trying to jump away. It was such a force that Abe and Timothy were thrown a great distance, unable to keep their balance and avoid the shockwave. In the end, Timothy fell to the ground, smoke billowing from him in all directions. The boy could not get to his feet. He experienced Tyler's power and understood what the rank of disaster meant. Tyler wasn't going to stop. He said that Timothy must have gone crazy because this was the end of him. But Timothy himself understood that if this beating continued, he would be in trouble. Suddenly, the system notified that the search was complete, and it was recommended to purchase the small grenades skill. But Timothy didn't understand how this would help. Timothy believed he could not destroy the core if he tried. But the system replied that it was not necessary to do so. In fact, armorers recommended using poisoned knives to increase their level. The boy rose to his feet, and Tyler, with disappointment, noticed that he could still stand. This all freaked the guy out, so he started shouting that his opponent couldn't even stand up properly, let alone fight him. Timothy decided to finally rely on the armor system and made a request to purchase small grenades. Tyler watched the boy's actions but didn't understand what he was doing. His opponent's actions caused him to hesitate. Having gained a new skill, the boy replied that everything had to change now and threw the knives towards the adventurer. This attack did not surprise or frighten Tyler at all. He laughed defiantly at his opponent. He considered it childish fun. What was the point of knives if they didn't reach the target? But Timothy replied that the enemy wasn't the target. The former corpse collector shouted that this time he was not aiming at his opponent at all, but at the dragon. A second later, Timothy shouted the command to explode. Tyler didn't have time to do anything about it. With this new skill that Timothy had just acquired, the destroyer of worlds finally came to an end. Tyler shook his head as the dragon's levels began to migrate to Timothy's armor. The system reported that the level had been absorbed and increased, and Timothy immediately ran to attack the opponent. The two boys faced off in a powerful confrontation, neither willing to yield to the other. On top of everything, Tyler was very surprised that his opponent was only level 21. Timothy replied that, at first, everything was like that, but now the situation has changed a bit. Now he is level 301. Tyler finally understood. He had been curious from the very beginning how the guy was able to overcome that monster. And after striking Timothy again, he shouted that it was all because of that damned ability of the boy. The enemy attacked again and again, sending Timothy flying across the entire clearing. Pausing for a moment, Tyler said, "Don't even think about joking with him. Does the guy, surpassing him by one level, really think he can handle a disaster-ranked adventurer with vast combat experience?" Tyler himself did not think so at all, which he informed his opponent about. He rushed into another duel, but this time, Timothy skillfully avoided his blow. The guy was behind Tyler in an instant and delivered a lightning strike. Stunned, the catastrophe-ranked adventurer barely managed to repel this swift attack. This crossing of the blades of the two opponents caused a huge vortex of shockwave. Timothy didn't understand what experience Tyler was talking about. Such a greedy and arrogant bastard didn't even need to mention it. Because in no universe was Timothy ever going to lose to this pathetic wretch. Suddenly, Tyler's armor raised a blue wave of energy around him, and the boy, just in case, backed away from his opponent. Tyler said that Timothy had pretty good armor, but the guy was still talking complete nonsense, so he said it was better to keep quiet. A moment later, Tyler activated his unique skill, Manifestation of the Crooked God. The sight was truly incredible. When the skill activated, Tyler immediately attacked Timothy, shouting that such was his power. The corpse collector clearly understood that if he didn't avoid this energy wave right now, he would die on the spot. Timothy rushed to the side, thinking that he was probably seeing the bloody god right now. It was the same skill. He saw it on the list, a unique skill that could only be used once. Timothy managed to jump away and save his life, but it was a temporary prevention of harm. The guy needed to come up with something and made a purchase request. In Tyler's opinion, there was nothing he could do. Tyler struck again, but Abe covered Timothy with his shield, saving his life. Since the boy was not as strong as Timothy, he was carried a long distance by the shockwave, and he fell to the ground, suffering from pain. Overcoming the pain, the boy said that if Tyler had dealt with the destroyer of worlds right away, his friends would have remained alive. Tears streaming down his face, Abe shouted at Timothy to avenge his friends and do it right now. Timothy said that of course he would do it and purchase the Curse of Black Armor. Tyler decided to play it safe and attacked Timothy again until he activated the power of his armor. The system notified that the skill could only be used once and asked for confirmation of purchase. The guy fulfilled the conditions. At the same moment, the request was approved. The cost ranged from 1 to infinity, and there was the possibility of paying extra in any number of levels. Timothy immediately announced that he wanted to add levels because he wasn't satisfied with one. The next second, the guy announced that he wanted to pay 299 levels, which would result in a 3-pointer. The system accepted the purchase request, and at the same second, a beam of powerful golden energy shot through Timothy into the sky. When it was all over, Timothy's level was 1. Tyler wondered what the boy had just done. Seeing that Timothy was level 1 again, he laughed and said that the guy was definitely dead now. Tyler could no longer hold back and, in excitement, rushed at Timothy, shouting that he was a complete idiot. The corpse collector stood calmly in place. He only said that Tyler couldn't defeat him. The guy activated the newly acquired Curse of Black Armor, and at that moment, darkness spread in all directions. Tyler, who was running towards the boy, suddenly realized that he could not move and was rapidly losing his strength. Timothy replied with a smile that this whole Curse of Black Armor thing absorbs the opponent's level in proportion to the levels spent. He also explained that he had spent 299 levels on this skill, which meant that Tyler would lose the same amount. Looking closely at his opponent, Timothy asked what level he thought his opponent would remain at. Tyler was beside himself with anger. He thought Timothy must be joking. The guy demanded his immediate release. For Timothy and, in general, for Tyler, everything was quite simple. From this moment on, everything would change radically. From now on, they will both have the first level, no matter how much the adventurer with the disaster rank would like it. Sometime later, Tyler fell to the ground. Exhausted from the stress he had experienced, he considered what had happened impossible. Looking at the monitor with his indicators, the guy shouted that this was complete idiocy. No matter how much he shouted, everything remained the same. He had the first level. The other 299 were lost. Tyler called Timothy a freak, but even with a first-level disaster-ranked adventurer, he can still crush an opponent. But before the boy could reach his potential, Timothy dealt him a swift blow. Timothy said that recently there was a boy in the village of Rakuru who was called the Corpse Collector. Because of his skill, he could not gain experience and increase his level. Unable to take the blows any longer, Tyler shouted for him to shut up and tried to counterattack, but it was useless. Timothy jumped to a safe distance and continued to talk about how the guy was always level 1. However, now he is invincible. After everything he has been through, Timothy knew better than anyone how to win. He cut off Tyler's hand. Tyler, however, was still on his feet. He called Timothy a bastard, but said that nothing was over yet. But Timothy disagreed with this statement. He believed that everything was over, and it was clear which of them had won. Tyler was only further angered by these words, and he rushed to attack his enemy in the back. Timothy calmly replied that it seemed that the guy had completely stopped soberly assessing the situation. Turning sharply 180 degrees, Timothy knocked the sword out of Tyler's hand, and, to seal his opponent's defeat, he struck him a few more blows. After such a swift counterattack, Tyler fell to the ground, unable to move and bleeding. A few minutes later, Abe approached Timothy and thanked the boy for fulfilling the promised revenge. Timothy replied that he didn't need thanks. He would never forgive that, so he would have defeated Tyler without Abe's request. Besides, Tyler still didn't want to accept his defeat. The boy called out to Timothy and shouted that he had cut off his right hand, thereby driving himself into a dead end. The guy said he didn't want this, but other adventurers with the catastrophe class would soon find out about it. Gritting his teeth with his last strength, Tyler said that if his activity stopped, it would seem suspicious to them and they would start a search. The boy tried with all his might to get to his feet. He said that these annoying adventurers were always curious. Of course, they will be very curious about who defeated him, and they will start hunting Timothy, so the Black Knight is dead. Timothy calmly replied that if anyone else challenged him, he would definitely fight them. Tyler said that the boy should pray so as not to waste all his strength peacefully. After stopping his threats, the boy suddenly noticed that he had lost a lot of blood. Activating one of his skills, Tyler said that they would soon meet the Black Knight again. Abe, seeing this, immediately shouted that Tyler had activated the teleporter. Timothy rushed towards his opponent while Abe shouted that Tyler needed to be stopped. Tyler, in the end, said that he would make Timothy regret not finishing him off right away. Timothy looked at the pillar of red energy rising into the sky and promised that next time he would definitely finish it off. Abe didn't know what to do now. Tyler would definitely come back for them with reinforcements. But Timothy replied that everything would be fine. They just needed to leave here themselves. Even if Tyler gets in his way again, Timothy will definitely overcome him. Abe replied with relief that he completely relied on Timothy in this matter. Besides, they lost a lot of good adventurers in this battle. They needed to report the casualties. But, in the end, Timothy had a request for Abe, and he wanted the boy to listen to him. The guy stood in the middle of the market, ready to set off. Abe asked Timothy again if he was sure about this, but he didn't change his mind. Abe said that when Timothy asked him for a favor, he expected something incredible from such a strong adventurer. But, instead, the guy asked Abe to take him to another city after all. Timothy knew how to surprise. The guy replied that, in fact, he would like to continue helping the residents of this village and remain its defender. But, for now, Timothy had attracted the attention of the disaster-class adventurers, and something had to be done about it. Sooner or later, if the boy stays here, adventurers like Tyler will find him. But Timothy would really like to protect the residents of the village from such a threat. Abe, after listening to the boy, replied that he understood Timothy well, which is why he decided to listen to his request to the end. To date, they have dealt with the destroyer of worlds, and it was a worthy cause for pride. Abe said that he had already notified the guild about the losses and about Timothy himself, showing the boy a magical communicator. If Timothy is going to leave the village, Abe asked to send a couple of adventurers to protect him. It will be safe here for a while. The guys continued to walk through the market, talking. They didn't notice that Lindsay was watching them. The girl was in a panic. They approached the old man's shop, but it was closed, probably because it was a day off. Abe asked if the guy wanted to say goodbye to anyone. If he had asked them what to do, he could have made an agreement and changed the departure date. But Timothy replied that it was okay. They could leave. If the guy saw them, the goodbye would be painful. And it wasn't just about Grandpa. Timothy also didn't want to say goodbye to Lindsay and Melissa. A guy will never forgive himself if his loved ones suffer just because they got involved with someone like him. Abe, approaching the exit from the village, looked back and said that if Timothy left the village now, he would not be able to return here soon. The guy asked Timothy again if he would regret this decision, but he firmly replied that he would not and left the village. Suddenly, the boy heard someone calling him, and behind him stood a grandfather with a package. Grandfather asked with a smile why the boy had such a sad expression on his face. Was he really going to leave the village? Grandpa added that he accidentally found out about Timothy's journey and handed him a package. It is for this reason that he decided to bake bread for the boy on his way, and does not accept refusals. Timothy apologized for just deciding to leave the village, but the grandfather replied that the boy should smile. If he decided to leave the village, he must have a good reason for it. Timothy was an adventurer, and his grandfather watched over him all the time, from the first day, from the beginning of his journey. At least, at parting, he asked the old man to let him see Timothy off with a smile on his face. Timothy decided to please his grandfather and, smiling, said goodbye to him and left the village. Abe noted that Grandpa was a nice person and asked how the farewell bread tasted. The boy replied that it was incredibly delicious. Abe said that now they could leave. First, they needed to visit the city where the guild he worked for was located. This is the southern headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, which was called Durham. This is how Timothy left the village of Rakura behind. New adventures awaited him. After walking a little along the road, the boys saw a group of armed goblins attacking a wagon. Abe realized that the goblins had attacked a caravan of traveling merchants. But Timothy calmed the boy down by asking him to hold his things for a minute. The former corpse collector took out his weapon. It was time for him to increase his level before arriving in the city. He began to absorb the power of the goblins. These creatures did not pose much of a threat to Timothy. They were level 1, and their leader was level 5. Abe looked at this picture and couldn't wait for the boy to finally show all his true power. When the deed was done, the boys left a mountain of corpses in their wake, their next stop being the southern city of Durham. Sometime later, Abe and Timothy walked onto a street in the southern city of Durham. This majestic city was located northeast of the village of Rakura, a large city in the southern part of the continent. As he walked through the entrance gate, Timothy was struck by the large number of people around him. The atmosphere of this city was radically different from the village, but that was not surprising. Still, Durham was one of the largest cities on the continent. In the center of this city is the headquarters, the southern branch of the Central Council of the Adventurers Guild. There were many guild headquarters on the continent, whose members included many talented adventurers. Abe explained that there were many talented adventurers in this city just like Timothy. Against the background of these warriors, the guy shouldn't stand out much unless, of course, he raises his level again. Timothy smiled when he heard this remark. His level was currently 110. If it was not necessary, he would not raise his level. The boy looked at Abe and thanked him for his timely instructions. On the way to Durham City, he did raise his level a bit by absorbing the power of the goblins. Abe advised the guy to stop raising his level for now, and Timothy asked why. The guy replied that if Timothy's level was radically different from the others, it would attract too much attention. You can imagine the situation. If Timothy walks around the city with a level 300, people will say that he is a new adventurer of the disaster rank. Timothy replied that if that was the case, then he would really attract the attention of disaster rank adventurers. Abe noted that if everyone saw that the boy was the same adventurer who had defeated Tyler, many would want to compete with him in strength. He had heard that there were many weirdos among the adventurers with the rank of catastrophe, so it would be better not to attract the attention of strange personalities. Adventurers need to stick together, not compete with each other. That was the thought of Abe, who saw a rabbit nearby. They, the adventurers, are obliged to protect and preserve the peace of civilians. Timothy listened to the boy as if fascinated. In his opinion, Abe was a very talented adventurer. Many adventurers were only concerned with money and fame, and Tyler was no exception. Timothy wanted to become an adventurer who would be kind and fair, like Abe. The fact that the guy had such a high level now meant nothing. He had to match that power and use it wisely. They continued walking down the city street, and Timothy decided to ask where exactly their path was leading. Abe apologized and explained that they had been chatting, and he never told Timothy. They need to report on the Destroyer of Worlds, so to begin with, they will go to the guild headquarters. The guys reached their destination and approached the counter with an employee who greeted them and asked what order they wanted to report. Abe replied that he had transmitted the entire mission report via communicator. The girl said that if so, she would immediately give him the reward. The employee smiled and asked the guy to tell her the name of the mission he had completed. Abe, after a short pause, said that this was an incident in the village of Rakura, the Destroyer of Worlds. The smile on the girl's face immediately disappeared. She turned and walked away, muttering that she would immediately bring Abe his reward. A few minutes later, she placed several bags of gold coins on the counter and said that this was the reward for this mission. Because all members of Abe's group are dead, the entire reward for the mission goes to the sole surviving adventurer. This person was Abe, who at that moment was staring at the girl, unable to say a word. Timothy was shocked, wondering why Abe had been so depressed all the way here. It was clear that the boy felt guilty for being the only survivor of that disaster, and this guilt tormented him. Abe finally took the money from the counter, and the employee, folding her arms across her chest, expressed her sincere condolences to him. As he walked to the exit, Timothy asked his silent friend what exactly the girl had said to him. After pausing, Abe replied that the members of his squad had died, and he, as the leader, had to be responsible for their lives. The boys went outside and Abe stopped in the doorway. The boy sighed. The rumors had spread faster than he expected. He didn't want his problems to affect Timothy, but the crowd of adventurers who wished him dead deprived him of that opportunity. People demanded that he meet with the families of those who died and give them the money he received for the mission. Abe decided to accept all the anger of those around him. He commanded the squad, and because of his mistake, all his comrades died. That's why, no matter what his desire was and no matter how much he regretted what was done, he was ready to accept all the accusations on his side because it did not change the fact of his guilt. The crowd demanded answers to their questions and accusations. In their eyes, he turned out to be an unworthy leader, and all this horror happened precisely because of him. Abe, after hearing the accusations against him, replied that he took full responsibility for what had happened. He added that he had failed to save any member of his group from imminent death. The guy, with tears in his eyes, continued to say that everyone who was with him died precisely because of his mistakes. One guy in the crowd shouted that it didn't matter how much Abe was going to regret what he had done. Suddenly, all his anger turned into tears. He said that all those who died were the best adventurers. The boy looked up and shouted again. How could they lose to a level 150th flame dragon? Timothy couldn't understand what was happening. Everyone around Abe was wrong. Everything was completely wrong. He knew that they were facing a level 300 destroyer of worlds. None of the adventurers were prepared to face such a destructive force. The guy couldn't stand such slander anymore. He shouted that everyone present was wrong and wanted to tell the truth. But Abe stopped him. The guy, without turning around, said that he was very grateful to Timothy for his concern, but he couldn't let him speak. It was because of his mistakes that the entire group of adventurers died, and he truly believed so. If he had ordered the evacuation of the village residents then, he could have avoided all these deaths. The boy's argument was interrupted by another adventurer from the crowd who wanted to know what they were talking about. The adventurer shouted at Abe that he had decided to sacrifice his comrades for the reward. As soon as the activist finished these words, Timothy immediately ran up to him and shouted that Abe would never do that. But the burly man, looking at the boy, ordered him to be quiet. He did not want to hear excuses from strangers. Timothy did not remain silent. He replied that he was not a stranger. The boy, together with Abe, fought a level 300 destroyer of worlds. This news caused a great stir around. If it was true, their return was a miracle. They had to go to the guild for the details. The burly giant said the guy was talking nonsense. He revealed Timothy's data. But after a moment, he was surprised to find that Timothy had the same level as him. This giant's name was Will, and he had a level of 110. Now the man doubted that with that level, the boy could survive against a level 300 monster. But Timothy couldn't give details, so he briefly replied that he had his reasons for doing so. This answer caused a violent reaction and laughter from the interlocutor, who believed that the guy had made it all up. The giant told Timothy to go away, but Timothy replied that he could only be forced to do so, and both of them did not give in to their stubbornness. A moment later, the swords were drawn from their sheaths and crossed in the first attack. The first blow raised a lot of dust around, and Abe, covering his face, asked Timothy to stop. He said that it was all his fault. He couldn't save his comrades and brothers. The boy considered himself a terrible leader. The fight did not stop. No matter how much Abe wanted to, both opponents did not want to retreat. Timothy shouted that all this was not true. All the boy's comrades had died, and that was a fact. But there were also details. Continuing to attack the enemy, the boy said that no one could have predicted such an outcome of these tragic events. Abe was with his comrades until the very end, even in the face of death. This guy didn't run away or abandon his comrades. With a lightning strike, Timothy knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands, and it stuck in the cracks of the paving stones. In conclusion, Timothy said that, besides, whoever arranged all these deaths for the reward would never mourn his friends like this. Abe was a pretty good leader, and if he wanted to take responsibility for the deaths of his comrades, Timothy wouldn't object. Personally, he believed that it was wrong to take responsibility for everything that happened. A lot of things did not depend on the guy at all. That's why Timothy wanted to protect Abe from such thoughts. Timothy turned to his friend and called him a leader who, despite the situation, did not abandon his comrades and avenged their deaths. Abe, with tears in his eyes, looked at the boy and asked why he was helping him. Timothy extended his hand to the boy and replied that he was the ideal of the adventurer he aspired to, and that was the reason. But the burly giant did not want to accept defeat and, taking out a knife, rushed at Timothy from behind. Abe, seeing this, tried to warn the boy. Timothy looked back, but the danger, unexpectedly, passed. Behind the boy, a dashing adventurer placed his sword under Will's neck and stopped his vile throw. The unexpected appearance of the stranger made Timothy very tense. He felt a terrible aura around him, who this person was. But Abe stopped the guy and told him to put down his sword. He said it was his colleague. This man was called the Supreme Adventurer of the Sword of Salvation Guild. His name was Mr. Lyall. The man was level 200. The guy sighed with relief. It turns out it was Abe's friend. Lyall asked if it was the same Timothy. Lyall confirmed that Timothy saved Abe in the battle against the Destroyer of Worlds. Not only did he save him, they defeated him together. After a short pause, he added that this was not the end. Besides, the guys met this scumbag Tyler on their way. A shocked Timothy asked how the man knew him. Abe said that he needed to tell him about everything that happened in the village. The guy also added that because of this, he reported their adventures with Tyler to the central management and the guildmaster. It was because of Tyler that the Destroyer of Worlds was not killed in his time, which caused many problems. But thanks to Timothy, they managed to kill the dragon. This would not have happened if Tyler had destroyed the core. He knew about it perfectly well. That's why, after these events, a reward was also put on his head. Lyall said that he had arrived in the city very recently. Lyall was on an expedition and could not come to their group's aid. Abe reported everything that had happened to him after it was over. As soon as the head of the guild learned about everything in detail, he immediately arrived in Durham. But now, a bunch of idiots are blaming the squad leader for the death of his comrades, without even delving into the situation. Without knowing all the details, Lyall was very familiar with the pain of the families and friends of the adventurers who had died. No words or money will bring back a lost life. But everyone here is an adventurer. They are obligated to keep the citizens calm. He clenched his fist and added that every time, adventurers risk their lives for the benefit of other people. All the boys and girls who died knew what they were getting into when they became adventurers. Such was their fate. And what everyone present here is doing now is shifting responsibility to those who fought alongside them until the very end. Having made this passionate speech, Lyall wished to end the conversation about this campaign on this note. Timothy, who had been listening to Lyall without saying a word, now decided to ask Abe if the man was a good person. Abe replied that he shouldn't even doubt it, but added that Lyall was a pretty tough guy. After waiting for the crowd to disperse, Lyall turned sharply towards Abe and, without preamble, announced that he was expelling him from the guild. The man explained that, although he had resolved the whole misunderstanding, the guy's incompetence could not be justified in any way. He could not leave the leader who had condemned the entire team to death in one of Durham's strongest guilds, the Sword of Salvation. Timothy was amazed. Was the guy really a member of the strongest guild in this city? Was it really that top-notch? Lyall, meanwhile, apologized to Abe for not seeing any other choice. The guy might have had some objections to this, but Abe said he didn't have any. He just wanted to ask Lyall for a favor as a last resort. Putting his hand on Timothy's shoulder, the boy asked if they could accept this candidate into the Sword of Salvation Guild. If Timothy can find allies in the guild, he can achieve good results in the future, benefiting the city. Abe sincerely believed that, even though he had been expelled, Timothy had every prospect of becoming a first-class adventurer. Just as Lyall was about to agree, Timothy interrupted this dialogue. He was against Abe being permanently expelled from the guild. But the boy will never agree to join a guild that abandons its own comrades. Abe tried to calm Timothy down, saying that if the boy joined the guild, he would be able to enlist the support of various people. Moreover, Abe knew that Timothy himself wanted to actively help others, so he simply needed to join the guild. The guy, after listening to his friend's arguments, replied that, in that case, he would create a guild himself, with his own hands. Sometime later, the boys were walking side by side through the narrow streets of Durham, not carrying many things with them. Finally, the boys approached some dilapidated tower, and Timothy, amazed, stopped. After examining the questionable architectural object, the guy asked Abe if this was really the right place for them. Abe answered in the affirmative and added that this is where the story of Timothy's guild begins. This tower will be their immediate base. Despite its appearance, it is possible. The guy decided to thank Timothy once again for inviting him to his guild. The guy announced the creation of his own guild immediately after Abe's expulsion. And the next moment, the boy became the first member of the new guild, right before Lyall's eyes. Timothy knew perfectly well that he had a lot to learn from Abe, so he didn't want to hear words of gratitude from him. The guy knew that in order to become as first-class an adventurer as Abe, he would be glad to receive any advice on this matter. Timothy also realized that even though they had their own base, they would still have to rebuild it from scratch. They were still not officially considered a guild and they didn't have much money. Abe said he had to give away most of the money to purchase this building. Their reward for destroying the Destroyer of Worlds, while large, was given most of it to the families of those who died on that expedition. The guy expected that his money would be enough for everything, but he miscalculated. He miscalculated just like Timothy did when he opened the closet and kicked up a pile of dust above his head. With the money they had left, they bought this building to open their own guild. But things were bad. Armed this time with rags and buckets of water, the guys were finally supposed to start the general cleaning. A few minutes passed and Abe was again trying to warn Timothy of the danger. The guy, while mopping the floor, slipped on the water he was pouring and fell face down into a puddle. This very situation made both friends laugh. They laughed out loud, unable to stop. Timothy realized at that moment that when he received this armor, his whole life had turned into a battlefield. But he also missed such peaceful days. Suddenly, the boy's joy was interrupted by the sound of the door opening quickly, and a female voice apologized. When Timothy got to his feet, to his surprise, he saw Lindsay and Melissa in the room, looking at him with concern. While Lindsay screamed that the guy just wanted to get rid of them, Melissa sadly said that Timothy left without even saying goodbye. Without waiting for Timothy's answer, both girls rushed at him without hesitation. Meanwhile, one of the adventurers was running quickly to the city. He had an urgent message. If there were any free adventurers in Durham, they had to urgently head to the western gate of the city, and some willing ones immediately agreed. Behind the western gate, hordes of monsters awaited the warriors, advancing swiftly. Running out the gate, the first volunteers saw a giant monster with a victim in its mouth, begging for rescue. But it was all in vain. Shocked, the adventurers froze in place. They had not expected to see so many enemies. The monster, having eaten the boy, turned its muzzle towards the newcomers, squealing joyfully. Lindsay and Melissa pounced on Timothy with questions, wondering why the guy had just taken it and left the village. The guy was unable to endure such interrogation from two angry girls at once. The interrogation was interrupted by the shout of an adventurer, who was sounding the alarm. He shouted that a crowd of monsters had appeared near the western gate. All adventurers who heard him now were to immediately approach the western gate. Timothy sighed with relief and turned to Abe. It was time for them to advance to the west gate. Turning to the girls, the boy announced that he would tell them the reason why he decided to leave the village later. For now, he would like Melissa and Lindsay to wait patiently for him here. Without waiting for an answer, Timothy headed for the exit, their first mission as the new Durham Guild now beginning. Meanwhile, the first adventurers who ran outside the city encountered a horde of monsters, one of which was gigantic. A giant monster was attacking people, making terrifying sounds. It was a level 210th Desert Cursed one. The first to rush into the fight was Will, the one who was level 110. The man considered monsters to be cheeky puppies. Simple cursed nomads of the 20th level were an unequal enemy to him. But there were a lot of such skeletons, and all of them, with swords, were pushing the adventurers back to the entrance to the city. Despite this, Will held on. He shouted that no matter how much his opponents thought, they would never outnumber him. Will rushed into the attack, and after a few minutes the skeletons were finished off. The man became curious about where old Lyall was. One of the brothers replied that he had sent for Lyall, but he was still not there. Will said that if this continued, they would have to attack without him. The man was so engrossed in the conversation that he lost his vigilance and did not notice how the giant monster appeared behind him. When he looked back, he saw a large number of blue energy balls flying into the sky above the crowd of adventurers. Within a moment, each of the energy balls found its victim. The adventurers' bodies stiffened, and they could not move. Will understood that this attack had done no harm, but that was it for now. But the man knew very well that this spell, which was added to the energy balls, was a desert curse. Will knew he couldn't move any part of his body, but he saw skeletons coming at him. At this rate, one of them would kill him, especially since they weren't that far from him. Suddenly, the cursed nomad's attack was interrupted by Timothy, who pounced on him and smashed him into separate bones. A moment after destroying the skeleton, Timothy was notified by the system that the next level had been absorbed. The boy called out to Abe, who was also nearby, fighting a small band of cursed nomads. Timothy said that it was time for both of them to raise their level. There were many opportunities for this now. Abe replied that, under the current circumstances, the boy could safely let himself go. From that moment on, the skeleton heads fell like apples from trees. The system did not have time to notify about the absorption of levels. Soon, Timothy had already reached level 250th, and Abe shouted that the boy could leave skeletons on him. Timothy knew he could safely rely on Abe because he would always have his back. But for now, he had only one goal left. His target is a love monster that casts curses, and it seems he has already managed to cast one of them on several adventurers. Rushing to attack the monster, Timothy shouted that this time, the curse would have to be borne by the Desert Cursed One himself. With a smile on his face, the boy remarked that he would be very interested to know how the monster would cope with his curse. Meanwhile, Lyall, who no one could find, left the city through the east gate. There was a horde of monsters near the west gate. He decided to check the eastern gate as well, but he could not have imagined that he would encounter another army of monsters there. The monster and Lyall's gazes crossed. The adventurer was 10 levels behind the monster. A moment later, the Desert Cursed One activated the energy orbs with a spell. But Lyall said that even if all the monsters fought against him alone, they should not think that they could easily defeat him. The guild leader admitted that, as his opponent, the Desert Cursed One deserved admiration. But, unfortunately, no matter what army the monster gathers, it will not be enough to defeat Lyall. A second later, Lyall activated the legendary skill Demonic Advent. He shouted that the monster's lives would end in exactly 5 seconds. At this time, Timothy's fight with the Desert Cursed One continued near the western gate. The boy said that it was the monster's turn to feel the curse. The guy struck the first blow, cutting off the limb. He was very curious how the Desert Cursed One would cope with an opponent like him. The Desert Cursed One was level 210 against Timothy's level 250th. Soon after the first limb, a second one flew to the ground, and the boy wasn't going to stop there. The desert nomads came to the aid of their alpha and attacked Timothy from behind. Such speed would have been effective if the guy wasn't so fast. He instantly jumped to the side and counterattacked. Timothy was even a little disappointed. Was that all these monsters could do to him? The guy understood that his opponents had no chance against him. Now they would all die. The next level was absorbed. Reaching level 290th was quite easy for the boy in this battle. But there was still an obstacle in the form of a giant monster that wanted him dead. The Desert Cursed One swung at Timothy with its remaining limbs, trying to grab him, but the boy deftly dodged its claws. Realizing that he would not be able to capture his opponent, the Desert Cursed One fired energy balls with spells in his direction. Abe, who saw this picture, began to worry about Timothy. He warned the boy not to touch these bullets. But Timothy reassured his friend. He activated the power of his sword and said that everything was fine. A moment later, a protective sphere of energy formed around Timothy. The boy knew that the Desert Cursed would never hit him. The two friends were so engrossed in the battle that they didn't notice the eyes of the other adventurers watching them, including Will. While the adventurers who were conscious were trying to figure out who he was, Will recognized the bastard he had fought in the square. After a series of lightning-fast attacks, the Desert Cursed fell to the ground, dripping with the fluid that sustained his life. Timothy said that the monster had cursed many innocent people and asked if he was happy with himself. The answer to the boy was unimportant regardless of it. The Desert Cursed One would die right now. Suddenly, the monster released hundreds of energy balls with a spell into the sky, which hung in place. Timothy did not understand what was happening. The Desert Cursed screamed loudly, and the energy balls flew rapidly towards the city of Durham. Timothy was angry with himself for losing his vigilance. He split the skull of the Desert Cursed One with one blow. The boy realized that the monster's curse had been aimed at the city of Durham from the very beginning. Local residents saw incomprehensible objects in the sky above them, which were rapidly approaching. No one knew what they were. Timothy understood that the locals, innocent people, were the target of these monsters, and the monster's plan had already begun to come to fruition. While the boy was recovering from the shock, the system announced that the level of the Desert Cursed had been absorbed. Timothy's level was now 500. Abe, who had dealt with his opponents, approached the boy and said that things were bad. The monster was not as dangerous as his curse. The curse of the Desert Cursed is not so easy to get rid of. The victim awaits a slow and painful death. Due to the monster's latest attack, most of the city's residents have probably been affected by the curse. Timothy asked if there were anyone in the city who could lift the curse, but Abe replied that only high-level magicians could do that. However, there was a nuance. In Durham's strongest guild, the Sword of Salvation, there were only 3 mages of this level. Timothy was surprised by this news. Was there really only 3 powerful sorcerers in the entire city? Abe assured that he knew only 3 magicians who could handle the curse of such a monster. The boys' conversation was interrupted by the newcomers, who ran up to the curse-stricken adventurers and asked how they were feeling. These were the same magicians. They asked the victims to be patient a little. They would help them very soon. One of the magicians called Ms. Helen and said that the curse was quite serious. In his opinion, they still had a chance to save the adventurers. Helen, who was also rushing to the damned, shouted that it was good. Everyone should focus on supporting their injured comrades. She would never let anyone die today. Helen was a high-level sorceress from the Sword of Salvation Guild. Abe repeated what he had said before. He only knew of 3 magicians who could deal with the curse, and it was them. But the problem is that the number of victims from this incident was increasing every second. At this rate, the magicians wouldn't have time to save everyone. Suddenly, Helen shuddered and grabbed her hand. She didn't understand what kind of curse this was. Even though she could dispel it, it would take longer than she had previously thought. It wasn't just her friends who were affected. This was what outraged the girl the most. Among the victims, a large part were local residents. Helen wanted to save everyone and considered it her duty. Suddenly, the sorceress recoiled from the powerful energy beam that pierced the adventurer she was healing. Timothy knew that if he stood out too much, he would inevitably encounter disaster-ranked adventurers. But even though he understood this, there was a reason why he couldn't leave the adventurers in trouble. The guy's level was transformed. Timothy received the unique skill, Heavenly Blessing. He asked Abe if he had done the right thing. Abe broke into a smile and replied, "Why would the guy ask him about this? It's a really good thing." Timothy, reactivating the skill, aimed his hands at the other adventurer. Soon, each of the damned was touched by the miraculous energy of the adventurer Timothy. Amazed, Helen looked at this picture and could not believe it. The boy had lifted the curse from every affected adventurer. She looked back at the guy and asked who he was. Timothy didn't have time to discuss such nonsense. He promised to talk to Helen about it later. There was a curse raging in Durham right now. Walking to the west gate, Timothy said that they had to save the locals and asked if the girl was coming with them. Helen immediately agreed. She hurried to join her new acquaintances. The girl said that she was one of the strongest wizards in the guild, and it was her duty to help the victims. Meanwhile, in the city, the curse of the desert cursed one has already consumed all the inhabitants. Timothy activated his skill. They had very little time to save the locals from death. Sometime later, Timothy looked at the monitor. Many people had been hurt by his mistake. The guy wanted to save everyone. He decided to use the special skill, Heavenly Boon. The system reported that the request was completed and the skill was ready to use. At the eastern gate, Lyall finished the battle with his alpha monster and sheathed his sword. Raising his head, the man saw that while he was defending the eastern borders, Timothy was wasting no time. The guy ran through the streets of Durham at top speed, spreading the benefits of his skill to the victims. Helen couldn't keep up with his speed. She approached each disenchanted person and asked if everything was okay. The victims came to their senses one by one and tried to respond. Helen still couldn't believe what she was seeing. The stranger had completely erased all possible effects of the curse. In her opinion, it was unbeatable, but Abe didn't think so. The number of victims was too great. The guy was afraid that, at this rate, no matter how hard Timothy tried, he wouldn't be able to save every victim. Eventually, Timothy realized that casualties were inevitable, despite all his efforts. He only managed to deal with a small part of the curse, and decided to ask the armorers if there was any way to increase the radius of the Heavenly Boon skill. The system accepted the request and began searching for answer options while the boy continued running. In the end, she said that she recommends using the Territory Expansion skill. It can enhance the effect of special skills. Timothy read that Seraphim's Wings is an improved Heavenly Boon skill that applies holy magic to weapons that cleanses the area of curses. The system was waiting for a request for a special skill, and Timothy decided not to delay and activated it. A moment later, everything around the boy was illuminated by a blue light. He held a winged sword in his hand. Holy magic was activated. Timothy announced a request to use the skill to cleanse the entire city of the curse. A pillar of energy burst from the sword, splitting into pieces and finding each victim, eventually engulfing the entire city in its radiance. Finally, Timothy was caught up with Abe and Helen, both companions astonished by the sight they saw. Helen couldn't believe it. She was seeing holy magic before her with her own eyes. The girl was very interested in whether Timothy was really a simple adventurer, or, after all, a saint. The guy replied that he was no saint, but he would do everything he could to save the people of Durham. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary adventurer. Timothy needed Abe's advice. He couldn't make a balanced decision. The guy folded his hands shyly and said that he seemed to have gone a little too far. He wanted to save the city's residents, but forgot that he was hiding his power. Now, catastrophe rank adventurers will appear here. The guy needed saving again, and Abe looked with a smile at Helen, who didn't understand what he was getting at. Abe's idea was simple. They could pin all of Timothy's exploits on this cute girl magician. When it was all over and all the residents had healed, they gathered near the guild building, waiting for their hero. Soon the door opened and Helen appeared in the opening. The girl seemed to be illuminated by a divine light. People began to chant that she was the lady who had saved Durham from a terrible curse, their divine heroine to whom they were all indebted. A little while later, at the central headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, the girl made a report about everything that had happened. She said she did everything as agreed. They protected the city from monsters. She saved the inhabitants from the curse with holy magic. Timothy was sincerely grateful to the girl for her help, but in the end, he did not become the hero who single-handedly saved the residents of Durham from the curse. Instead, Abe had just in time suggested the idea of attributing all the exploits of that day to Helen, the guild's strongest mage, and it didn't seem suspicious. Helen said that she still had to write a detailed report about what happened. The guys assured her that they would help her with this matter. Timothy apologized to the girl once again for putting all these worries on her shoulders, but Helen replied that everything was fine. The boy had saved all the residents from this unspeakable horror. She wanted him to consider this as a reward for saving the victims. From now on, he could count on any help from her. The guys looked at each other. They liked the offer. Abe said that it seemed that the guild had gained popularity because of the stories about the heroine who saved the city. But the girl told him to be quiet. She didn't like being called that. Abe thought it was natural. Helen was one of the guild's best magicians. So the title of Divine Heroine, who saved the city, suited her. The most important thing, in his opinion, was not to pretend and to believe this lie yourself. Divine Heroine gives residents the confidence that they will always be protected by someone like Helen. Timothy, in the opinion of both boys at once, was not at all suitable for this role. That's why Abe decided to conclude that Helen was destined to play such a responsible role. The girl blushed. The word role seemed rather pretentious to her. She did not consider herself an actress. Timothy decided to ask Abe if he was sure the plan would work, and he once again said yes. The guy was sure that, thanks to Timothy's incredible abilities, they would make Helen a living legend of Durham. The girl magician simply couldn't stand all these Napoleonic plans of the guys anymore. But no one listened to her. Abe grabbed Helen by the hand and pulled her to a secluded spot, Timothy following behind. The guy wanted Timothy to transfer holy powers to the girl. The townspeople should not have any suspicions. If they wanted to maintain Helen's status as a divine heroine, she needed to attain the same divinity. Fear settled in the girl's eyes. She asked how Timothy was going to transfer his power to her, if he was really going to shoot her with holy light. Timothy simply asked Helen for forgiveness for his actions. He wouldn't harm her body, so everything would be okay. But, in the end, Timothy remarked that if Helen didn't want this, he would understand. They would go their separate ways. After thinking a little, the girl replied that she had said earlier that she could be counted on. Timothy saved residents in front of her eyes, so she completely trusts his decisions. The guy came closer to her and thanked her again for the favor. If Helen allowed it, he could no longer hold back. A second later, the girl was illuminated by a golden divine light that almost knocked her off her feet. The guy activated his seraphim wings and shared them with his companion. And now, people are already cradling Helen in their arms, calling her a divine heroine who illuminates them with warmth and light. Abe turned to Timothy and said if Timothy could stop spinning Helen in the air. The guy replied that it was too difficult to control. He still hadn't learned how to use this skill. By the way, unexpectedly, the guy just realized one important thing. Abe seems to actually be enjoying this whole absurd situation. The guy replied that no one knows about it. And yet, Timothy stood out too much today. In the future, he should be more careful. The boys' dialogue was unexpectedly interrupted by Lyall, who imperceptibly appeared nearby, asking if he would not disturb them. Abe looked at the head of his former clan in fear. They definitely didn't expect to see him now. Despite the boys' fear, Lyall asked Timothy to step aside with him for a few words. They needed to discuss something. Timothy, holding the divine sword in his hands and unable to move right now, simply smiled shyly. Lyall said that the guy probably thinks he's an idiot, but he knows who the real hero was who saved Durham, and it definitely wasn't Helen. Timothy was shocked that Lyall seemed to know everything. He had hoped for secrecy. Lyall watched as the men threw Helen into the air and said that he wasn't going to condemn the boys' methods. He understood that the role of the hero needed someone who was familiar to most of the residents of Durham. However, the boys were seen by other adventurers who were fighting alongside them near the Western Gate. Not only adventurers from the Sword of Salvation Guild participated in this great battle, Abe would never have thought that Lyall would be concerned about such a circumstance, that the man really wanted to talk to them in person over such a trivial matter. But he denied it. He replied that he didn't care how many adventurers saw Timothy in action, and he wasn't going to scold the guy for it. Abe was a little confused, in which case he didn't understand what exactly was being discussed. Lyall said that during the monster's attack on the West Gate, the boys were unaware of what was happening near the East Gate. It was a rhetorical question. Because the guys really didn't know what happened on the other side of Durham, they wanted to get more information. It wasn't at all surprising to Lyall that no one knew anything about this case. What happened at the Eastern Gate was quickly hushed up because only adventurers from the Sword of Salvation Guild were there. After some thought, Abe decided to ask a question. He was curious about what had happened on the other side of Durham. Lyall looked sternly at the boys and said that a whole horde of cursed monsters had gathered at the Western Gate. But the same thing was happening near the Eastern Gate. There was the same army of monsters. According to the man, this entire attack was carefully planned. This news caused both indignation and surprise in Timothy, who asked if there were any casualties near the Eastern Gate. Lyall replied that no, the guy shouldn't worry. He was there and destroyed all the monsters in time. None of them managed to hurt anyone. The boy understood that this was to be expected from the supreme adventurer of one of the most famous guilds on the continent. Lyall checked the other gate. Without his help, they wouldn't have been able to handle such an army. But he emphasized that there were bigger problems than the battle. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild believed that the attack was organized from two sides simultaneously. The monsters were incapable of planning enough to organize such an attack on their own. so it was most likely an attack organized by a human. This information made the guys instantly silent. They had never thought about the mechanics of monsters' thoughts, and it was a surprise. Abe thought for a moment and replied that it was true. That much about this attack did not match the obvious facts. He had lived in the city of Durham for a long time, but he had never encountered such monsters. He also found the monsters' behavior strange and asked other adventurers if they had seen anything like this before. But no one had encountered anything like it. Timothy asked if this was really unusual. Abe replied that at least such monsters do not live in these parts. It's hard not to encounter such a gigantic monster, given its abilities and hostility, and it's surprising that it appeared near Durham. After the boy's explanations, Lyall decided to summarize. He added that these monsters, in other words, were summoned by someone. If a person had a special skill or magic, they could easily summon such monsters to their army. Timothy was shocked. It turns out someone really wanted to destroy the city of Durham. If someone really planned such a devious thing, all adventurers need to strengthen the defenses of this city. That's what Lyall wanted to talk about. He wanted Timothy to create his guild as soon as possible. The guy must fight side by side with the Sword of Salvation Guild. Abe said that for now, they cannot officially register as a guild. They need to fill out a lot of paperwork and do bureaucratic work. Lyall replied that he was ready to help the guys, having made arrangements with the central administration. Instead, the man wanted two promises from Timothy right now. The first was a promise to support cooperation between their guilds, as the direct founder. The second promise was that Lyall would personally evaluate Timothy's skills in a practice match to ensure his competence. Layla was interested in whether the guy would cope with these conditions, and without thinking for a second, he immediately agreed. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild really liked Timothy's ambition and good attitude. They were in the Adventurers Guild's Central Council building at the training ground. Lyall allowed Timothy to use any weapon. The man wanted to see the true power of the Dark Horse Timothy and finally show his own. The fight must be with real weapons and using your abilities with the intention of defeating your opponent. A blue aura shone around Lyall. He wanted the boy to finally show him what he was capable of. Timothy also unleashed his aura, and his side of the room turned red. He understood his opponent's desire. Abe, standing between Lyall and Timothy, announced that the match should begin on his signal. As soon as he lowered his hands and gave the command, the boy and the man rushed towards each other. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild sincerely wished Timothy to survive against his sword. The boy and the man began to attack and repel each other in turn, gradually getting closer to each other. Currently, Timothy, after all the acquired skills, was left with level 100, and it was really difficult for him right now. Because his opponent, Mr. Lyall, the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild, was level 200. The guy understood that his victory in the sparring match was doomed to failure from the very beginning. With such a difference in levels, he would not be able to defeat Lyall. Timothy also understood that Lyall himself knew this perfectly well, but the cards were laid out on the table. In this case, the former corpse collector decided that his task in this fight was not to defeat his opponent, but to show everything he was capable of. If Lyall wanted to see Timothy's true abilities, the boy would definitely demonstrate them now. The boy was able to break through Lyall's counterattack and, approaching, crossed his swords with the man. In an instant, his sword was knocked out of his hands. Timothy gritted his teeth. He had never been disarmed so quickly. But Timothy had a trump card up his sleeve. He summoned the Sword of Seraphim and attacked Lyall again, who barely managed to avoid being wounded. The guy rushed towards the opponent in the third, moving in an indirect trajectory. But he, with a lightning swing of his weapon, knocked another sword out of Timothy's hands. Layla really liked the boy's determination. He didn't waste a second and, taking out his dagger, tried to wound the guild head for the fourth time. Unable to reach his opponent the first time, the boy continued to deliver swift blows in the hope that he would succeed after all. When Lyall, maintaining the integrity of his body, flew to a safe distance, Timothy threw one of the daggers in his direction. Lyall easily repelled this, in his opinion naive, attack from the boy. But while the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild was busy with such trifles, Timothy managed to pick up Seraphim's sword and fly above his head. The guy reasoned that even though the difference in their levels was too great, he hoped that the man would enjoy their duel to the fullest. The guy pointed his sword at his opponent and made his move. Lyall disappeared in a powerful energy beam that scattered stones in all directions. Abe was delighted. Despite the obvious difference in levels between the two, Timothy's combat skills as an adventurer had undoubtedly improved. He stared intently at the boy who had landed on the ground in front of the fire he had lit all by himself. Meanwhile, Timothy himself looked at the marks of his blow and understood that this was the maximum he was capable of at the moment. I wonder what Lyall was thinking. A few seconds passed and Mr. Lyall finally appeared in the smoke. He was bloodied and in shock from what had just happened to him. Staring at Timothy, he said that if it weren't for their difference in levels, he would definitely have died at that moment from such a direct hit. In his opinion, their entire duel and Timothy's insistence were not bad. There was no doubt about the guy's fighting skills. Lyall announced that they would now move on to the next part of their match. This time, Timothy would have to defend. The guy couldn't understand why his opponent's mood had suddenly changed so drastically, and Lyall had a murderous attitude. Abe also noticed the sudden changes and realized that Lyall wanted to use a legendary skill against Timothy. At that moment, a shockwave from the activation of the legendary skill Demonic Advent rose around Lyall. The man was laughing. He was shouting that this was a fight to the death. If Timothy didn't stop him, the guy's life would end in exactly 15 seconds. Timothy also saw that Lyall had decided to use the legendary skill, but the boy didn't yet understand how powerful it would make him. Abe was very worried about his friend. He shouted to Timothy to be careful. The guy informed that this skill of Lyall's doubles the level of the owner within 15 seconds. Timothy was amazed. Did Abe really mean that Mr. Lyall's level was now 400? But, to the boy's great regret, Abe was right. Now it will be very difficult for him. Lyall, meanwhile, was becoming more and more filled with indescribable anger and power. He thundered to the entire room that his blood was boiling in his veins. He hadn't fought an adventurer of his equal strength in a long time. Initially, this duel was to test Timothy's abilities. But still, now Lyall was suggesting how to have fun in those 15 seconds. He was delighted with this boy. He met all the expectations of the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild, and even more. A demon has been sleeping inside Lyall all this time. He has been sleeping in anticipation of a worthy opponent, and now no one will stop him. While Lyall was giving his speech, the boy lost his vigilance and he missed his first kick to the body. Timothy, suffering from indescribable pain, flew rapidly across the hall, unable to resist. In front of Abe's shocked eyes, the boy broke through the wall and flew out of the fighting room. The crowd that welcomed their heroine was still in the square in front of the building. Helen, looking at Timothy's fall, did not understand what was happening there. Meanwhile, Lyall wasn't going to let the guy go so easily. He had 10 seconds left, and he wondered if he could withstand an attack of such force. The countdown continued. At the 9th second, Timothy began to descend to the ground, his strength almost leaving him, as well as his consciousness. The guy felt like his mind was leaving him. He was falling and thinking about how it could have happened that he lost. Suddenly, Timothy heard a scream from below. His name was called. It turns out it was Melissa and Lindsay. The girls' faces were very worried. These two, unexpectedly, showed up at his guild and bombarded him with a ton of questions. Suddenly, Timothy realized that he had a guild. The guy saw Helen in the crowd. He said goodbye to her after meeting Mr. Lyall. The guy also mentioned that it was to protect this city and the people dear to him that he decided to found his own guild. While Timothy was thinking about this, Lyall almost caught up with him in his fall, the boy still holding the sword. With his last strength, the former corpse collector tried to resist. He swung his sword several times towards the enemy, stopping him. Lyall was happy. His demon was fighting for real, only against strong opponents. He hadn't shown his true face to another person in a long time. But, unfortunately for both the boy and Lyall himself, this whole story will soon end. The man has used a demonic black flash. This attack knocked Seraphim's sword out of Timothy's hands. The boy was almost in despair. In the end, he admitted out loud that he was still far from Lyall's skill. And the guy lost this battle. But despite this, Timothy promised that he would definitely survive. The system notified that the explosion of the sacred weapon would protect him from the opponent's attack. A second after this announcement, Timothy shouted for the holy sword of Seraphim's wings to explode. The weapon instantly obeyed its owner's command and exploded between him and Lyall, forming a shield from the latter's attack. Despite this, Timothy was hit by the shockwave and began to fly more rapidly towards the ground. Now, at least, Lyall was delayed a little. The boy fell from a height at high speed and hit the paving stones, which flew in different directions. With his last strength, the boy tried to have the armor restore Seraphim's sword and find a skill that would help him get another weapon into his hands. The system emphasized that Timothy needed to retreat immediately, but the boy knew this already, without any prompts. He couldn't run away. Timothy wanted to fight. For this, he needed new swords. The system notified him that there were 2 epic skills that matched this request. These were Weapon Restoration and Quick Weapon Repair. They cost 90 levels, and Timothy immediately purchased them. The system accepted the boy's request and confirmed it, and after a few seconds the swords returned to both of the boy's hands. Timothy crossed them between them and called Lyall to the attack, promising to cool his ardor with his deadly blades. Timothy knew that if he could hold out a little longer, he would surely defeat his opponent. But the world was already turning into a continuous wave. Falling to the ground, the boy still tried to fight, but it was all in vain. The boy lay face down at Lyall's feet. Lyall calmly approached Timothy and looked at him. After a few seconds, the man said that the boy needed to get some rest. Sometime later, Timothy woke up from a terrible dream. He jumped up in bed and shouted that he could still fight. Looking around, the boy realized that he was at his guild base, surrounded by his comrades. Melissa took Timothy's hand. The girl was worried about him. She said that then, together with Lindsay, she decided to go get groceries for dinner. It was then that they saw the boy fall from the upper tower. Looking into Timothy's face, she asked how he was feeling. The guy looked at her carefully and finally realized how the girls ended up in the square at that moment. The conversation was interrupted by Lindsay, who unexpectedly ran up to them. She said that everyone was worried about Timothy and noted that he had had a hard time. Helen said that their duel with Mr. Lyall had damaged the guild headquarters tower and asked if they had thought about what they were doing. After listening to all the excited monologues of his friends, Timothy humbly responded by apologizing for making them worry. Still, the main question for the boy remained whether he had passed the test. The answer to this was given to him by Mr. Lyall himself, who appeared on the threshold of the room and replied that the boy had passed the exam. Timothy was very excited by the man's appearance. Lyall reported that 15 seconds had already passed before the boy lost consciousness. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild said that he put all his skill and determination into those 15 seconds. He noted that Timothy was the first adventurer to survive those 15 seconds and suffered only minor injuries. Such news greatly pleased Timothy. He almost lost his mind with happiness. The condition was fulfilled. Abe asked if there was anything else he wanted to share with his friend. Lyall said he acted very immaturely by using a legendary skill in sparring. It was because the man's emotions overcame his reason that the boy suffered, and Lyall sincerely regretted how it all turned out. Abe added that they both wanted to protect the city, but instead he almost killed the boy. Lyall's remorse was too little, in his opinion. The guy insisted that the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild apologized to Timothy properly. Lyall coughed a little and apologized to the boy again, adding that he had passed the first part of the test. Once Timothy has rested and regained his strength, he will begin the introduction to the second part of the test. They need to clear one of the dungeons together, and Timothy has already guessed it. Lyall confirmed his guesses and added that east of Durham, in the desert, there were underground ruins. Adventurers who knew about them called this place the Old Witch's Workshop. Helen's jaw even dropped in surprise. Was it really about that old witch's workshop? Lyall explained that a very powerful witch had once lived in these ruins, but after her death the place was overrun with monsters. Timothy, fascinated by this story, asked what kind of monsters lived there. But Lyall, looking at the boy, said that the rating and type of monsters were unknown to anyone. Helen said that in the last few years, unusual magical anomalies have been born through this workshop. It was because of these anomalies that the monsters became stronger and more aggressive, and many merchants who traveled to Durham were attacked. Lyall added that no one has ever figured out the source of these anomalies. They only understood one thing. The anomalies come from a monster that has settled in these ruins. The guild wizards concluded that the level of this monster was around 300. Timothy thought, level 300 was much greater than that of the desert damned. Lyall said that the ruins, in themselves, did not pose a danger. No adventurers had ever reached the depths. But the man believed that the boy would be able to cope with this task because he had already coped with the first part of the test. Lyall wanted Timothy to investigate the old witch's workshop and destroy the monster that was causing the magical anomalies. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild, clenching his fist, asked if the boy accepted his challenge. Meanwhile, somewhere in the ruins, a giant pendulum began to sway from side to side. This mechanism illuminated a figure sitting in the center of the gigantic library. Suddenly, the figure moved. It was an old witch and she began to wake up. The monster opened its eyes. Raising her head, she felt that some snitchers wanted to enter her chambers again. The witch's anger grew along with the lightning she emitted around her. The magical creature wanted to kill the uninvited guests. Timothy, having recovered, immediately set out for the wilderness east of the city of Durham. He wanted to fulfill his mission as quickly as possible. After moving through the desert for some time, the group of adventurers finally approached the entrance to the Old Witch's Workshop. Looking inside, the friends saw the remains of the adventurers, who were scattered on the floor and had long since turned into skeletons. Timothy went down to the dungeon first. He asked if Lindsay was really sure she wanted to go with them. The girl smiled sweetly at him and winked. She was 100% confident in her decision, even though she was a level 10 beginner adventurer. The girl wanted to help Timothy on his adventures and received a beginner adventurer's license from the central office. Lindsay knew why the boy had decided to leave their village and decided to let him know. When Timothy was unconscious, Abe told them everything, and in the girl's opinion, the guy was an incredibly kind person. In order not to harm the residents of the village, he decided to simply leave it. Now, Lindsay's biggest dream was to become as strong as Timothy. That's why she wanted to travel with their band of adventurers. Timothy noted that the old witch's workshop was a very dangerous place to start the journey. The girl was only level 10. But Lindsay, waving her arms hysterically, shouted that Timothy himself was also level 10 and that he was leaving. The guy tried to explain to her, but she beat him to it, saying that she had learned about his epic skill from the management. Unlike the guy, Lindsay won't level up unless she gets into difficult battles. And it is for the sake of power and raising her rating that she is ready to take such crazy risks, while Timothy considered it something unreasonable. To finally tip the scales in her favor, Lindsay noted that she knew he would always protect her in case of danger. Timothy scratched the back of his head. He was tired of arguing, so he let the girl go with them. These passionate pleas were finally interrupted by Abe, who asked if they were finally ready to go inside. Timothy decided that there was no point in delaying any longer and ordered everyone to go down to the workshop. Sometime later, the group of adventurers reached the first floor of the old witch's workshop. Helen felt a lot of magical energy in this dungeon. These were definitely unusual ruins. Abe agreed, which is why, before the magical energy source appeared, they needed to pump Timothy to the maximum. If Timothy encounters an opponent with a level 300 on his way, he won't be able to defeat him so easily with his 10th. Abe reasoned that it would be much easier to level up the guy on the way here rather than inside. But due to the battle with the desert cursed, all the local monsters simply hid in their lairs. Suddenly, the conversation of friends was interrupted by the first monster, a level 50th Iron Warrior. Timothy was looking at a strange creature. It turns out that the local monsters were like that. This specimen would be well suited for leveling it up. Abe decided that they should weaken the warrior, and Timothy would deliver the final blow. While the boy was pondering his tactics, the Iron Warrior rushed into the attack. His friends barely had time to jump back to a safe distance. Timothy remained at a distance, not engaging in a duel. He trusted his friend's plan. Abe told Timothy not to worry. They were some of Durham's best adventurers and wouldn't stand on ceremony with an opponent like that. Helen began attacking the Iron Warrior at the same time as Abe, but was on the other side of him. Saying that they would never let the monster harm Timothy, the girl attacked him, tearing off one of his limbs. Abe, at that very second, informed Timothy that his moment of glory had come. The guy didn't waste time waiting for someone to invite him a second time. He immediately rushed to the attack. Suddenly, almost near his goal, Timothy saw that the Iron Warrior had transformed. A little more and the monster would crush him. Lindsay, who had been watching the battle intently, realized that Timothy was in trouble. Not worrying about her safety, the girl decided that she would definitely protect him with her epic lightning strike skill, Thunder Flash. Lindsay swept past Timothy like lightning, knocking him off his feet. She ran straight for the Iron Warrior. The guy, seeing that it was Lindsay, began to worry a lot about her. But the girl was very brave and still lacked strength. The girl's counterattack did not last long. The monster turned out to be stronger than her, which was expected, and Lindsay flew back. Timothy was able to catch her and prevent a painful fall, and the boy sincerely thanked Lindsay for saving his life. At the last moment, this Iron Warrior decided to transform. The boy expected nothing less than a mechanical witch doll. The Iron Warrior seemed to be expecting these very words from Timothy, because he immediately rushed to attack him. Timothy dodged to avoid death. He laughed at the warrior, because with such a giant head he thought he could hit him. But his own attacks didn't do any damage to the opponent at all. All because of the difference in their levels, the guy didn't know how to defeat the monster. Helen shouted that if it was just a mechanical doll, there must be a core under its body. Timothy asked what, in that case, they should do to reach him. Abe replied that, in fact, it was simple. They had to destroy the Iron Warrior's hull by force. Not expecting support, the boy shouted at the magical robot to attack him. The Iron Warrior turned towards him, but immediately received a wound in his other arm, which flew into pieces. Meanwhile, Abe wasted no time and jumped right up to him, tearing at the iron plating with his hands. He didn't need cover because he wasn't as weak as he seemed, and in a moment the boy bared his core. Turning to his friends, Abe said that while the Iron Warrior was disoriented, he needed to be attacked. Timothy immediately ran towards his opponent, sword in hand. This time he had to do everything to win. A few seconds later, he hit the core of the Iron Warrior, and it exploded into pieces with a bang. A second later, the Iron Warrior fell to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Timothy finally got what he wanted so badly. 50 levels of the defeated monster were within him. If the guy defeats a couple more mechanical dolls in the same way, he will quickly be able to regain his previous level. Helen said the most important thing to remember was that these were just magic golems, their weak point being their magic core. Abe added that thanks to this core, they can function. On their own, they are mindless puppets that obey the will of their master. This master breathed life into them through magic. This opponent is very simple. The friends were so busy chatting again that they didn't notice two more Iron Warriors approaching them, which Lindsay had notified them about. The opponents were also level 50th, and now, with Timothy's level 60th, he could handle them alone. The boy desperately rushed towards the enemies, once again pulling his sword from its scabbard. On his way to the Iron Warriors, Timothy swung his fist and hit the first of them, who fell on the second. From the boy's first blow, the core of the magical robot immediately opened. Timothy took out one of his daggers and quickly absorbed the opponent's level. Timothy's level was now set at 110, and the second Iron Warrior was no problem for him at all. Timothy activated the Seraphim Wings. He understood that the opponent was transforming. But this trick would not work on him the second time. The guy had two swords in his hands at once, and the Iron Warrior was a little confused. With a lightning leap, Timothy struck twice, cutting off both of the robot's arms and piercing the magic core. The system announced that the opponent's level had been absorbed, and the Lord's level had been raised to 160. The guy managed to improve his level a little, but a new danger was looming over his friends. Helen jumped in front of Timothy and created a protective dome. She shouted for her friends to be careful. It was too early to relax because a whole army of Iron Warriors attacked them, who noticed the intruders and wanted to kill them. The friends urgently needed to find a way out of the situation because there were too many opponents. Helen's protective dome protected the group of adventurers very well, but that didn't stop them from being confused about their future actions. The girl understood that although the level of the magical robots was quite low, due to the anomaly in this place, they were stronger than they should be. Meanwhile, the robots sent a request for reinforcements to immediately eliminate the threat that had arisen. An army of iron puppets lined up in several rows, determined not to let their uninvited guests leave here alive. Abe, seeing that things were bad, shouted to his friends to run to the tunnels. No one from the group of adventurers argued with him. Timothy was the last to run out of the hall. For some time they ran without looking back, but the boy noticed that he couldn't see Lindsay anywhere and looked back. The girl stopped exhausted in the middle of the road. The boy also saw that the Iron Warriors were approaching the girl and covered her with himself, ordering her to run immediately. Lindsay didn't need much persuasion. Constantly looking back at Timothy, the girl quickly ran after her friends. Meanwhile, the boy once again activated the Seraphim Wings skill, preparing for battle. The Iron Warrior, who was going first, started shooting and the boy first deflected his bullets with his swords. When the magical puppet lost its temper, it started spraying everything with iron, and Timothy sharpened his fencing skills to defend himself. The car on the giant battery did not retreat, and Timothy realized that it was time to do something drastic. When the shooting stopped, the boys shouted for the cans to come at him. They still wouldn't be able to overwhelm him with their numbers. Suddenly, the boy saw one of the Iron Warriors activate a large cannon from his body, and it began to accumulate energy for a shot. A moment later, the energy of the shot, which illuminated the entire tunnel, was already stretching its tentacles towards Timothy. It was an unexpected turn. The guy had to quickly escape from the hellish flames. Timothy managed to hide around the corner while the first of the Iron Warriors shattered the granite slabs with his shot and the others activated their cannons. The next collective shot destroyed the wall behind which Timothy was hiding, so he had to run again while everything around him exploded. Meanwhile, Abe, Helen, and Lindsay ran to another entrance to a hall and stopped in the doorway. Timothy, who ran up to them a few minutes later, asked what they were doing here, and they needed to run as quickly as possible. Robot shooters, sometimes serving as tin cans, were no longer suitable. They had to hurry. Abe replied that they would be happy to do so, but they simply had nowhere to run. This hall was a dead end. The guy, having gone inside, could not hold back a cry of despair. He did not understand why they were so unlucky. The Iron Warriors were already behind them. Helen managed to create a protective dome in time, so that the bullets would not hurt anyone in the squad. The friends gradually retreated from the entrance and finally found themselves in the center of the hall, while the opponents began to enter and surround them from different sides. When the shooting began, Helen needed all her strength to hold back the gunfire that poured down on them. The girl held on with all her might. But the pressure was too strong. The cans didn't even allow her to take a breath. Helen began to feel that she was being pushed back. Something urgently needed to be done. The girl shouted to her friends that she was no longer able to protect them and deter her enemies. Timothy reacted immediately and said that, in that case, it would be better for her to let him go ahead. Abe objected and said that even if the guy had a high level, there were too many enemies, and they were strengthened by a magical anomaly, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Timothy himself understood that his friend was right, but he simply did not know what, in this case, they needed to do for their survival. Suddenly, the shots stopped, and the friends found themselves in some kind of energy beam. They looked at the mountain and saw the runes of some spell, which were gradually activating. Helen was the only person who knew what was happening. It was a teleportation. A few seconds later, the floor beneath the friends' feet began to collapse, and they fell into the abyss. The friends found themselves in a dark abyss, and as they fell, Timothy reasoned that the floor couldn't have collapsed on its own. This situation had been arranged by someone. In addition to falling, the boy heard shouts from the Iron Warriors about the need to pursue the intruders, and he had to defend himself in the air. The first Iron Warrior that collided with Timothy flew into the wall. The tin can was defeated. Timothy looked up and saw 3 more puppet robots, all of their lasers aimed directly at his squad. The guy understood that no one from his group would be able to dodge the enemy's attack in time. But at that moment, he heard Abe's voice. Abe wanted Timothy to extend his hand to him immediately, but he was at a good distance, and no matter how he reached out, he couldn't reach the boy. After a moment, Abe looked back at Helen, who was even lower, and asked her to use wind magic and push him towards Timothy. Helen said if Abe really wanted to, she would use wind magic, but he had asked for it himself and shouldn't blame her later. Abe, like a feather, flew at high speed towards Timothy, who was already preparing to catch him. A moment later, a successful collision of the sides occurred, and Abe, without stopping his flight, spun Timothy around and threw him forward at the Steel Warriors. A few seconds later, the first of the Steel Warriors was cut in half by Seraphim's sword, the other 2 remaining far below. The cut metal can exploded in midair, creating a blast wave and fire that traveled towards the other 2 robots. When the fire dissipated, Timothy saw that the 2 were still alive and were even shooting in his direction. The guy fought back from the avalanche of bullets with all his might and delivered a counterattack. The cans were wounded. A powerful explosion rang out, illuminating the entire tunnel through which the adventurers were flying. As the boy flew past the fire, he was pierced by the absorbed levels of the 3 opponents he had killed. The current level was now 360. If he continued to increase his level, he would be able to defeat the one who had cursed Durham. Realizing that everyone was now looking at Timothy and not paying attention to anything else, Lindsay shouted that they were still falling. Helen looked at the girl and told her not to worry. They would get out of here now. A few seconds later, all members of Timothy's squad found themselves back in a hall they had never seen before. Magic could save lives. As soon as Helen, Lindsay, and Abe landed on the floor, a powerful explosion sounded behind them, throwing them into the air again. Looking back, they saw the silhouette of Timothy in the smoke, who apologized to his friends. His level was too high. The guy, so far, has not been able to fully control his strength. Abe replied that nothing bad had happened. At least for now, they could no longer worry about Timothy. Meanwhile, Lindsay looked around. She was curious about what kind of place this was. The hall was dark and she couldn't see anything. Helen activated her skill and lit all the candles in the circular hall. Finally, the friends could calmly examine their surroundings. As soon as the adventurers' feet hit the floor, the powerful witch woke up, sensing the intruders in her territory. The woman's first desire was to kill them, but she didn't know exactly how best to do it. No matter what method she chose, the witch could not allow the intruders to survive. The woman gradually came to light before the adventurers. Timothy saw some kind of mechanism under her clothes. Was this witch really a mechanical doll too? He looked back at his friends and warned them to be careful. They now had a difficult doll standing in front of them. The witch activated the self-destruct protocol and turned on the catastrophe mode. A moment later, the witch straightened her shoulders and threw off the robe that hid her essence. Abe said there was no doubt that it was because of her that the magical anomalies were occurring. After examining his opponent, the boy realized that this monster was too high a level. This broken wisdom was level 400. 30 years ago, a witch was sitting on the bank of a river. Suddenly, she saw a wicker basket in the water and pulled it out. What she saw inside made the woman wonder if she, an old hermit witch, could raise this child. After a little thought, she realized that no, the woman had dedicated her entire life to the search for truth and had already lived in this world for 80 years. During her life, she managed to become a powerful witch who knew everything possible about magic, but she never learned to live like an ordinary person. Having rejected everything worldly, she began to follow only one path, like an old fool. She couldn't understand why the child's parents had left her alone. If she also abandoned the baby, then perhaps it would die from hungry wild animals. After a pause, she said that this was probably the fate of this child. But in response, she heard, "Please." She was touched that such a small child was able to say something. It turns out the child was polite. And yet, she could not imagine what a child would grow up to be if the old hermit witch became her mother. The baby had a great will to live, and the woman nevertheless decided to take care of her. She introduced herself to the child as Nellie. Taking the child in her arms, she named her Merim. This is the name of a spell that makes a person absolutely happy. Meanwhile, a fight broke out in the dungeon hall. The witch shouted that the adventurers must die and rushed forward. Timothy was able to jump back. The guy saw that the robot witch's hands were glowing in different colors, which meant that she would use energy from different directions against them. To prevent the woman from striking first, Timothy decided to attack first. But he didn't even have time to get close to his opponent, because she sent columns of flame at him all the way to the ceiling. Following the flames, a swift stream of wind attacked the boy. Timothy tried to dodge the blow, but the witch was restless. She attacked wave after wave, hoping that one of the blows would still reach its target. In addition, the monstrous creature activated the power in another hand, so now 3 elements were opposing the adventurers. Jumping into the air, the witch launched about 100 daggers at her friends at once. Helen stepped forward and formed a protective dome over the group of adventurers, hoping that this would delay the attack. While the friends were trying to deal with the previous attack, a toothy monster formed from her hand, which also rushed to the ground. This giant toothy snake destroyed the protective dome that Helen was building, and her friends had to crouch to the ground. The witch was waiting for just that, and at that very moment she rushed at the adventurers with a giant sword. Timothy turned to Abe and said that they needed to cut off the witch's hands, then she wouldn't be able to cast spells. But within a second, the boys were forced to defend themselves from the attack of a giant monster. The witch screamed that they would die, but then asked why they were being killed. Timothy didn't understand the point of these questions because she was the one who attacked first. The girls, who were kneeling in fear a little further away from the boys, also couldn't understand what was wrong with this woman. Not only was she abnormally high level, but the witch could also use various types of magic. Helen had never seen anything like it. Abe had one thought about this, and he hurried to share it with his friends. 10 years ago, a powerful witch lived in this workshop who knew how to wield various types of magic. Abe knew the woman was long dead, but what if she had found a way to live in these ruins forever? Timothy shouted that in that case, if this theory was correct, it might turn out that they weren't looking at a doll at all. It could be the soul of an old witch who was imprisoned in a new mechanical body. In the process of thinking, the guys managed to deal a significant blow to the witch, and she flew away some distance. Landing opposite Timothy and Abe, at the other end of the hall, the mechanical monster prepared for another fight. Timothy asked his friend if the old witch had always been so inhospitable, and he replied that the old men of the city of Durham said that the woman, although she was a recluse, had never harmed anyone. Now the witch looked like a completely insane creature, ready to kill anything that came her way. They looked at the witch's tangled body, unable to find a place for herself and shouting to the entire hall that the uninvited guests must die. Abe said that it seemed that the soul of the old witch in question was trying to fight the body of the mechanical doll. In any case, it was now completely impossible to know who the opponent was. Under the ceiling of the hall they were in, dozens of giant mirrors suddenly began to form. The witch fired an energy shot upwards and the beam began to ricochet off each mirror. The mechanical doll was very dangerous. 18 years ago, in an old witch's workshop, a little girl tried to assemble her first robot. The witch was unhappy that the child was messing around with these dolls again. Apparently, the girl was attracted to strange things. Miriam replied that she did not have the same power as the master, but she wanted to achieve her mastery. The witch replied that, of course, she understood. The girl, for now, could not match her, but if she continued to study diligently, she would gain the same power. The girl believed that she had no talent for magic at all, which is why she decided to become an inventor. Miriam dreamed that one day, her dolls would definitely be able to defeat the master witch. The witch said that the girl could do whatever she wanted, because it was her life and she could live it as she wished. 8 years had passed, and the girl was already standing by the bed where his master witch was saying goodbye to life. The woman asked not to scream in vain. Her life would soon come to an end, that's all. Merim shouted that she couldn't die so quickly. She hadn't yet created a creation that could match the master in strength. The girl added that she had very little time left before creating her most important masterpiece. She begged not to abandon her halfway, large, abundant tears rolling down her eyes. But the girl paid no attention to it at all. The witch asked her not to cry and assured her that Meremy would definitely finish her creation, because she had dedicated her entire life to studying dolls. Even though she might die, the girl's life was just beginning. She hoped that a wonderful future awaited her, because she was a beautiful girl. The witch turned on her stomach and started attacking the boys again, quickly running straight at them. Turning at the last second, she found herself face to face with Lindsay. Timothy, seeing this, called out to the girl in warning, but it was too late. One of the witch's hands rose up, generating another stream of energy for the attack. Timothy had never run so fast in his life. The entire impact of the doll fell on the boy. He covered the girl with himself. Without letting go of Lindsay, he flew a long distance away from the witch, breaking the magic mirrors with him. When the movement stopped, Timothy was left lying on the floor, unable to move from the pain. Helen and Abe, seeing this picture, were very excited. The girl immediately rushed to help, despite the fact that the boy stopped her. Helen quickly ran to one of the magic mirrors and pierced it with her hand. At the same second, the girl's body rose into the air and was carried away by a blast wave from the epicenter of the fight. With unspeakable horror, Abe watched as Helen, unconscious, flew across the hall, having lost her hat. While he was distracted, the witch took advantage of this and approached the boy, preparing to attack. What happened next was like ping-pong for Abe. Only he was the ball. The witch was running around the hall, beating the spirit out of him. The boy felt on his skin how fast this witch was. Her hands did not stop for a single second. Seeing the doll attack again, Abe wondered how much longer he could dodge the blows. At that moment, the guy was hit by a powerful energy beam that knocked him off his feet. Abe flew across the hall and crashed into a bookshelf, causing a loud explosion. Timothy watched this scene from a distance, thinking that if this continued, they would all be killed here at this rate. Something urgently needed to be done, and Timothy had no choice but to reactivate his skill. As soon as the boy did this, the witch immediately sensed the change and, looking back, flew towards him, attacking. During a fierce fight, Timothy realized that he had managed to injure her, and this motivated him greatly. But it turned out to be completely in vain, because the attack seemed to have no effect on the witch. Instead, the witch became even angrier and attacked the boy with renewed vigor, leaving Timothy unable to stand on his feet. Falling to the ground, the boy tried to understand what this old doll was up to. He saw the witch standing before him in the center of a solid pillar of flame. Timothy understood that it seemed that nothing could stop this witch. No matter what happened to her body, it wouldn't stop her from fighting. Timothy decided that he absolutely must not drag out this fight, because he simply could not withstand such pressure. This powerful witch, after all, was an ordinary mechanical doll, and therefore must operate from a magical core. The only problem was getting to this magical core and staying alive. With screams of death, the witch attacked the boy, and he began dodging the swift attacks at maximum speed. Timothy realized that if this continued, he would be able to get close to her. But at that very second, the guy saw the Iron Warriors. A squad of 4 puppet robots landed on the floor and immediately found their target in the boy's face. Timothy was delighted. These cans had never been so relevant. He would be able to raise his level. One by one, the boy killed all 4 Iron Warriors. The witch did not interfere in this duel. The system announced that the levels had been absorbed, and the current level of the Lord had reached 560. The guy told the armorers that he needed a legendary skill that would limit the enemy's movement. The request was received and the search started. Sometime later, the system reported that it recommended purchasing the Royal Order skill. The skill bound the target to a lower level than the Lord with countless black spears and cost 150 levels. The guy made a request to acquire the legendary skill Royal Order and prepared for the test. It was wonderful that the monster was level 400, and Timothy was level 410. The boy shouted that the witch must bow her knees before the royal majesty and activated the Royal Order skill. At that moment, the witch, who was running towards the boy with all her might, was pinned down by a large number of spears, unable to move. 10 years ago, Merim, proud of herself, rolled something bulky into the bookroom, and she succeeded. Although she tried to transplant the soul of the master witch into the doll, she was unsuccessful. That man told her about a forbidden technique that would allow her to bring the master back to life. If the soul of a master witch is placed in a doll, The woman will live as long as Merrim is alive. Although the girl would never be able to be near her mentor again, she considered it a small price to pay for her life. The doll should automatically turn on, and the master's soul should remain inside forever, as soon as the girl leaves the hall. Looking back at the farewell, Merrim lingered, although she was consumed by evil. The girl hoped that the witch in the doll's body would still live a happy life for both of them. Now, this half-crazy witch doll was pinned down by the spears formed by Timothy's skill, and she was resisting. The thrashing continued for several minutes, and finally the doll broke free from its captivity and began running again towards the boy. Timothy was shocked. His plan had really not worked. The guy decided not to stop. Timothy pointed his hand towards the doll and activated his royal command skill once more. Dozens of spears once again held the witch back, piercing her limbs through and through. The crazy creature wished Timothy dead. She must kill the offender, but she did not remember why. The boy took up the sword. He didn't understand why the witch was still asking this question. She said that killing people was her goal, and then she denied it herself. The crazy, powerful witch doll once again broke free from the spears, tearing off part of her limbs. She rushed towards Timothy, but he activated the royal command skill for the third time and stopped her with his spears. The witch screamed in pain. Timothy, taking advantage of the moment, began to strike the creature blow after blow, while it repeated that its desire was to protect its child. Unable to withstand such torture, the witch finally fell to her knees. She was no longer able to resist. A moment later, Timothy was standing in front of the remains of the former doll of the powerful witch. The guy couldn't even immediately understand whether he had defeated her, until he saw the blue light that shot out of the wreckage. It was the soul of a powerful witch, and she was trying to reach some door that had appeared behind a bookcase that had moved aside. Timothy was surprised by the appearance of the secret door. The boy immediately had a desire to explore what was behind it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the system's voice announcing the level's absorption. A powerful energy beam burst from the remains of the doll. Timothy was overjoyed. It was the first time he had defeated such a high-level opponent. It should have raised his level to the skies. The system indeed announced a few seconds later that the current level of the Lord had already reached 810. The moment the announcement ended, Timothy was enveloped in darkness, so heavy that he fell to the floor. The guy was in incredible pain. Was it because the armor had absorbed such a high level? Dark energy was increasing, and the system issued a warning, stating that due to the absorption of a huge number of levels, the owner will receive enormous physical and mental damage. This process has already begun. To save the owner's life, it was recommended to acquire the storage skill. The system was waiting for confirmation of this action, but Timothy did not hear it. The system eventually made a second request, but didn't wait for a response, and this time, Timothy turned into a complete pain. Realizing that the boy could not give orders, the armorers took on temporary authority and acquired and activated the storage skill on their own. When the storage was activated, the system announced that 400 levels of the Lord had been transferred to it, the darkness gradually being replaced by light. Soon the light dissipated, and Timothy began to sink to the floor. The boy was conscious. He came to and groaned in pain. But when he fell to the ground, Timothy's whole body trembled. After a few minutes, the boy raised his head and asked the armor of the abyss if they had really saved his life. The system replied that it simply confirmed the owner's intention and acquired a new armor function: storage. Timothy admitted that this was a complete surprise to him because, to be honest, he doesn't remember much due to the immense pain. The guy asked what capabilities this storage had. The system replied that the storage skill allows you to add or, conversely, remove your levels at the owner's discretion. Previously, the owner had an 810th level. The system took over temporary powers and took 400 levels away from him. Finally, everything became clear to Timothy, which is why his level did not increase, all thanks to the storage skill. Timothy realized that this was quite convenient. Once he got to the city, he could lower his level so as not to attract too much attention. And yet Timothy cannot absorb too high levels, otherwise he will simply lose his mind. The system said that this was the first time he had absorbed such a high level, and that it would not happen again in the future. Timothy replied that he would deal with the storage. The boy heard his friends running towards him. Abe, Lindsay, and Helen were very alarmed. They started asking if he was okay because they heard Timothy screaming. The guy told them not to worry. Everything was fine now. What was more important to him was that they remained whole and unharmed. The friends smiled at each other and shook hands. Mission accomplished. Suddenly, Timothy remembered that after he defeated the old doll, a layer of light had shot out of its body. Abe thought about it. He thought it could be the soul of the old witch. The boy asked what happened next. Timothy replied that this so-called soul of the old witch had opened a secret door that was behind the bookcase. Lindsay looked at this door with admiration. She asked if they would go there. Helen replied that of course, but if the old witch's soul still hadn't disappeared. Behind this door, their band of adventurers may face serious danger. A group of friends, led by Timothy, began to approach the mysterious door. Taking hold of the handle, Timothy announced that he would open this door in the next second. Everyone had to get ready. Amazed, the friends saw a clearing of incredible beauty, in the middle of which stood a neat little house. Timothy didn't understand what kind of place this was. They were like deep underground, and here was some kind of Eden. Abe replied that it seemed that this space was created with the help of the old witch's magic. Helen was also amazed. She had never seen anything like it in her life. The old witch was actually a powerful sorceress. Lindsay alone was shaking her head, trying to find where that ball of light Timothy had spoken of had gone. The only place to hide was that little house up ahead. Suddenly, something very fast burst out onto the street through the roof of the house, breaking it. 2 seconds later, a robot with a sword for an arm landed on the ground right in front of them. Timothy prepared himself. He believed that a new opponent had appeared before him. But the robot said that the boy should immediately put away his weapon. Showing his sword instead of a hand, the robot said that it was not a toy at all and it was better not to swing it. Timothy noticed that the robot also had a sword and was walking around with it calmly. But the robot replied that it was part of his hand, and if it could, it would get rid of it. Finally, the newcomer put the jokes aside and said that, in fact, she should thank them. The robot called herself Nellie, and, officially on behalf of the old witch who had settled in these ruins, thanked her once again for saving her soul. She added that she would never have thought that a witch like her could live so long. The witch reported that her soul had been held in this terrible mechanical doll, which her friends had defeated for many years. As soon as the boy and his team destroyed the doll, she came to her senses in this new body. Finally, no one was suppressing her will. Abe admitted that he thought so. The witch's consciousness was clouded by negative energy. Lindsay asked why the witch's soul could not find peace. The witch replied that after the destruction of her old body, her soul found refuge in this old doll. According to the logic of things, she really should have found peace and finally left this world. But this immature boy used a forbidden magical technique on her. Helen, not believing it, even asked what forbidden magical technique they were talking about. Timothy was also very interested in finding out what exactly the powerful witch meant. It was more pleasant to talk to her now than last time. The witch replied that it was a list of spells that had been rejected by the sages and forbidden for use by anyone. In the wizarding community, the use of these techniques is a real taboo due to their dangerous consequences. Timothy asked what, after all, this unknown guy had done to her soul. The witch replied that forbidden technique number 95 had been used on her. A soul seeking peace in another's body. Because of this technique, no matter how hard the adventurers try to destroy her body, her soul will always find another shell to continue its existence. Helen, after listening to the witch's story, said that if she wanted to rest, they could always undo her spell, but she replied that it was impossible. The witch said that only the one who imposed this forbidden technique on her could free her soul. Helen asked if even such a powerful witch as she was unable to free herself from this technique. But it was the sad truth. She replied that whoever cast the spell on her knew that she would try to free herself and did everything to ensure that no one but him could do it. Helen did not back down. She was curious to find out who had used such a strong forbidden technique against the powerful witch. The robot witch, covering her face with her hand, said that this person was her student Merrim. Merrim could not accept her death and decided to take this desperate step. That's why she used this forbidden technique. No one dares to disrupt the natural course of things. The dead cannot be brought back to life. The witch considered this act incredibly stupid. She wanted the girl to live her life in happiness, but she chose a different path. In any case, she wanted to deal with this girl herself and teach her a lesson in her new body. This time, the problem was different. Timothy asked what exactly the woman meant. Miriam wasn't smart enough to master such complex magical techniques, and she had never taught her such things. The girl made a deal with a wizard who helped imprison her soul and enslaved Miriam and forced her to create the most powerful fighting dolls for him. As far as she remembered, this wizard was called Damon Fortin, and as soon as the name was mentioned, a stranger teleported to the clearing. Damon said that the Sorcerer's Lodge would expel powerful magicians who use such techniques, but he thought that was nonsense. Forbidden techniques are beautiful. They have helped many people live happily. In the hands of such magicians is the power of God himself. Damon waved his staff and looked proudly at everyone present. He said that for this very reason, he teaches forbidden magical techniques to anyone who needs them. The powerful witch rushed towards the sorcerer, trying to cover his mouth. She said that Damon was a very power-hungry person. He broke into her monastery. He took everything from her, both the student and the soul. She would make him go through the same hell. Turning to the mechanical dolls, the witch ordered them to kill the intruder in the person of Damon Fortin. But her spell was powerless against the sorcerer. With one wave of his staff, the boy bound all the metal cans that appeared in the clearing. The guy saw the reaction of those around him, and therefore, he began to show off his strength even more, laughing out loud. A moment later, all the Iron Warriors scattered into pieces around Damon. The boy looked at his friends and the robot witch and said that the jokes were over for now. Closing his eyes and smiling, Damon Fortin turned to the witch Nellie and asked for permission to kill her. The powerful witch asked Nellie if Damon really decided to kill her, if he didn't understand that it was impossible to do so because of the magical forbidden technique. Damon laughed and replied that, of course he knew, but that was why he helped Merrim cast that spell on her. The robot witch illuminated everything with lightning bolts of anger. Only the spellcaster could remove the forbidden equipment from the victim. Simply put, the only person who can kill her is Damon. The sorcerer laughed out loud. He was enjoying this moment. The witch was right. Only he could free her soul from this tin. The boy was torn to pieces by the realization of his greatness and cunning. It was he who showed the witch all the charm of the forbidden technique. Damon aimed his staff at the witch, intending to destroy the body of her mechanical doll. Once he does this, the soul of the powerful witch Nellie will leave this world forever. Nellie couldn't understand why the guy would do this. He could have broken into her abode at any moment, but why did he come now? Damon replied that this was indeed a very good question. In fact, he did not want to kill her. But in 10 years, the situation had changed. All because right now the guy was on the verge of fulfilling his cherished dream. To get the desired result, Damon must make a very big sacrifice. And that victim was to be the entire southern capital of Durham. Damon, laughing, stuck out his long tongue. He already imagined all these buildings, each of which housed the people who would become the backbone for achieving his goal. The guy said that people still remember Nellie and only a powerful witch like her could stop him. He wouldn't want people who remembered her kindness to come to the workshop and beg for help. It would be easier to just kill her. Timothy, just in case, asked if Damon really sent those monsters to the city, and the guy answered in the affirmative. At that moment, Timothy activated his power and, saying that he had finally found this bastard, rushed into the attack. Damon met the boy's blow with a smile. The boy was able to defend himself with the help of his staff. Timothy's pressure was too strong, so Damon had to jump to a safe distance. Timothy said that he didn't know all the reasons, but they didn't really concern him. He wouldn't allow Durham to be destroyed for selfish desires. The boy was going to personally finish off the arrogant sorcerer and promised to do so. Timothy was level 410, and Damon was level 500, and the latter was very curious about how the guy would manage it. Until this moment, Damon believed that only Nellie could stop him, but he had not seen adventurers of such a high level in these parts for a long time. Timothy rushed to attack, but Damon said that killing the boy was not part of his plans at all. Although at the same time, the arrogant wizard considered it a great stroke of luck that this particular boy ended up here. Because now he had a chance to deal with the two elements that annoyed him the most, he struck his first blow. The blow was so strong that Timothy lost his balance, flew backward, and fell helplessly onto the lawn. Damon looked at the boy, who was trying to calm the pain in his chest, and said that he should be happy. He would give the boy a quick death. Suddenly, the figures of Helen and Abe appeared behind Damon, and when the boy looked around in surprise, Abe said that he shouldn't forget about them either. Looking at his friends, Damon admitted that he was not ready for a battle with so many opponents and, having created a teleport, said goodbye to everyone. Nellie ran up to him and asked if he was really running away. Damon replied that he wasn't running away from her. He simply didn't want to be late for the bloody feast. The sorcerer took a step into the teleporter. Looking back at Timothy's squad, Damon said that if they really wanted to protect the city, he advised them to hurry up. The teleport had already gone out, but friends continued to hear words that at that very moment, Damon's subordinates had already begun killing the residents of Durham. Meanwhile, Durham was, as always, crowded. The city was bustling with life. Damon watched the residents from the highest point in the city. He knew that very soon everything would change. This idyllic world will end today, and the process has just begun. The bloody feast began. Damon had assistants for this, the first of whom had just teleported to the city. The appearance of the first subordinate caused the sorcerer to laugh sinisterly. He liked to dare to do what others were incapable of. The city was filled with teleports of Damon's people. The sorcerer wished death upon all the inhabitants, wishing for them to become food for the new god of this world. At the very moment when the senseless bloodshed began in Durham, the magical core inside the witch Nellie cracked. Feeling some changes inside herself, The robot witch leaned on one knee. Timothy asked what was the matter. The witch replied that her friends didn't need to worry. It seems that before leaving, Damon had modified the forbidden magical technique. Timothy tried to continue her thought. It meant that in the event of a situation where the witch's body broke, Nellie replied that if her body was damaged, she would simply perish in this world forever from now on. But to be honest, she didn't care about that. She already died once, so death doesn't scare her. But a scary doll is different. When she was imprisoned in this terrible doll, she could not leave the confines of her workshop and her mind was clouded. Now everything was different. The woman was free, and finally, would be able to leave this place, because the old restrictions did not apply to this body. What Damon said was important. The woman drew the attention of her friends to these words, asking if they remembered them. Lindsay said that this sorcerer was going to kill all the inhabitants of Durham to achieve his dream. Timothy asked the witch if it was true, and the woman replied that she didn't think at all that Damon was lying. Abe said that they had better, in that case, return to Durham as soon as possible and prevent Damon from harming the city's residents. Helen replied that they wouldn't be able to get to the city in time on their own, too. Timothy agreed that even if they tried, by the time they reached Durham, it would be in ruins. Witch Nellie said that the boys and girls had probably already forgotten who they had met today. Even Damon feared her, as his only equal opponent. And she asked to leave the way for her, the powerful old witch. Meanwhile, a bloody harvest began in Durham, with Damon's henchmen executing people right in the streets. The next victim was a local man begging for help, but Damon's subordinates were not impressed. Looking at the sorcerer standing above him, the man begged not to do this. He swore that he would do anything for the sake of survival. Melissa was in the Timothy Guild building at the time. She heard the man's terrible death scream and looked out the window. The girl dropped her chores and went out into the yard. She was surprised to see that the sky over Durham had a purple hue. One of Damon's henchmen, who was on the other side of the street, saw a new victim. The sorcerer said that she should cry and pray, trembling with fear in anticipation of the inevitable. The girl's suffering should become food for their new god. The sorcerer sent a deadly energy beam towards Melissa. At the last second, Timothy managed to rush in front of the girl and eliminate the attacker. He struck his opponent with a blow of such force that it threw him against the building opposite. Looking at Melissa, the boy said not to worry. Now all the residents of Durham were safe. Helen, who appeared the next moment, reported that those who use forbidden techniques are real weaklings. These are people who, in their entire worthless lives, have failed to master the magical arts. Melissa looked at her friends who surrounded her and sincerely thanked them for saving her, saying that they had arrived just in time. The robot witch Nellie said that Damon had, after all, managed to change the nature of this body of hers. The witch stood in a broken teleporter, unable to return to her workshop now, while her friends risked their lives to save others. Timothy thanked the powerful robot witch for teleporting them in time. The witch told Nellie to stop calling her that, because it's a relic of the past. When asked by her friends, the witch said that she was even very happy if they called her their friend. Several of Damon's henchmen have already received their punishment for killing innocents. Lyall said that doing such things is a great sin and he will punish everyone for it. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild told the rescued man to run to the headquarters, where all the survivors were hiding, and promised to protect them. The man obediently did as Lyall said, and Lyall reasoned that the enemies he encountered were around level 80th to 100. Until today, Lyall had never met anyone in Durham who looked like them. Suddenly, the man heard clapping behind him. A stranger's voice said that he was a good warrior, and also the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild. Lyall looked back sharply and looked at the stranger. He asked if he was to blame for the chaos that had just occurred in the city. Damon laughed. He said that human anger, in his opinion, was very beautiful. At that moment, Lyall, in his eyes, looked unbeatable. The guy answered the question in the affirmative. He admitted that he had organized a bloody celebration that covered the entire city. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild looked closely at his interlocutor and asked what bloody celebration he was talking about. Damon replied that only humans can experience this sweet cocktail of sensations. People are always able to cry from suffering, anger, or incredible rage. These feelings make the blood boil in their veins. These evil feelings of people will be useful to the new god, whom the boy wanted to awaken. This is what Damon meant when he called everything happening in Durham a bloody celebration. After listening to the narcissistic guy, Lyall asked if he was the one who sent the desert dam to Durham. Damon pretended to remember, but eventually admitted that he had summoned a couple of bugs to test the strength of her guild, but the results had not impressed him. The impudent wizard smiled sinisterly and admitted that he had to thank them. Because they defended the city that day, he can consecrate all the local residents to the new god. Only through the protection of the Sword of Salvation Guild will the new god of this world be able to enjoy human suffering to the fullest. Lyall thoughtfully concluded that it was all Damon's fault, and told the boy that he would not allow his dirty plan to come true. The guild leader of the Sword of Salvation activated the legendary skill, Demonic Advent. Damon said that even after using the legendary skill, the opponent's level only reaches 400. The impudent, restless scum laughed in Lyall's face. He said that he was not his opponent at all. Damon was level 500. Lyall didn't care what the enemy said. He repeated that he would force him to lay down his weapons, regardless of his level, in 15 seconds. Timothy watched this scene from a distance and notified the system of his desire to activate the storage and add another 190 levels to his status. The system announced that the boy was currently level 600, while Lyall had already run to attack Damon. Timothy silently attacked Damon from the other side, but Damon noticed the boy in time. Abe was destroying his share of enemies. He suddenly realized that they fed on anger. Damon's henchmen forced innocent people to suffer and beg for mercy. All this bloodshed and mass sacrifices were just to feed their god. In Abe's opinion, such actions and such behavior in general were very disgusting. The warrior who fought alongside Abe said that if it made him so angry, he shouldn't stand there like a pillar. If someone is pissing someone off, to solve this problem, you just need to punch them in the face. Who would doubt that advice was given to Abe by Will? Eventually, both adventurers found themselves back to back, surrounded by enemies. When the fight started, Abe did agree with Will, who asked where the kid in black armor had gone. Abe replied that right now the boy, like everyone else, is fighting against the evil that has come to Durham with his own strength. Timothy, while Abe said he was fighting against Damon, who was not expecting him at all. Attacking the sorcerer a second time, he called for help from Lyall, who was still on the other side of the enemy. Lyall activated the demonic black flash skill, almost reaching Damon with his sword. Realizing that there would be no breakthrough now, the sorcerer used forbidden technique number 74. Sacrifice for the common good. A second later, Damon was surrounded by his henchmen, both living and dead. The wizard said that they would protect him, risking their lives. He looked at some of them and said that he would, of course, be very sad if the opponents killed everyone. But he doesn't need followers who can't handle lousy adventurers. The wizard was most interested in how Timothy had raised his level so quickly, which, in his opinion, was abnormal. Still, he probably should have finished off the guy back in the workshop when he had the chance. Lyall, realizing that Damon was distracted by talking to the guy, decided to attack him, but all the man's attempts were in vain. After a series of attacks, the guild leader realized that Damon's forbidden technique was undoubtedly powerful. However, it seems that the technique consumes a lot of the sorcerer's strength, and therefore, he cannot use it constantly. Timothy, hearing the words of the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild, rushed to attack Damon. He believed that if this was true, they both had to get rid of the sorcerer before he could activate his forbidden technique. Damon managed to jump to a safe distance from the boy at the last moment before Timothy touched where he was standing. Timothy shouted that they needed to hit together, and then the guy definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. Lyall called this idea a good one. The sorcerer looked back and saw that two opponents were flying at him simultaneously. Lyall and Timothy simultaneously activated the demonic black flash skill. Dark energy enveloped both adventurers, and the sorcerer realized he had been caught off guard. At the last second, the boy managed to activate the protective shield, relying entirely on its strength. In this battle, the perseverance of the adventurers and the self-confidence of the sorcerer intersected, and in the end, perseverance won, and the protective shield crumbled. A second later, the guild leader of the Sword of Salvation and Timothy surrounded Damon on both sides. The sorcerer was unable to resist any longer. His clothes were completely covered in blood. Damon said that the taste of blood was, after all, wonderful. Lyall and Timothy, putting a sword to Damon's head, said that he had lost. The adventurers added that as long as they both stood guard, the boy was not, under any circumstances, destined to destroy Durham. Damon's reaction was incomprehensible. The wizard covered his face with his hand and laughed sarcastically. Looking at his opponents, he finally admitted that he had really underestimated them. The boy especially chided himself for underestimating Timothy's strength and power and not taking advantage of his advantage sooner. The street where the fight took place was completely empty with damaged buildings, echoes from the words of admission of defeat echoing off the walls. The sorcerer began to lament that he had not brought enough sacrifices to awaken the new god, but that was far from the end. A second later, servants appeared between him and the adventurers. Damon said that the new god doesn't care who is sacrificed for him. With the last of his strength, the sorcerer arched back and activated forbidden technique number 76. This technique was called the death cry of the crowd, and the guy used it against his people. Finally, Damon said that they should experience this divine taste of their own blood. The sorcerer's legs were in excruciating pain, burning as if on fire. In the end, from each of them, the boy magically pulled out the dagger he had stuck in. Lyall and Timothy didn't know how to react to this. The guy had covered everything around him with blood, and it was the blood of his own people. Damon said that his followers should not worry. Their sacrifice would not be in vain. Although this is not enough, the sorcerer is unlikely to be able to obtain new victims. Timothy couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed at the sorcerer, saying that he wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted. Damon got to his feet. He said that the guy was really fast, but it was too late for him. From that moment on, the boy reacted to any attack from Timothy with laughter, not even intending to get into a fight. The demon had a presentiment of something extraordinarily beautiful for himself. He said that the time had come. Lyall and Timothy must suffer and pray for mercy, merging into one for the sake of their new god. At that very moment, blood began to rise to the heavens from the bodies of the murdered civilians of Durham throughout the city. All the blood flowed through the air to Damon and his staff. The wizard said that God could taste his blood too. If the new god needed Damon's flesh and blood, the sorcerer was ready to give whatever he wanted. Finally, the staff that Damon held in his hands began to gradually open, revealing that inside the petals at the tip was a red stone. The sorcerer was delighted. The ripe fruit of suffering and human sorrow was ready. The name of this stone was Blood Crystal. The sorcerer, with a smile, stuck his tongue out of his mouth. Damon raised his hand with the crystal and shouted that now no one in this city could stop him. With this blood crystal, the sorcerer could now perform his rite and fundamentally change their world order. Damon laughed an ominous laugh that the world would finally meet its new god. Timothy was very angry at this behavior and words. He asked how the hell Damon was going to summon someone into this world. The sorcerer replied that the forbidden techniques were imperfect and he would not be able to completely resurrect God. But Damon wanted to let the new god take his body as a shell. The sorcerer announced that very soon, the boy and everyone present would finally see the new god. But Timothy would still have to wait a little longer. Damon would teleport in an unknown direction a second later. Lyall, who was standing next to Timothy, said that the sorcerer wasn't going to perform the resurrection ceremony here, but he had a guess as to where he was headed. Timothy asked hopefully if this was true. Lyall replied that there was a place west of Durham with an abnormal amount of dark magical energy. This anomalous place was called the Palmyra Mausoleum, and adventurers usually did not go there. Lyall noticed that he wanted to stop this dark wizard, but still let him escape. Right now, they need to assemble a squad of experienced and strong fighters to stop Damon. In the Sword of Salvation Guild, unfortunately, there are no ones who would be able to resist the sorcerer. Lyall knew that Damon's level was 500. The maximum level a person could reach was 250. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild looked at Timothy and said that these rules did not apply to the boy at all. Timothy was the only one capable of defeating the sorcerer. He didn't know anyone who was at the same level as the boy. Lyall looked at Timothy carefully and asked if the boy would agree to accept a new assignment from him personally. He promised that if Timothy could handle this mission, he would allow the boys' guild to exist in Durham. Lyall personally promised to negotiate with the central administration so that they would provide financial support for the boys' guild. Timothy can also completely rely on Lyall personally. He was the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild and swore to keep his promise. The man said that he would fight side by side with Timothy against the forces of evil and would do everything in his power. But Lyall still insisted that it was the boy who had to defeat Damon. After listening to the man's proposal, Timothy understood what was required of him, and the guy agreed to the terms. Lyall, arms folded, wondered what name Timothy had come up with for his guild. Timothy was stumped by the question. The guy hadn't even thought about it until that moment. Lyall said it was important to come up with a name for his creation. Timothy thought for a moment. Nothing came to his mind. The man, realizing that there was a delay, wanted to give the guy some advice. Lyall said that the name of a guild usually reflects the essence of its creator. According to the man, the boy became a support for everyone he met during his adventures. Many were so influenced by Timothy's personality that they decided to follow his example, considering the guy their hero. The guy was also ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of saving others, and his friends responded in kind. So, in Lyall's opinion, the name was appropriate. Black Star of Hope. The city of Durham slowly began to recover from the horror experienced by its residents. But outside the city, the girl was waiting for her boss with a flashlight in her hands. Before her stood a new creation, on which she had been working for a long time, the most perfect being. The creature said that a detachment of adventurers was heading here now, and the girl, after listening to the report, thanked him for the information. The girl believed that, in that case, it was time to prepare to meet the newcomers. She should not allow them to go beyond this hall. Sometime later, Damon joined the girl. Today, finally, what he had been waiting for a long time was about to come true. A new god would arrive on Earth. The sorcerer carefully prepared for this moment. He created a bloody crystal, prepared a forbidden technique that would summon a new god into their world. But, in this ideal plan, there was one caveat. The sorcerer needed some time for the ritual. The girl replied that Damon need not worry about it. She promised to personally finish off anyone who dared to enter here. The sorcerer replied that it was wonderful. He was not mistaken in the girl when he made the same deal with her. After discussing all the details, Damon said that they needed to begin their ritual. The new god would radically change this world, which had become rotten. Meanwhile, several bands of adventurers, carefully assembled by Lyall, were moving across the desert in wagons, west of Durham. Among the many carts was one in which all the members of the Black Star of Hope Guild had gathered. Lindsay suddenly said that she wondered where the guy got the money for such a fancy carriage and horses. Timothy replied that their application to create a guild had been approved, and now the central administration would support the guild financially. Abe added that their guild was now called Black Star of Hope, and Lindsay replied that the name sounded good. Timothy decided to apologize for not being able to think of anything better at that moment. Helen said that they didn't expect anything more. The girl added that, from this moment on, Timothy can be safely called a guild master. The guy, with a smile, looked back at his friends and, after a short pause, said, "Yes." Abe noticed that Helen couldn't call the guy, that she was enrolled in the Sword of Salvation Guild, and shouted that she could leave it. The argument between the squad members was interrupted by the driver, who shouted for everyone to look ahead, and the friends opened their mouths in astonishment. Ahead, they could clearly see the place where Damon was supposed to be now, the Palmyra Mausoleum, which Nellie said that the mausoleum would probably be protected by a barrier, but she would be able to teleport them there without much effort. Nellie was sure that they had been carefully prepared for their arrival, but the friends had no choice. Suddenly, Lindsay shouted that someone was ahead. The friends looked ahead and saw Damon's men lined up in front of the wagons. Timothy tensed up. The appearance of the sorcerer's subordinates was no accident. The faceless guards simultaneously raised their hands and sent some kind of spell towards the newly arrived adventurers. One of the carts, hit by the energy flow, flew into the air and fell on its side, the wheels coming off. Timothy shouted that there were adventurers from the Sword of Salvation Guild in that cart. The guy shouted that they urgently needed to help their comrades in arms, but Abe resolutely stopped Timothy. He said not to rush into a fight before the allotted time. A second later, when the members of the Sword of Salvation Guild flew out of the overturned cart, the boy said that they would do just fine on their own. Other detachments approached the entrance to the Mausoleum of Palmyra, and the adventurers began to approach the stairs. Lyall, along with his men, watched as Timothy and his squad approached him. The man looked sternly at the boy and asked if everyone was ready for what awaited them. Timothy answered in the affirmative and said that, in that case, he was announcing the start of an operation aimed at capturing the criminal Damon. After the start was announced, all the adventurers ran to the mausoleum. The friends hurried, realizing that there was very little time left. Having reached the first hall through the dark corridors, Timothy stopped. He had no idea that this building could be like this. The Palmyra Mausoleum inside was very spacious and well-lit, with stained glass windows inserted into the window openings. Lyall told the boy not to relax his vigilance. The enemy could attack them at any moment. A second after his words, one of Damon's henchmen, armed with daggers, flew out of the side passage at the boy. The boy managed to dodge. Behind the first cloaked sorcerer soldier, others appeared, quickly surrounding the adventurers. Lyall shouted that everyone should listen to him. The first detachment of the Sword of Salvation would remain in this hall and fight the enemies. The second would follow. Approaching Timothy, the man said that this information also concerned him. Lyall added that this was an order. They needed to catch Damon, and there was no time for arguments. Other incidental goals and problems can be handled by people from his guild. A second later, the comrades were already running further, deeper into the mausoleum, ready to attack again at any moment. Abe said they needed to hurry up. If Damon was telling the truth, right now he was calling an evil god into their world. The adventurers had no time left to deal with the sorcerer's tricks, so Abe believed that when the time came, Timothy should have dealt with Damon while they covered for him. Without Timothy's objection, the boy asked if he really thought Abe couldn't handle a bunch of wizards. Timothy replied that Abe misunderstood him. He didn't say that, and that's what the guys agreed on. Finally, Abe said he was counting on Timothy as his guildmaster. A second later, the adventurers saw 4 more of Damon's minions in front of them, advancing on them. Lindsay looked back and shouted that there were enemies behind her too, and there was no end to them. Without looking back or stopping his run, Lyall shouted that he was leaving these candidates for death at Will's mercy. The adventurer was even glad of this decision. Seeing the delay among the enemies, he said that they would not overcome him alone with their numbers. A few of Damon's henchmen, however, dared to confront Timothy, who was rushing at them like a speeding train. Damon scattered his opponents like pins on different sides of him. The system notified that the level of the Pazapak was impossible to absorb, all because of the dark magic that the sorcerer had cast on these people. Timothy shouted that it didn't matter at all. His level was enough to defeat Damon. Looking back, the boy shouted to Layla that the path was clear for him. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild rushed forward, but at the same second, the wall next to him flew apart and the man saw the claws of a monster in front of him. Lyall stopped. The desert-cursed one was looking at him. The man said that they hadn't seen him in a long time. After examining the size of the monster, the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild said that he had previously encountered smaller counterparts of the monster. A moment later, in several places nearby, a couple more monsters broke through the wall and came out into the light. It turns out there were a lot of them here. Looking back, Timothy saw that Lyall was surrounded by monsters. The boy was about to return to help. Lyall, looking back, shouted that there was no time for this. He promised to stop the monster. The guy had more important things to do than that. Now, with the fate of the entire world resting on the shoulders of Timothy's guild, the friends hurried to the main hall. In the next room, Helen felt like the air was saturated with dark magic, and it was even harder for the girl to breathe with every second. Which Nellie replied that this was not at all surprising. The squad saw a door in front of them that probably led directly to Damon. Timothy rushed to the opposite side of the hall. He shouted to his friends that they needed to hurry. Suddenly, a giant blue monster, resembling a dog, jumped out in front of the friends, blocking the passage. A girl imperceptibly appeared next to the monster. She said that this wolf cub's name was Barish, and her name was Merim. Merim said that a new god would be born very soon. She stroked her wolf cub's muzzle. After a short pause, the girl reported that no one had invited the adventurers to this celebration, and at that very moment, Barish opened his fiery mouth. Timothy realized that this was the same Merim that the powerful witch Nellie had been telling everyone about. Timothy shouted that he didn't care who she was. He was ready to deal with anyone who tried to stop him. Merim looked defiantly at Timothy and replied that he could try. The Iron Wolf Barish was level 450th. The girl had heard before that the guy's level was abnormally high for an average person. Currently, Timothy's level was 600. Merim said that she was just an ordinary engineer. She would never be able to defeat Timothy in a fair fight. It was for such an occasion that she prepared something special, just for his appearance in this hall. The girl stretched out her hand and activated, as it were, the protective field of her beast. Helen asked if it could be some kind of magical technique, but Abe was sure that no. The guy didn't feel anything special. Timothy had a persistent feeling that his body had become much heavier after these manipulations. The girl left her wolf cub in the middle of the hall, and she herself moved to a safe distance, behind one of the columns, telling the monster that she would leave the rest to him. She considered Barisha her perfect creation and encouraged the wolf to show the uninvited guests how strong an android doll he was. The wolf rushed at Timothy, but the boy was ready for it and was not going to back down. The guy understood that an opponent whose level was 150 times lower than his, he would never be able to overcome it. So after repelling the wolf's attack, the boy decided to counterattack. The guy dealt Barisha a series of quick but very painful blows with both swords at once. Despite this, the wolf seemed to be completely unhurt. And although he must have been badly injured, the robot lunged at Timothy again. Barish flew around the hall as if mad. Timothy could not catch him. Eventually, having run a sufficient distance for his purposes, Barish opened his mouth and fired an energy beam towards the boy. In the end, no matter how hard the boy held back, a powerful explosion rang out in the hall. Lindsay screamed his name in fear. The girl was very worried about Timothy's fate. Had a rabid wolf really wounded him? When the flames dissipated, friends saw Timothy on the floor with a broken weapon lying in front of him. He said he managed to block the blow in time. The main thing for the boy was why it happened. He knew that he had hit the wolf and wounded it. Given their level difference, Timothy should definitely have defeated him. But right now, the guy was looking at Barish, who didn't look like a wounded monster. Why was he still alive? Merim asked from a distance if it wasn't strange why the guy couldn't defeat an opponent of a lower level. The girl with a smile said that the answer lies in Berisha himself. It was not for nothing that she called him her creation. Barish's skill reduces the levels of all his opponents within the radius of the energy field. Now, Timothy's level is the same as the wolf's. The same goes for Barish's skeleton. It is made of strong steel that absorbs magical damage. The guy will most likely die sooner than overcome this deadly machine. And while the adventurer is wasting time here, Damon will have time to finish his ritual. Hearing these bold words from the cunning girl, Timothy rushed at Barish with new strength and powerful fury. The boy tried to reach the android wolf, but it deftly dodged his blows. Timothy knew that Barish's level was 450. He could use all his skills to defeat him, but in that case, the guy would lose all his precious time, and that's exactly what Damon was counting on. While the boy was pondering his strategy, Barish moved closer and opened his mouth again, trying to attack. Timothy ran up to him. The boy restrained the wolf with his swords. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, help came to Timothy from where he least expected it. The witch Nellie kicked the wolf in the face. The robot witch rapidly delivered blow after blow, leaving Timothy out of a job. Looking back at the boy, Nellie said that she would deal with Barish and Merrim herself. This caused considerable indignation in Merrim, who had heard their conversation perfectly. The witch said that the boy had more important things to do than babysit that unbearable child. Timothy looked at the witch's body. He didn't understand what was happening to her now. The witch replied that it was all about this body she was in. This body worked just like the body of the wolf Timothy fought. The witch even felt an unusual surge of strength and energy while in this energy field. Suddenly, the rest of his friends appeared behind the boy, led by Abe. The guy looked seriously at the guildmaster and briefly said that it was time for Timothy to go. Timothy held his gaze on each of his friends and replied that they should not, under any circumstances, dare to die while he was gone. Abe immediately laughed. He was pleased that the guildmaster was worried about him. The guy watched Timothy run towards the door of the main hall. At this moment, probably in his eyes, the guy actually became the main one. Merrim also saw Timothy running towards the exit of the room and ordered Berisha to immediately run after the boy. The wolf immediately turned around and gave up the fight with the witch. He tried to catch up with Timothy halfway. The guy accelerated as much as possible for his level and managed to break away from the pursuit a little. Nellie was not satisfied with this state of affairs. She again appeared in Barish's path, demanding that the tin cans fight her on equal terms. Other adventurers were also on standby, in case of need. The friends had to replace the witch. Merrim was also focused on this scene and did not see what was happening around her, which Abe took advantage of. The boy appeared in front of her in a flash, his sword drawn. The guy attacked Merrim, but the girl managed to jump away at the last second. Abe said that Merrim created the perfect conditions to detain Timothy and prevent him from disturbing Damon. But the girl must forgive them, because their task is to keep Merrim here. Timothy ran to the main hall, relying entirely on his friends, although he was very worried about them. Barish fought fiercely with the witch Nellie. They managed to exchange several powerful attacks. Suddenly the wolf calmed down. Merrim appeared next to him again. She said that she could not understand who created such an ugly doll. Merrim noted that she had created such flimsy dolls in her past life. The girl was burning with anger. She said that just the sight of her opponent irritated her. The robot witch Nellie replied that the girl was right. She had created this doll. Merrim didn't understand what her opponent was up to. She could only create dolls like Nellie, at most level 150th, and they had no intelligence. The opponent could calmly talk and fight. Nellie replied that the girl was absolutely right, but she added that if such a useless doll were to ever be inhabited by the soul of an old witch. After these words, Merrim was speechless. Nellie said that it was because her soul was imprisoned in this world thanks to the forbidden arts. Merrim stared at her opponent with all her eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing in this hall right now. The Master Witch. Nellie said that her level had increased the doll's power many times over. Currently, it was 450. Finally, the witch said that Merrim had imprisoned her soul and the girl would now have to pay for it. Finally, the girl was able to squeeze out a few words, stammering. She asked if this was really a Master Witch. Nellie replied to Merrim that the reason she was in this room was for obvious reasons. A stupid girl needed to be taught something. Merrim asked what exactly Nellie was trying to teach her. The girl just wanted to save the master, that's all. She wasn't a witch, so she had to make a deal with someone who could save the witch Nellie from death. The witch replied that the girl did all this for her and that she understood her wishes. But when Merrim did all this, she did not take into account the wishes of the witch herself and did not ask her for such a thing. Death is the natural end of the life of every living creature, Sorcerers accept the laws of creation, but Merim deprived Nellie of this privilege. Now, the beloved disciple and daughter of the witch has become a follower of the new god. Nellie asked if Merime remembered what she had told her before she died. She said she wanted the girl to live a happy life and not dwell on the past. Miriam lowered her head. She remembered those words very well, but it hurt her to recall those events. The girl admitted that she was unable to fulfill the will of the master witch then. The witch said that, as the girl's master, she was obliged to return Miriam to the true path, and the witch was not going to back down from her this time, even if this time she had to die. Nellie quickly rushed to attack Barish. The hall was illuminated by a bright light, from which Miriam had to cover her face. The attack was so powerful that the wolf flew a long distance and disappeared in a powerful explosion. Despite this, after a few seconds, Barish reappeared in Nellie's sight, spraying saliva in all directions, and he rushed to attack. Realizing that ordinary physical attacks did not have such an effect on the opponent, Nellie decided to use magic. She generated fire. The first blow made Barish jump to the side, but the witch was not going to stop there. The witch attacked the monster again and again, but the wolf was agile enough to avoid each subsequent blow. At some point, Barish's paws appeared in front of the witch's face, and she saw the mechanisms there. Nellie decided not to waste time and quickly rushed at the wolf and hit it in the paw with her sword, but it easily gave in and cracked. Barish growled very loudly in pain. It stunned everyone present. It was the first time a wolf had been wounded. Nellie jumped towards the group of adventurers and landed easily in front of them. Barish turned towards the witch and opened his mouth, generating hellish flames. The witch managed to generate a protective shield, behind which the entire team of friends hid. The fire burned half the hall, but Nellie's protective shield remained in place. Abe found it incredible. The robot witch, in his opinion, was an unsurpassed warrior. But the boy stopped talking because he saw that the shell that contained Nellie's soul was beginning to crack. The witch said that this was forbidden technique number 1, which was called, "I am the family of destruction." This technique was once invented last, but its essence remained quite simple. Now the witch's level will increase until she dies. Currently, the witch has damaged this wolf cub's mechanism, and its ability will not work in this case. It's hard to resist an opponent who constantly raises his level in exchange for his life. Now, finally, Nellie's life will come to its logical conclusion. The witch said that in the last minutes of her life she was going to teach the girl a lesson, and Merim would remember this lesson forever. Nellie said she would deal with the wolfhound herself, and Abe and Helen had to stop Merimy. The boy shouted that he understood everything and rushed forward. Helen hurried after him. Both adventurers attacked the girl, leaving her no room for maneuver. All of Merim's attention was focused on her master witch. The girl had never worried about anyone in her life as much as she did about Nellie. The witch said that every masterpiece has its flaws, which means that they will definitely be able to defeat this wolf. The witch saw Lindsay nearby, who was running to Barish from the other side. The girl had the same opinion as Nellie, so she was not going to sit idly by. Lindsay activated her lightning strike skill, Thunder Flash, and slashed her sword at Barish's paw. The wolf howled in pain. This wound was even worse than the previous one. Lightning lit up the entire hall. The blow was so strong that Lindsay herself could not stand on her feet. The girl was thrown back by the blast wave. She fell to the ground but still couldn't take her eyes off her opponent. The witch praised Lindsay for her work. Now it was time for Nellie to deliver her final blow. Barish was preparing to attack his opponent, but as soon as he took a breath, saliva dripped from his mouth. Abe and Helen blocked Merim. The guy ordered the girl to stand still and watch. The powerful witch also added that the girl should watch as she would now destroy this wolf, and Timothy would save the whole world. Merimy was seriously scared, but she didn't know what she could say to stop this madness. After this blow, the witch will finally be able to become truly free. She has wanted this for many years. Nellie's last words were the catalyst for Merim to finally move, the girl screaming, begging the witch to stop. Merim shouted that if the master witch died now, she would have no reason to live at all. The witch told the girl not to talk nonsense. She had saved her as a baby. The witch gave the rescued child a beautiful name so that she could live a happy life. Now, as a master witch, she is obliged to save Merim from the evil that has settled in her soul. The witch was going to finally deal with the wolfish Barish with one fist. Nellie rushed into the attack and generated a powerful energy strike, and Barish disappeared in its epicenter. The shockwave rapidly spread in concentric circles throughout the hall. Soon, the remains of the columns and decorations of the hall began to scatter throughout the room. Finally, Nellie looked back at Merim and said that she sincerely asked the girl to give this world another chance. Her entire childhood with the Master Witch flashed before Merim's eyes, the woman who made the girl's life truly happy. The powerful explosion drowned out all the girl's screams, but it could not drown out the tears that welled up in her eyes. As Timothy ran to the door to the main hall, he felt his level return again. It seemed like the boy had emerged from the energy field. Gritting his teeth, Timothy swore that for the sake of all his friends, he would stop Damon and his wicked plan. The guy abruptly opened the door and shouted Damon's name. He was ready for a fight. In the main hall, on the edge of a giant torch, Damon sat. He said that it was all very unfortunate. The boy was late. Smiling a predatory smile, the sorcerer announced that the preparations for the birth of a new god were already complete. Finally, the new god of this world would be here. Damon was very proud of his work and made no secret of it. The sorcerer jumped down from the torch to the ground. He was very curious to learn something. Although the friend's attempt was not successful, Timothy still wanted to challenge him. A second later, the boy raised his right hand up and called upon his god, asking him to let sinful people know suffering. A giant cocoon began to form above Damon's head, and the sorcerer shouted for Timothy to tremble before the majesty of the new god. When the cocoon with the newborn was finally generated, the sorcerer lowered his hand and laughed. After a couple of seconds, giant hands burst out from different sides of the cocoon. Timothy was horrified by the size of the monster. Damon shouted for the boy to look carefully. Before him was the true god of their sinful world, the god of pain and suffering, the abyss of evil. The sorcerer said that what he had been preparing for years had finally come true. A new god was born in this world. He shouted that he was the most loyal subject and ready to obey any wish of the deity, while the boy praised God. The cocoon was collapsing even more, and parts of the new god's body began to fall to the ground, and the sorcerer fell silent. Timothy also looked at this spectacle with disgust. The boy did not understand why God had become so formless. Damon shouted that he had done everything right and did not understand why such a result had occurred. The only reason could be that he didn't have enough blood. The boy mentioned that crystal formation was a problematic job. Was it because of the lack of blood, in order to heal the crystal, that his ritual failed? Before Timothy could even blink, a powerful explosion erupted right in front of him. When the fire and smoke cleared, the boy saw giant hands that began to move. Gradually, the amorphous mass lying on the ground began to rise and take on clear outlines, and the god of pain and suffering, the abyss of evil, was born. I looked at the screen and couldn't believe it because I saw this giant creature that was level 1500. The god of pain and suffering said that his body became like this due to an imperfect forbidden technique. It was shapeless, rotten, flawed, and ugly, but it wasn't catastrophic. Even with this body, the abyss of evil could plunge this world into an abyss of despair. Unexpectedly, Damon responded to this remark. He shouted that everything was fine, the ritual had not gone according to plan, but he had a solution. He offered the god of pain and suffering to take advantage of him and use him as a shell. If God merges with him into one, then together they can overcome all these miserable people. But Damon was not destined to enjoy the triumph. Suddenly, one of the giant hands pressed him into a concrete wall. The god of pain and suffering replied that he could handle anything, and without the help of the miserable worm, he didn't need Damon. The sorcerer was barely breathing, but he was still alive, and he slowly got to his feet. Suddenly, as if losing his mind, Damon screamed at God, insisting that he dare not say such things to him. He insisted that he was the most loyal subject of the abyss of evil, and did not understand what, in this case, his role in the destruction of the world was. God replied that he had been given the great honor of reviving him in this world and should be proud of it. He called the sorcerer a pitiful creature. These words made Damon very angry. He activated several forbidden techniques at once. The energy that burst out of him was very powerful. Damon shouted that, in that case, he himself would show the god of pain and suffering his imperfection before people. The boy rushed to attack, but God said that no mortal was worthy to touch the face of God and activated the purification. In an instant, Damon found himself in one of the giant hands of the abyss of evil. The wizard didn't even understand how it happened. The abyss of evil said that he was, after all, the god of pain and suffering, and, as his faithful follower, he would grant the sorcerer his mercy. Damon shouted that he did not agree. His plans were to sow pain along with the deity. He believed that he did not deserve such punishment. God replied that all mortals are equal before him, and, for that reason, he grants him something extremely beautiful. After his words, Damon began to scream very loudly, as if thousands of spears had been thrust into his body at the same time. When God did everything he promised, he dropped Damon's body onto the ground. The boy was significantly altered. Blood crystals began to sprout through the sorcerer's body. Damon screamed that he was in unbearable pain. He begged God to stop this torture, but God did not respond, and in the end, the sorcerer simply screamed to be killed. The god of pain replied that he did not grant his followers death, but only suffering. One of the crystals grew through Damon's eye and he screamed even louder in pain. The sorcerer's torment was impossible to watch. Timothy, who was standing nearby, thought that Damon Fortin, an adept of forbidden techniques, was suffering for a reason. Considering all the atrocities this sorcerer committed, he got what he deserved 100-fold. But the boy nevertheless decided to show him his mercy. He drew his sword and stabbed Damon in the back. The sorcerer fell to the floor and did not move again. The system notified that the ban on leveling up had been lifted. Damon Fortin was the creator of the forbidden technique, and therefore, after his death, this technique disappeared. The guy ordered the system to raise his level to the maximum value. To kill God, he needed everything he had. According to the abyss of evil, these actions were futile. No human being could defeat a deity. Suddenly, several of the hands of the god of pain and suffering fell off and fell to the floor. Timothy felt disgusted. In his opinion, such a pitiful wretch was not worthy of being called God. The main hall of the mausoleum was illuminated by bright light. The system said that Damon's level was absorbed. In the vault 500, the total level 710. The system also recommended a skill, as well as a weapon to defeat God. The skill cost nothing, and the sword cost 400 levels. After reading the specifications, Timothy realized that Divine Ascension and Divine Eclipse were what he needed. The boy was embarrassed that the skill was worthless. Meanwhile, God said that in his ideal form he was a horror that brought pain and suffering to people. Timothy rushed to the abyss of evil. He decided to deal with what was bothering him later. For now, he had things to do. But the god of pain and suffering was also not asleep, and decided to counterattack the boy, who barely managed to dodge the giant hand. The system notified that the request for Divine Ascension was not mandatory, and the request for Divine Eclipse needed to be approved. The guy coordinated all the nuances with the system and received a sword that was capable of killing God himself. Timothy struck the god of pain and suffering in one of his arms, and it seems his attack this time was successful. Despite the significant difference in their levels, the guy still managed to rid the abyss of a bit of arrogance. With this sword, the guy can cut the flesh of the god of pain and suffering into small pieces. If the abyss of evil likes pain and suffering so much, the boy was willing to give it to him in its original state. The abyss of evil replied that this was a waste of time. A person would never achieve power sufficient to kill a deity. Humans are created to glorify the gods, and they, in turn, bestow upon them their mercy or cruelty. The reverse is not possible. Timothy, standing opposite the bloodthirsty monster, calmly replied that they could check it out now. The abyss of evil said that the miserable scum who dared to tempt the body of God should be severely punished. The god of pain and suffering added that the boy was not his follower, but merely an ordinary sinner, and the god of pain and suffering must destroy people like him in this world. This time, Timothy had no luck. The boy barely managed to dodge the deity's attacks. He understood well that although God's body was rotten to the point where it would be easy to defeat him, his strength was too great. The abyss of evil only needs to hit a guy and he will instantly become dead. Unexpectedly, the system informed Timothy of the enemy's level reduction. The current level of the god of pain and suffering was 1,450. Timothy, continuing to flee, asked the systems why the level of the abyss of evil had suddenly decreased. The system replied that there were fragments of a bloody crystal in the hand that the boy had cut off. It turns out that it is the blood crystal that gives the god of pain and suffering such immense power. Crystal fragments are located all over his body. If Timothy cuts off the parts where the fragments are located, the enemy's level will drop significantly. The boy looked at his enemy, finally having a plan on how to defeat this disgusting creature. Timothy asked if he needed to cut off the parts of his body where the crystals were visible to lower the opponent's level, and the system answered in the affirmative. Timothy flew at top speed to one of the supreme monster's hands and swung his sword at it. A moment later, the arm separated from the torso, and the system reported a decrease in the enemy level. The guy was not going to stop. After performing several combinations, Timothy managed to further lower the level of the deity. The guy understood that he still had very little left. But the god of pain and suffering decided to act ahead of time and attacked Timothy with both hands. The guy managed to dodge at the last second. Abyss of Evil said that it seemed that the boy had figured out how to weaken the divine power. However, the boy's efforts were in vain. The time had come to accept his punishment as a sinner. The god of pain and suffering promised to destroy the boy because sinful people like him had no right to live in his world. Abyss of evil activated its power and aimed it directly at Timothy. The boy realized that this time he would not be able to dodge. Timothy reasoned that even though he had weakened the opponent, it wasn't enough, so the adventurer would really die. Timothy realized that he had no choice but to laugh in the face of the abyss of evil, that it would not be able to destroy him. The guy contacted the system and ordered the storage to be opened and given all the levels stored there. When the fire from the attack dissipated, the god of pain and suffering saw that the boy was still alive and was very surprised by this. Timothy absorbed the level. The system notified that there were no more levels left in the vault. The current level of the Lord was 910. Timothy understood that his time was running out quickly. Madness was just around the corner, so the guy immediately attacked his opponent from the spot. The adventurer simply radiated dark power around him. He screamed in pain and rage. A second later, the system notified of the enemy's level reduction, and Timothy landed another successful blow. The god of pain and suffering said that the sinner, trying to attain the power of God, fell into the fury of a beast for no reason. Abyss of Evil considered such behavior disgusting. He was not going to tolerate such treatment of himself. The deity decided to attack the enemy, but no matter how hard the Abyss of Evil tried to grab the boy, he deftly escaped from his hands. Timothy still managed to deliver blow after blow along the way, lowering the enemy's level. The system notified of the enemy's level reduction. Currently, the level of the Abyss of Evil was 1200. A moment later, the god of pain and suffering's level dropped again and was already 1040. Timothy systematically and methodically chopped off almost all of the vile deity's arms. The Abyss of Evil roared in pain and rage. Not intending to give the monster a chance to survive, Timothy quickly ran up to his opponent and struck him in the body with his sword. The system notified the enemy's level to decrease. The current level of the god of pain and suffering was 950. Timothy managed to dodge the opponent's counterattack in time, but something was starting to go wrong. The boy felt his thoughts becoming confused and his body turning inside out in pain. His consciousness was so clouded that Timothy could not understand what was happening to him and had almost no control over himself, and the enemy took advantage of this. The system issued a warning. The owner had reached his physical limit and, if the boy continued the fight, he would cause irreparable damage to his body. Timothy seemed to be short-sighted. He couldn't see anything around him. The boy's brain was focused on the superhuman suffering he was currently experiencing. The guy understood that he had to do something, but what exactly? He no longer remembered. God said that the sinner had given in to his original desires, and only death could cleanse him from defilement. Meanwhile, the darkness around the adventurer grew darker and darker, filling everything in the hall, and the boy tried to remember what he had to do. Suddenly, Timothy thought this might be the end of him, but he heard the voices of his friends calling his name. Abe shouted that the boy should not let this force consume him. He should hear his friend's voice. Lindsay shouted to Timothy not to give up. Only he could overcome this monster. Even Lyall was worried about him. The man said that Timothy had to remember who he was. Strangely enough, the words of his friends made the boy remember something. Timothy remembered their names, and then remembered something else. The guy remembered that he had asked the armor of the abyss to release all the levels from the storage. This immense power consumed his mind. But for now, with immense willpower, the boy was able to rise above the pain he felt. He had a purpose. Timothy bent down and picked up his sword. He ordered the armor to calculate how much time was left in his body. The system replied that the guy would only be able to make one hit. Timothy liked this answer. Timothy was sure that one blow would be enough. The god of pain and suffering was surprised that the boy was able to come to his senses. He said that, in that case, the adventurer must prove to him which of them was, after all, stronger. He called the boy to him. Mortals were never capable of killing God. It was taboo, and no one could break this rule. The god of pain and suffering wanted to resolve all these issues as quickly as possible here and now. Timothy studied the properties of the sword, which concentrated divine energy within itself, which could be released in a powerful explosion. It takes a minute to recover energy for a strike, and the guy wondered if he could use seraphim wings at that moment. You can't use another sword during recovery, but the guy had no other choice anyway, so he had to attack anyway. Timothy realized that he would have to end it all with one blow. He began to gain the energy of the punishment of the Lord. God pointed out that no matter how much power a mortal had, it would always not be enough to kill him. He raised his remaining arms and caused the stone blocks of the mausoleum to fall from the ceiling to the floor. As the boy dodged the debris, he once again asked him to think about how foolish his efforts were. A man cannot have the power to kill God. Gods cannot die, and no matter what the boy does to the body of the abyss of evil, his spirit will never disappear. But Timothy still wants to try to kill him. Timothy replied that he didn't care at all about his opponent's opinions. He might even not continue. The god of pain and suffering asked why Timothy was wasting his energy on this, why the boy simply couldn't accept the inevitable. The guy replied that this question was even dumber than the previous one. If he decided to surrender, people important to him would suffer at the hands of the abyss of evil. Timothy was going to fight for their well-being and a happy future. Finally, the guy decided to add something else. He said that every person is the owner of their own destiny. Therefore, no god in all existing worlds has the right to decide for people their future and destiny. The sword's power was generated at 30%, but the god of pain and suffering had already begun to attack. Abyss of Evil said that in that case, the boy would only face death. There was an explosion. The boy was nowhere to be seen, and his friends began to worry. The sword's energy was half-generated. The god of pain and suffering said that it was time to say goodbye to life, that a sinner had no place on this earth, and stretched his tentacles in Timothy's direction. A second later, the guy flew out to meet his opponent, saying that he was right. It was time to say goodbye. The sword's energy was 82%. There was still a little time left to wait. Since the distance between the opponents was quite large, the sword's energy had time to rise to 90% in flight. Saying that it was all over, Timothy punched the god of pain and suffering in the face during the announcement of full energy restoration. Even as his head was falling apart, the abyss of evil still repeated that God could not die at the hands of man. The sword, punishment of God, did its job. A powerful explosion rang out in the main hall of the mausoleum, obscuring everything. When the fire and smoke dissipated, the fragments of the former god's huge body were revealed to the eyes of the adventurers. Sometime later, the group of adventurers was already hurrying back, Abe carrying Timothy in his arms, the boy unconscious. Helen, seeing how difficult it was for her friend to carry Timothy, offered her help. Even though the mage girl had cast a spell on the boy that reduced his body weight, it was still hard for Abe to carry him with such injuries. But the guy, without even looking in his friend's direction focused only on his path, firmly answered no to all her requests and suggestions. The guy noticed that even though Damon was dead, they were still in the mausoleum, which was filled with monsters. All uninjured adventurers were to be on guard, and the boy took it upon himself to watch over Timothy. A few seconds after his words, one of the walls of the corridor broke through and another desert-cursed one entered through it. Lyall stepped forward. He said the monster probably thinks he can handle them. But as soon as the man finished his sentence, dozens of the same desert damned as the first one began to slide through the ceiling into the tunnel. No matter how much Lyall destroyed these monsters, he understood that there was no end to them. The man asked Helen for help. The girl immediately responded to the request and tore one of the desert-cursed ones in the air. All the adventurers understood that these monsters could not be allowed near Abe and Timothy. Soon the friends realized that there were too many opponents, and at this rate, they would simply break through. They had to come up with something else. A pair of desert-cursts passed Lyall and Helen and began to approach Abe with Timothy. Lindsay tensed and stepped forward. The girl said that she would never allow the monsters to pass any further and pulled out her dagger. She said that Timothy alone destroyed God himself, saving all people from destruction. But now this guy's life is hanging in the balance. If he doesn't get help, he'll never regain consciousness. It turns out that now it's her turn to protect Timothy. Lightning flashes from Lindsay's eyes. The girl ran to attack the monster. Abe was shocked by what he saw. It was lightning strike, thunder flash. After finishing with the opponents, Lindsay looked at Abe and said that she also didn't waste her time and managed to rise from level 10 to 100. The guy praised the girl for her diligence, although he was very surprised that she was fighting against strong opponents. Lindsay laughed and shyly remarked that this way she earned her level faster, all thanks to her epic skill. Abe thought that this little girl had raised her level with such ease, he had never seen anything like it before. The guy was sure that this girl would become as strong an adventurer as Timothy in the future. Lyall was already finishing off the last of the monsters. He understood that he had to move. When he finished, he shouted to Abe to hurry up, and the boy immediately ran after him with all his might. Sometime later, the adventurers came out into the light. There were people from the Sword of Salvation Guild. Abe said that he would have to use an epic skill. Life sharing. Transfers life energy to another person, but only with the permission of the person giving it. Timothy needs to be helped. He said that this skill would drain so much energy from adventurers that they wouldn't even be able to fight for several days. But, for now, it was the only way to save the boy. The boy stood up and bowed to the adventurers, asking for help. Abe didn't look up, afraid to hear a refusal, but suddenly he heard that there would be no problem with it. The guys were smiling. They said that Timothy single-handedly defeated God. The guy saved everyone. They wouldn't have made it without him. Nothing is a waste for the sake of such a hero. Such words about his friend made Abe cry. He could not contain his emotions. The guy sincerely thanked everyone present and began to activate his epic skill over Timothy's body. Soon, Abe, Timothy, and all the adventurers who agreed to share their lives were illuminated by a powerful blue light. The skill was activated. The guy reasoned that all these people standing around were some of the strongest adventurers, so he was getting a lot of life energy. However, Abe also felt that this life potential was still not enough. The guy used this skill to heal the wounds of his allies, but he never tried to use it to bring someone back to life. He was unsure if the skill would work this time. The boy had lost many friends and now he couldn't afford to lose Timothy either. The guy finally decided that he would do everything in his power to prevent this from happening. Abe decided to give most of his life energy for his friend. Timothy opened his eyes. He tried to understand where he was. The boy remembered that he had fought with God. He did not immediately see Abe next to him. But when he looked back, he was very scared. Abe was lying face down on the ground, unconscious. Having decided to give most of his life energy to Timothy, Abe unexpectedly found himself in a strange place. The guy was in the same position he was standing over his friend. He realized he couldn't move and couldn't feel his body. Suddenly, something started happening behind Abe's back, but he couldn't look back. The guy felt some kind of energy. The spirit, which emerged from the vortex of energy, called the boy by name and asked why he was going to die. Abe replied that he didn't care about his life. He had already made a final decision for himself. The spirit replied that even if the boy didn't care, in his opinion it was pointless to sacrifice himself for someone else. Abe replied that he could think whatever he wanted. The boy didn't want to lose any more friends. The spirit placed his hands on his hips and said that Abe had turned out to be a very problematic person. Unlike the boy himself, he wouldn't want Abe to die. The spirit touched the boy's back with its hand and said that it would give him some of its life energy. What you won't do and what you won't go to for the idiot prince. Abe smiled and responded with gratitude for this gesture. He had not expected anything like this. The spirit replied that the prince was not obliged to apologize to him, and this was indeed the case. However, the spirit said that it would help Abe only if he would share part of his life energy. The boy would only have a few days left, but Abe replied that it didn't matter at all, nor did the fact that he was sacrificing himself right now. The spirit replied that this was not true. The boy's life could still be saved if he made an effort. But for this, Prince Abe will need the help of his loyal friends. Having done its work, the spirit said goodbye to the boy, saying that it would wait for him in the spiritual lands of Repelum. Seeing that Abe wasn't moving, Timothy rushed towards him, but Lindsay stopped him. The girl told the boy that Abe was trying to bring him back from the other world. Timothy was amazed that the guy would go to such lengths for him. Timothy took him in his arms. He shouted for the boy to come to his senses immediately. Abe couldn't die like that. Suddenly, Timothy saw some blue spots on the boy's neck and cheek. He wondered what they were. He looked around at everyone present and shouted if anyone knew what this was. But the adventurers only scratched the back of their heads. Realizing that he would not get an answer, Timothy called Helen to him and asked her if the girl knew the nature of these spots. Helen held her breath as long as possible. But still, she had to tell Timothy that she knew nothing about it. Suddenly, the boy heard the answer. Someone said that it was a mental illness. Merrim said that Durham's strongest adventurers were gathered here now, but none of them had heard of it before. This disappointed her greatly. A disease of the spirit is a mystical disease during which the body will be destroyed. The girl entered the circle and everyone saw that it wasn't her who said it. Nellie said that it was because he had borrowed a lot of the power of his guardian spirit. Finally, the head of the powerful witch said that you wouldn't envy the guy at all, of course. Timothy looked in amazement at Merrim and the head of the robot witch. He asked if it was really Nellie. Since the boy was not present with the others in the hall, he could not understand how only the head could remain of the powerful witch. But the witch did not appreciate Timothy's speech. She angrily began to jump out of Merrim's arms, shouting that they must forgive her. After calming down a little, Nellie said that everyone present had better listen to her very carefully, because this disease can be cured. Timothy was completely turned on his ears. He was ready to remember every word. The powerful witch said that this was quite possible. However, the friends needed to act very quickly. This disease will destroy Abe's body until only dust remains. The disease spreads quickly. So, in the best-case scenario, the boy has less than a week left to live. Abe and his friends were at the Black Star of Hope Guild base. Everyone was wondering what to do to save him. Timothy took the boy's hand and asked him to be patient a little longer. He must definitely save Abe from this illness. Merrim and Nellie's head sat nearby. The witch said that spiritual illness could only be cured by spirits. But spirits have long ceased to live among people. The only place where they can be found is the land of Repialum. The spiritual decoration is located on the edge of the continent, and talking about this country brought back fond memories for the witch. The powerful witch had only been there once in her youth. Timothy remarked that the witch, Nellie's younger years, were over a century ago, a remark that made the witch's head explode with anger again. Whatever the case, the woman said that only in the spiritual lands of Repialum could they find the medicine that would save Abe from death. The base doors opened and Lyall appeared on the threshold with Melissa. The girl said that they had already prepared the cart. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild came to the bed and took Abe in his arms. He said that he would carry the boy himself. The man was ready to set off as soon as his friends finished talking. Timothy didn't want to wait at all, so he ordered everyone to leave as quickly as possible. And the guy went to the door. Merrim, who was sitting next to him at the patient's bedside, glanced around for a half-turn. Timothy looked at the girl, not understanding what was happening. Maybe she wanted to go with them. Suddenly, Merrim stood up and, approaching Timothy and bowing low, thrust the Witchmaster into his head. She begged to take the witch with her, leaving her at the base, but Nellie shouted that Merrim was talking nonsense. Although pausing, she noted that it was up to Timothy to decide what to do with Merrim because the guy was a guildmaster. Timothy asked what, in fact, the problem was. The guy didn't see any reason to resolve any conflict situations. Merrim, after a moment of silence, replied that she had almost killed everyone, and that was the problem. The boy replied that the girl did all this for the sake of her master witch. Moreover, in all her time on the side of evil, Merrim never even harmed anyone. Or he is wrong, and she, as Damon's former subordinate, took many lives and feels guilty for what she did. Merrim replied that this was not true. She was unable to kill innocents on orders and often lied to Damon that she was carrying out his whims. Laughing, she noted that, in fact, by nature, she was an ordinary weakling, unable to complete even simple tasks. Timothy replied that in that case, there was nothing to worry about. He didn't see any problems. The guy invited Merrim with them. He thought that the witch Nellie would be happy with such company. Looking at each other, all three participants in the conversation agreed with this statement. An agreement was reached. Timothy asked when the last time the two of them fought each other, if it was Merrim who had stripped the witch of her body, leaving only one head. The witch replied that she had used a forbidden technique to overcome Merrim. As a result, her body simply exploded and only her head survived. Now everything became clear to Timothy. Melissa peeked through the doorway again and asked if everyone was ready to go. Timothy replied that they were ready. It was time to explore the spiritual lands, and the friends set off on another journey. Lyall was in a big hurry. The carriage, along with the members of the Black Star of Hope Guild, was flying to the border of the country. Abe was lying on the floor. The boy was getting worse and worse. He was unconscious the whole time. The witch said that she could only teleport her companions to the border of the spiritual lands, and that they could not get there with the help of magic. Timothy asked if Nellie was sure that she had teleported them to the border of the spirit lands. The spiritual land of Repialum is a place where nature reigns and crystal-clear rivers flow. But where they were now, there was literally nothing but bare rocks. The witch replied that this was indeed very strange. She remembered that there used to be steppes here, and now it is a stone desert. Lyall warned all members of the expedition to be on guard, just in case. If the powerful witch was right, they were very close to the spirit land. But it seemed that no one was waiting for them here. Suddenly, lightning began to illuminate the sky above them. Timothy saw a strange fog ahead. Lyall asked what they should do, if they were really going to its very epicenter. The guy replied that they needed to save Abe, but they didn't know what awaited them, and besides, there were those among them who didn't know how to fight at all. Lyall, after listening to the boy's thoughts, replied that in his opinion it was an unjustified risk. Melissa couldn't stand it and decided to join the conversation, assuring those present that everything was fine. Everyone around him now understood that Abe didn't have long to live. Friends must use every opportunity to save him. They must not deviate from their goal under any circumstances. In addition, the girl noted that she is now surrounded by the strongest people in Durham. She is not afraid of anything at all. The guy was certainly very pleased to hear such words. He sat down next to Lyall and said that everyone here was ready to take a risk. If Repialum was hidden behind the fog ahead, the friends were ready to go to the end. Lyall agreed, but warned that in that case they should hold on tight. The trip promised to be hot. As soon as the pace at which the friends moved accelerated, the weather also worsened. Lightning and electric fog awoke a feeling of anxiety. Suddenly, one of the lightning bolts powerfully struck the ground in front of the cart. The first one was followed by others, and the friends barely managed to avoid this terrible phenomenon. Lyall, at this point, was showing a high level of his skill. It was very difficult to maneuver in such conditions. Timothy shouted that they had now entered the very thick of this strange electric fog. The guy was happy with everything so far. Their expedition didn't have long to travel. A few seconds later, one of the lightning bolts hit their wagon directly. Everyone sitting in it scattered in different directions. Timothy also couldn't stay in place. The guy barely had time to regroup to avoid serious injuries. He opened his eyes and looked around, trying to understand what kind of place this was. Suddenly, Timothy heard someone say that they had managed to get here after all, and he asked what exactly the interlocutor meant. But, looking back, he saw a giant blue creature in front of him, leaning towards his face. Reflexively, the boy immediately thought that he was facing another monster and took out his sword. The monster was already reaching out to him. The next moment, a stranger who appeared out of nowhere chopped the monster into small pieces. He said that he welcomed them to Repialum. Turning to Timothy and sheathing his sword, the stranger said that he was the first prince of the Spirit Lands, Aiden Repialum. He also said that he had been waiting for Timothy to appear for a long time. The guy looked at the newcomer in amazement, not knowing what to say. Sometime later, the members of the Black Star of Hope Guild, along with Lyall, set out with Aiden towards the entrance to the Spirit Lands. The guy said that, in any case, he would accompany the adventurers to a safe place where Abe could be left. As he said before, this incredible fool will definitely be saved by his friends. Aiden, laughing, said that he had been interested in watching their journey through the storm clouds, but he was surprised that everyone arrived unharmed. Timothy was confused. He didn't understand how Prince Aiden knew their names, and he was especially curious how he knew Abe. The prince looked back at the boy and replied that, long ago, there lived a kingdom of spirits and humans. To maintain peaceful relations, people gifted their technology to the spirits. The spirits in turn swore an oath to protect and preserve people, a promise of peace that lives on to this day. She's alive because of them too. Abe and Aiden, that's all, there was nothing more to tell. Abe was rewarded with an epic skill that was linked to Aiden's power. However, the guy did not personally grant this power to Abe. He simply wished that a person with a kind heart would receive his powers. It so happened that fate brought them together in this way. Now they were connected forever. When Abe used his skill for the last time, Aiden confessed it from his subconscious, just as he found out what happened to them all, so he knows their names and who Timothy is. The adventurer, upon hearing this, became angry. He asked why, in that case, Aiden didn't stop Abe if he saw everything with his own eyes. Aiden brushed aside Timothy's screams, saying that he had tried to do it, but it was all in vain. Abe understood everything himself and was ready to risk his life. But the prince intervened and lent his spiritual power, thanks to which the boy, at least, survived. Timothy silently looked at this strange prince and did not know what to answer. Aiden asked me to tell him when this idiot came to his senses so he could thank him for saving him. Finally, the prince announced that they had arrived at the place, but, in fact, nothing had changed around them. Lindsay turned her head, hoping to see something. But before the girl's eyes was an ordinary empty space. Prince Aiden told Milady to watch carefully and snapped his fingers. A moment later, a door opened in front of the adventurers, seemingly out of nowhere, and Aiden walked through it. When the friends crossed the threshold, their jaws dropped in surprise. The adventurers definitely didn't expect to see anything like this. On the other side of the entrance, life was bustling. Children were running, people were working. Aiden welcomed them to the last stand. The prince added that this was a piece of land of Repialum that remained with them to this day. Abe was allocated a room and began examining the damage. Understanding the stage, Aiden began treatment. The mental illness disappeared from the light that came from his hand. The process surprisingly progressed very quickly. At the end of the session, Aiden destroyed the remnants of the disease by clenching them in his fist. The prince said that the boy was very lucky that the disease had not spread completely through his body. So now Abe could only rest. His life was no longer in danger. This news made the friends very happy. Their efforts were not in vain. Aiden said he gave his word. Adventurers had nothing to be nervous about anymore. But, still, Abe needs to stay here for a while. He cured him. But the illness still doesn't let the guy come to his senses. The prince relied entirely on the power of the spiritual earth, which could extract this infection from Abe's body. The witch said that she remembered their kingdom of Repialum. As a land where spirits and nature lived in harmony with each other, she asked what had happened here. Aiden replied that 50 years ago a monster attacked their land. From its one touch, nature died. The monster's name was Galbatus. This creature was the most terrible monster. the embodiment of evil itself on Earth. Once inside Abe's subconscious, Aiden realized that the monsters the adventurers were fighting were, in fact, his followers. These bastards, altogether, cursed their fertile land and the land, which turned into a stone desert. To put it simply, the entire spirit land was struck by the disease from which he had just been able to save Abe. Timothy asked if it was possible to somehow overcome this supreme monster and restore his former life. Aiden replied that now it sounds like a joke. This monster has a 4-digit level, and it is simply impossible. In the prince's opinion, there was no one in the world who could finish him off. But before he could finish the previous sentence, the prince realized he was wrong and asked if Timothy could help them survive. The adventurer replied that Prince Aiden had saved his friend's life, and if the boy could repay him with something, he would do anything to do so. The boy's conversation was interrupted by one of the inhabitants of the spirit lands, who burst into the room like a whirlwind. Bowing respectfully to the prince, the man reported that they had received a message from outside. It turns out that their last refuge has been surrounded by Mr. Galbatus's army, and something needs to be done urgently. Aiden put his hand to his head. He said that if you mention the devil, he will appear immediately. The prince said that he would hate to ask the adventurers for this, but the entire population needed their help to protect their home. Timothy replied that, as he had just said, he would help, but he needed answers to his questions. The guy asked why all the locals call this monster Mr. Aiden paused thoughtfully, then replied that there was no point in hiding it from the adventurers. The prince replied that this monster was indeed called Galbatus, and it was he who destroyed their kingdom. But this is not his full name at all. This monster's full name was Galbatus Repialum, and he was his father. Timothy was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. Was it really true? The monster was the spirit emperor Repialum. Aiden replied that his father had suddenly changed and destroyed Repialum. Now Galbatus was nothing more than an enemy to him, and he didn't have to worry about the boy. After finishing this mini-confession, Aiden opened the door and asked if it was time for them to leave. Friends quickly ran to the border of the last stronghold. They had to get ahead of the monsters. Aiden shouted to Timothy that the entrance was already close and Galbatus's followers were approaching. The prince warned that as soon as the detachment opened the gate, the battle would begin immediately. Not everyone could fight in the last garden. Prince Aiden relied entirely on the help of adventurers. When Aiden opened the gate on Timothy, one of the monsters immediately flew out, which, in the same second, was torn apart. The boy absorbed his level. The system reported that Timothy's current level was 960. The boy's body was gradually adapting to the high level. The abyssal armor reported that Timothy had an active opportunity to absorb more levels, which the boy was pleased to hear. Now, looking at all the monsters standing in front of him, Timothy saw his rating increase. The monsters had to be destroyed. The monsters rushed to attack the boy with strange exclamations. They believed that Timothy was not their opponent. Aiden also joined the fight and chose his first victim, although he wasn't Timothy. But these monsters would only take him 10 minutes. Now they were in the last garden and the monsters would never get this place. Aiden was a member of the Repialum royal family and was level 300. The boy was sure that he would not lose to such monsters. Lyall was in the heat of the fight and said that unlike humans, spirits had no level limit. It was easier for them to raise it. He was a little jealous. The man thought that these old bones wouldn't mind trying out a new level on themselves either. Aiden replied that the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild was already handling everything perfectly. Helen, meanwhile, asked Lindsay for help and the girl happily agreed. The witch activated a flame spell and burned 3 monsters in it at once before they even had time to set foot on the ground. Lindsay took on another batch of monsters that had come in for replacement. She used the skill Thunder Shockwave. Having dealt with her opponents, Lindsay said that, unfortunately, she did not intend to die here today. The adventurers realized that the enemies were not going to end. The horde was still approaching. Timothy said that it was necessary somehow to destroy all the monsters at once, and for now, his friends should cover his back. The boy looked back in the direction of his comrades. They stood silently and looked at him, smiling. The boy understood everything without words. Timothy thanked them sincerely and, drawing his sword, swiftly flew into another attack. One swift blow from the boy destroyed several monsters at once. Timothy ran around the garden like a madman, but he had no time to destroy the previous ones when a detachment of the following monsters flew at him. Timothy wasn't scared by this flurry at all. At his current level, it was impossible for the monsters to even touch him. Suddenly, another monster landed in front of the boy, which was larger than the previous ones. The guy made one clear and quick blow, and the opponent was gone. Timothy gradually formed a list with a scale of various monsters that he had already killed here. The boy stopped to rest, but they weren't going to give him that chance. A new company of monsters lined up to attack. Timothy spun in place like a top, cutting his opponents into pieces. Eventually, the system notified that the levels had been absorbed, and Timothy's current level was already 2,960. Meanwhile, Galbatus Repialum sat on his throne in his penates, lost in thought. He nervously tapped his fingers on his armrest. He was told that all his followers had been destroyed, as they reported to him there. The Abyss Suppressor didn't bear his name for nothing, but very soon, not only Repialum would submit to his will, his plans included ruling the entire world. And if anyone stands in his way, the Spirit Emperor Galbatus Repialum will personally get rid of the enemy. He looked at the crystal flying under the ceiling and asked if it was satisfied. Now the man was looking at the heart of the abyss. In the end, the boys' battle with the monsters continued, and the system announced that the carrier's level was currently set at 2,960. Suddenly, the armor turned to the boy. They asked the boy to help deal with what had plunged the spiritual land into darkness. The armor-bearer was supposed to help the inhabitants get rid of the tyranny of Galbatus Repialum. Timothy wondered why the armor of the abyss had suddenly decided to ask him this. The system replied that while it was in this armor, there was no better chance to get rid of this tyrant. The system asked to fulfill her request. In return, it promised to tell who she was, her true name, oppressor of the abyss. Since ancient times, he ruled the kingdom of the abyssal wasteland, where true evil resided, and he alone restrained it. Aiden thought it was suspicious that they had entered Galbatus territory, but there was no one around. The armor reported that there was no time for pointless conversations. The system was sure that the enemies were already aware of their presence. They need to deal with Galbatus, and as soon as they do, the system will tell the guy everything. Timothy pondered all this new information. Oppressor of the Abyss. Kingdom of the Abyssal Desolation. Restrained evil. Since that conversation, the armor has not spoken a single word. Timothy didn't understand anything at all, but Aiden brought the boy out of his thoughts, calling his name. The prince told the boy to gather his thoughts, because he was the only person he could rely on in this situation. Aiden said that usually there is a crowd of monsters around this tree, protecting their master. This tree, according to the prince, was the palace where he used to live, but now only Galbatus lived here. Lyall said that in that case, if there were no soldiers here right now, it was likely that they were being lured into a trap. Lindsay asked if it wouldn't be better, in that case, to back off now. Helen wondered what would happen if they left, but it would be their only chance to attack the enemy. All forces could be directed at destroying the hideout, and, if so, it would be left defenseless. Aiden replied to the girl that she was right. This could be their only chance to kill Galbatus, and if they retreated, they would be unlikely to be able to fend off their enemies and protect the last garden. That's why Prince Aiden wanted to take the risk now, because the stakes were too high. Timothy, after listening to his point of view, said that in that case they needed to attack. The friends needed to end this once and for all. A few minutes later, the detachment entered the middle of the palace, which was also empty. Helen asked if it was a ballroom. Aiden replied that their family often held events in the palace in the past. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared in one of the rooms, ready to attack his opponents. The adventurers, along with the prince, instantly drew their swords, ready for battle. The man asked what Timothy thought his possessions were. Surprised, the Spirit Emperor Galbatus Repialum recognized the oppressor of the abyss. He turned to him and said that he had apparently decided to bring his friends with him. Aiden, seeing his father with his own eyes, gritted his teeth. The boy could barely contain himself. The emperor began to descend towards the newcomers. He said that the oppressor of the abyss and his friends were a threat to his plan. If they decided to go against Galbatus himself, he, the Spirit Emperor, would destroy them all. Timothy shouted at the man, wondering why he had betrayed his people and what he wanted to achieve by doing so. These questions, in the Emperor's opinion, were very naive. He could not stand it and laughed quietly, covering his face with his hand. But, within a second, his laughter was heard in every corner of the palace, and Galbatus shouted in surprise that the pitiful fool didn't even know that. Suddenly, vile tentacles began to emerge from under his clothes, tearing the fabric to pieces. Having finally turned into a monster, Galbatus said that the boy would now die in miserable ignorance. In the end, the Spirit Emperor noted that this, his death, was all he was capable of. Timothy decided to attack first and, rising from his place into the air, swung his sword at his opponent. The guy flew as close as possible to his opponent and tried to chop off his hand. But Galbatus easily pushed him away. He asked if that was all Timothy was capable of. The Spirit Emperor shouted that the boy would not be able to defeat him and that he expected more from him, especially with the help of the Abyss Oppressor. Galbatus Repialum was level 3,200, while Timothy was level 2,960. The giant monster extended his hand to the boy, promising to personally destroy the armor of the abyss and its owner. A blue energy beam shot out of Galbatus's hand, but the boy managed to dodge, the blow landing at his feet. The former emperor did not abandon his efforts to reach his opponents, but Timothy managed to avoid the blow time and time again. The final blow fell on the palace building, but Lindsay stood next to the palace, barely managing to dodge. Timothy looked back at his friends in fear and asked if they were okay. Lindsay, choking with coughing, replied that she was fine. Aiden felt very sorry to see his new friend suffer from Galbatus's attacks, and he began to apologize. Lyall approached the guy from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that everyone present here had followed him. It seems that guests have appeared outside the palace and the adventurers should not let them inside. Lyall asked if Aiden would help them with this. Timothy returned to his friends and said that Galbatus Repulum's level was 3,200. They really needed to get away from the palace. Aiden was very excited by the strength of the boy's words. His desire was for Timothy to go with them. The adventurer replied that the prince could not worry and boldly deal with his current problems. Timothy drew his sword and looked at Galbatus, who said that he would definitely destroy the same evil that destroyed Repialum. The guy promised to fight to the end and assured his friends that they didn't have to worry about him. Timothy turned to face his opponent and said that, by the way, they were in the ballroom right now. Pointing his sword at his enemy, he asked if he would agree to dance with him for a while. After these words, the boy quickly ran into the attack, dodging Galbatus' blows, as if dancing on the floorboards of the hall. With one lightning-fast leap, Timothy suddenly found himself in dangerous proximity to his opponent. A series of swift but painful blows rained down on Galbatus. The monster had to dodge. As Timothy looked up, the tentacles of the former Repialum pierced the slabs from below. Galbatus said that the guy probably thought he could trick him and hit Timothy with one of his tentacles. As Timothy flew like a rag through the air, the monster reached out its hand to him. But he did it not to catch it, but to push it even further into flight. Timothy flew back to the wall, large beads of sweat running down his face. The boy leaned on one of his swords. He realized that his situation was worse than anywhere else. Timothy turned to the armor of the abyss. He wanted to buy an epic skill that would help defeat his opponent. But no matter how much the boy begged and pleaded, the armor remained silent. He did not understand what was happening. They both now faced the same enemy that the armor was meant to defeat. But for now, Timothy seems to be left alone. Preparing for another battle, the guy suddenly heard the voice of the system, which announced that the capture of the enemy was complete. Timothy didn't understand. Galbatus, it turns out, was never the main threat. The system said it was asking to defeat him. However, despite all this, Galbatus Repialum was just an empty place that had been gifted with incredible power. Whoever gave him these powers and was their target, the system has wanted to find the roots of evil all this time, which is why it has devoted all its efforts to it. The Abyss Armor system apologized for not responding to the guy all this time, but the goal was achieved. She found the source of the evil and suggested that the boy look at it. A giant crystal called the Heart of the Abyss suddenly appeared before Timothy. Crystal said that the jokes were probably over and that's why he decided to give Galbatus even more power. The monster looked at his hands. He felt as if something like God's grace was flowing through his body. This new gift of the Heart of the Abyss filled Galbatus' body with new strength. Crystal said that he had bestowed upon the Spirit Emperor the power with which he could crush that insect with one blow. At that moment, Galbatus rushed at Timothy, trying to grab him. He was able to push the boy away, but in doing so, he miscalculated his blow and Timothy flew so far that he broke through the outer wall of the palace. Timothy fell to the ground, smoke rising from his body, the blow knocking him unconscious. A second later, another explosion was heard in the palace, but the boy did not react to it. A few seconds later, the huge monster Galbatus landed next to Timothy's body. The guy found himself in the middle of a smooth surface that looked like water. He couldn't understand where he was. A voice behind him replied that his body was currently in a blackout, but there was nothing to worry about. While Timothy is in the armor of the abyss, Galbatus's attacks are not at all scary to him. The strange creature standing behind Timothy said that he would soon come to his senses. Timothy couldn't straighten his jaw. The boy recognized the armor of disaster in this stranger. But he corrected himself in time and noted that it would probably be more correctly called the abyssal suppressor. The interlocutor said that the guy could call him whatever he wanted before he came to his senses and started fighting. He wanted to tell Timothy his story. The abyssal suppressor asked Timothy if he wanted to know the story of the birth of the abyssal armors, and the boy, of course, answered in the affirmative. The abyss suppressor said that in ancient times, this world was ruled by beings called the Abyss. Timothy must have been familiar with this, as he had already defeated one such creature recently. These creatures sowed chaos and destruction throughout the world. They destroyed everything beautiful around them. The paths they traveled were always strewn with mountains of corpses of innocent people. And to seal this unspeakable evil, a god hero arose, determined to get rid of these creatures. Imprisoning the monster in another dimension, the god hero created the kingdom of the abyssal wasteland. However, it wasn't that simple. Sending monsters to another dimension wasn't enough. The power of these monsters of the abyss was too great, and they, time after time, fled from there. So, to ensure that no other race would leave this dimension this time, the god hero himself decided to go there. Thus he came to rule the kingdom of the abyssal wasteland and became the oppressor of the abyss. The deity began to gain new levels and, because of this, was able to create skills for himself according to his wishes. Even the kingdom of the abyssal wasteland itself was created using one of his skills. But in order to reduce the population of the abyss, the god hero created a new skill, level absorption. The monsters of the abyss are immortal, and after their death they always soon revived anew, no matter what was done to them. But with each kill, the god hero, from now on, with the help of a new skill, could absorb their levels. It was because of this that he became stronger and stronger, thus the god hero lived for several centuries. Timothy looked at his interlocutor in amazement, wondering if God himself was really standing before him. The hero god is oppressor of the abyss. But this name was given to him by humans. He is not so self-confident. Whatever people thought of him, he could not call himself God, but believed that the name oppressor of the abyss was more suitable for him. But 500 years ago, a new creature appeared in the abyss, which was able to escape from the kingdom of the abyssal wasteland, the heart of the abyss. It was this creature that gave Galbatus his powers. The inhabitants of the abyss do not have their own bodies. That's why they can't survive in the human world. The heart of the abyss needed a shell to survive. As it has now become clear, it seems that the heart of the abyss protected the spiritual lands and gave them strength, becoming their guardian. But gradually, this giant crystal drove the ruler of Galbatus Repialum crazy, promising him incredible power and authority. The oppressor of the abyss had to leave the realm of wasteland to return the fugitive back to prison. However, he also no longer had a body, which is why he couldn't think of anything better than to put his soul in a suit of armor. God covered his face with his hand. He said that he was thinking of quickly finding a ruler who would suit him. His plans were to begin the prequel to Heart of the Abyss as soon as possible. However, anyone who tried to put on the armor could not handle this power. All the owners of the armor went crazy. As a result, whoever tried to wear it always died, and people eventually began to fear it. Over time, the story of the cursed armor, called the Armor of Disaster, began to spread around the world. That's how he lived all this time. He was hidden away like a dangerous artifact, and everyone was afraid to approach him until one fine day. One day, the vault where he was being held was attacked by the Destroyer of Worlds, with whom the boy is also familiar. A giant black dragon swallowed him along with part of the vault and flew away. Shortly after this, a black dragon settled near Rakura's cave. But Tyler found him there and ended his life, though he couldn't, or didn't want to, finish him off. It was in this cave that Timothy and the Armor of the Abyss first met. Ironically, the guy with zero experience was the only one who was suitable for the god hero. The Abyssal Suppressor stood up and sincerely thanked the boy for everything he had done. Thanks to Timothy, they were able to cleanse this world of evil. Finally, fate smiled on him, and he found the person he had been looking for so long. Now they only have one monster left to kill, Galbatus. And if they lose him, the creatures of the Abyss will once again break out into this world. And all those vile monsters can literally destroy him. The Abyss Oppressor said he wanted Timothy's help as his sole master. The guy opened his eyes. He saw that the situation for him was developing critically. He understood well what the god hero told him and was in complete solidarity with him. Besides, he would finally be able to thank him for giving him the opportunity to become an adventurer. Moreover, when it came to the fate of the world, he definitely had no right to defeat.